Hey folks, it's important to ask ourselves the question when atheists and others tell us that evolution is scientific, evolution is science. But who would make that decision? Who makes that decision? Who classifies, okay, even to the point of being legally classified as being scientific?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it, why is it evolution? For example, I, as a Christian, I have come to the conclusion that evolution is complete pseudoscience.
Hey
I've
folks,
used my... Oh, wait a second here.
are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just sometimes we get the feed because I had to post a link on the video, so that's okay.
Yeah, I do that too. I've
Yeah,
done that a few times.
it happens. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, who makes... Why am I use my senses and reasoning. Usually, I came to the conclusion that evolution is completely false. As I think everybody, if they think logically and rationally about it, will come to the same conclusion. But be that as it may, I mean, who makes that decision then? Why is it that the atheist reasoning, because it seems to me that the atheist reasoning and senses are the ones that are imposed upon others. Now, the atheists won't admit this from the get-go. They will try to use big language. For example, at this point, an atheist might say, well, you should rather ask what decides. The evidence, we would say, decides if evolution is scientific or not. But the problem is, of course, then we have to define what is evidence and who decides
What
that.
is evidence? Right.
First of all, who decides what is evidence? And then once we have a definition, who decides that that is the right definition? And then once we have that, then what about the details of that definition? Who decides that? You
Or
see?
what evidence is permissible, even if that definition holds. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good question to ask. For example, I've heard Nephilim Free use the definition um, science is a method that uses observation, right? If it's something we can't observe, test, or repeat, uh, it doesn't seem like it would be scientific. Maybe that would be a good definition to operate on for science, but uh, it's got lots of problems with that. If we're going to say evolution is scientific and it's not observed, right? Richard Dawkins writes in his book, he says evolution is happening, it's just that it hasn't been observed. Isn't that one of the fundamentals of evolution, or biological, or well, science in general, of biology or geology, is we need to have observed tested and repeated results that are observed.
Yeah, at this point, what would happen though is they would say that evolution, macroevolution, cannot be observed because there's not been enough time. So what they would say is, though, they would make up all kinds of things. They would say, for example, they would say that look, the fossil records had these and these transitional forms, which I myself used to believe and accept. The problem is that this has all been debunked. See, I
Right.
won't go into the details in this because this hangout is not Nephilim free. My brother does a great job at that, and actually I used to
Yep.
put him down, but then when I actually carefully listened to his arguments, I said, man, would I have put my arrogance down sooner, I would have noticed that it's not Thunderfoot, it's not Aaron Ra who are the real guys. It's actually Nephilim Free and the Creationists who have this knowledge. But
Yeah.
that is a different story. Here the thing is, I mean, who makes even the decision of what is considered evidence for evolution? Because let's say there's a creationist now. He comes in, or let's say not even calls himself, because let's even leave the labels out here. There's a person who comes there, just a person, a human being. He comes in.
Right.
He says, "I believe that there's an ultimate intelligence that created these things." Then there's another guy who comes in. No, ultimately it's natural processes that establish these things that we see around us today. Okay?
Right.
Now, who's going to make the decision? Okay, now each party is going to bring up evidence, of course. And each
Mm-hmm.
party is going to insist that what I have is evidence. And then, of
Right.
course, a decision needs to be made. Hey, Dustin.
Hey, Dusty.
What's up?
So,
Oh,
what
yeah,
would be the
discussing.
criteria here for both of these positions, right? That's what we're asking.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, the thing is because, as I see it, even in the United States, where there's supposed to be freedom of expression, when it comes to certain things, certain like evolution for in the classrooms, for example, it's not about freedom anymore because evolution is being imposed upon the children by law. Now, I as a Christian, of course, I object to that. Now, I'm being gracious. If it were my way, of course, I would want that the creation be taught. But I can understand if people say no, we don't want people because they
Right.
have other religions. I don't want to turn them away from the gospel. So I grant them that. I'd be gracious. I'd say, okay, let's take both of them out. Let's take evolution and creation out. Okay, I'd be fine. But the atheists don't want that. The atheists insist, no, creation's got to stay out of the science class, but evolution has to be in it. And
Well,
this
why can't we? See, that's what I would ask you, John. Why couldn't we teach both? I
we
know the
can.
atheists wouldn't
That
like
would be
that
another option.
alternative either, but well, at least a committed one.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I forgot that option. Yeah, yeah. Of course, you can have both. That I agree with too. So either there's not the two options. You either have both, or you don't have any at all. Both of them are fine, and I think both of them should seem fair. But the problem is that the atheists don't want either of them. They don't want
Right.
both. They can make an excuse there. They can say, well, what if the Hindus want to bring in their stuff and all? I used to argue the same way. But then the problem is, what problem do they have if we take both out? What
Right.
problem do they have then? See, and of course, then see, it's only that they insist because it is might makes right, and I'm actually going to make a hangout about this, another hangout where I talk about that atheists always end up with might makes right. They start off as they are evidence-based, that they have, first of all, they have no foundation for reasoning, logic, and evidence to begin with if they don't start with God. So that's a whole another thing.
But Johnny, isn't it better to say it this way though?
Yeah,
Isn't it better to say that they don't realize that they're doing this, but they're trying to do the very thing that they're telling us we shouldn't do to all of us who are saying otherwise? You know what I mean? Like they're trying to say, no, you have to look at it the way that I'm looking at it. You know, but that's the very thing that they're telling everybody else that they can't do. Right? They're saying, I refuse to look at it the way you look at it, but you need to look at it the way that I look at it. You see
exactly.
what I'm saying?
Absolutely, brother. This is you almost nailed it there. This is exactly what's been my experience, and I used to be some of the same team. Although I used to be Quran only Muslim at the time, but I praised the scientists so much, and
Right.
I accepted evolution so much to the point that I said to myself, science should control everything, even the prices of the market. That most atheists would disagree with, but I said no. Science is it. Science should rule every aspect of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that many atheists are indeed becoming crazy like that. They will, for example, spout like science works. The problem is in the word science. I agree, science works, but the problem is science only works as long as it's based on the Christian principles, because it started with Christianity and it will end with Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real science. Okay, and obviously that works, but the pseudoscience doesn't work.
Johnny, did you look at this? I don't know if you know this person, but there is a Muslim creationist, right? I think his name is Hamza. Is that his name?
Brother, Muslims are actually generally, they call themselves creationists. In fact, there's this guy Harun Yahya from Turkey, but I wouldn't trust him one bit.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the Muslim creationists, they don't believe, for example, they deny the global flood. They say with Noah it was just a local flood. They have no problem with that. They don't have a problem with the with an old Earth, which is billions of years old. So they have that in them. But the main part, of course, is the global flood denial there. Okay. And of course, it is. I mean, what do you expect? That's like saying the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons are
Right.
I mean, obviously, they base themselves off of Christianity. They are actually a sect of Christianity, if you really break it down. So it's no biggie that they would be calling themselves creationists.
Right. I'm trying to remember this person's name, but this person is specifically anti-evolution, and he's a Muslim, and he's made all these films and stuff. I forget the guy's name. It's like, I think it's Hamza or Hamuza.
Yeah, Hamza. I think Hamza Sources is his name.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's it.
Yeah, and there's also this guy Harun Yahya from Turkey who's written this Atlas of Creation. but they've actually stolen from Christians. It's not their own arguments. They've actually used
Oh,
ICR and
okay.
other stuff and mixed it together, and then they try to claim it their own. In fact, Islam does a lot of these things that they borrow from others, mostly from Christians, and then they make it their own, and then they even use violence. If you say no, this was ours, why did you take it from
Mhm.
us? They can't use words to defend themselves anymore. All of a sudden now they have to use the sword and stuff. So it's very ugly when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But the thing
You
is,
know
of
what
course,
I would say though, regarding this major question on the title of this room, Johnny, would be, I think we have a worldview, and it's our worldview that governs the way that we look at evidence in science, and it
definitely,
actually
yeah,
affects the way we function in those fields as well.
right. And this is one thing that atheists will also deny. They will say, for example, no, 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 no. It's not. It's worldview independent. When we look at the evidence, truth stands independent of worldviews. Now, there's a problem with that, though.
Hmm.
There's always the bias of perception. You
Right.
can't deny that. Okay. Now, first of all, you need to have a basis for saying, even for trusting even your senses and reasoning to begin with. Atheists would just say, well, we assume that. No, but if you assume that, then what you're basically saying is,
Is that I have the same right to assume whatever I want then too, and then we could just move from there. Right.
exactly, anybody can assume whatever they want. Let me
That's
just
the point.
put
Right.
that, Shawnee.
So you could say, well, I just assume God did all this, and I no, I don't have to prove that to you. You know, I'll just assume that, and then we'll talk about this.
Don't have to give an account. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So that's not. I mean, obviously, that's a huge flaw right there. And I think atheists they realize this, of course, but they think that when they use enough semantics, that Christians won't notice their fallacy, or other people in general won't notice their fallacy, and that's what we shouldn't let them get away with.
Right. Hi, preaching Sean. Bye, preaching Sean.
Oh, well,
That is the case, though. I think that is in fact the case, but I don't think they do this on purpose. Though maybe you would differ with me here. I think they don't. Well, that's not even a proper to say it that way. I think the majority of the people that do this sort of a thing,
yeah.
deny that principle that we were just explained there. I think the majority of those people actually do honestly believe what they're saying, but that they're deceived. So
I
it's
would say it's a level of suppression. Now, some people have suppressed it so far that it is deep down, but it's in their consciousness, it's not so much. But there's still, I would say, there's an aspect of the consciousness that
uh-huh.
still knows it, but to a very, very small degree. I'll put it that way. Hey, preaching Sean.
Hey,
I,
Sean. That looks tasty.
it is.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So how do you do that? How do you go about, if it is true that our worldview impacts the way that we look at evidence and examine it, build criteria for testing and resolving and arriving at conclusions? Like how do we go about showing the other position? Somebody else's position. Like, would you say it's better to grant their position out of the principle of charity and show where that doesn't work, and then maybe have them do the same thing to us?
Yeah, sure. That could be one way.
Mm-hmm.
Could be one way of going about it.
Yeah.
And but I also I like to go to the basics. Like, for example, when here this kind of touches upon it, because first and foremost, what I also want, I mean, it's one thing to have a discussion, but here what atheists try to do is they try to do more than that. They try to use the law to enforce certain things, and this
Yeah.
is what this is really all about over here, because it's not just that. Like I said in the beginning, preaching Sean, if you heard me, I said that it's not the atheists that they just would be satisfied if we don't teach creation. Let's say they don't want creation. They insist we don't want creation in the classrooms because you're indoctrinating children. And we are being generous and saying, fine, atheists, okay, but then take out evolution too. Don't let evolution come in the science class either.
Right.
Now, they won't be happy with that. See? They say, no, evolution has to be part of science. They will insist. And that's the problem. So that's why I named the room that who makes that decision that evolution is science instead of pseudoscience. You see? So what do you
said
say?
that better myself. I've used that same phrase before, pseudoscience, because absolutely, just because somebody calls something science or even evolution for that matter doesn't make it so. And I'm in full support of the idea of I heard other people talking about this just the other day. Just presenting the facts and the reality to people in classes, and not having to. You don't even have to make guesses or assumptions on how those things came to be. Leave that up to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. For example, what they could do is, if they're so fascinated by the fossils, they could bring either the actual fossils, or if that is too much for them, we can say, okay, but bring accurate pictures. Don't manipulate them, and there should be a group of Christians, because I don't ever trust the atheist alone. So have a group of Christian photographers go along with the atheist, make the photographs of the original fossils, and make sure that those fossils have not been assembled by men who are, first of all, atheists, or assembled at all, because what happens is, in the assembly process themselves, there's a lot of imagination going on. For example, what they will do is they'll find a fossil that is maybe 30% intact. Then what they'll do is they'll use some what they call experts. But these experts also have been indoctrinated by certain methods of how to exactly put together a fossil when such and such things arises. That is all in the literature, and there's a lot of logic, reason given, but if you really break it down, there's a lot of assumptions and this and that built into that. So that's the first bias. Then there's, of course, the algorithms, computer algorithms that are biased, that you give them the piece of fossil, the computer then calculates based on the information that's been given. Okay, if the fossil looks this, it's branching out these pathways, then it should follow that I should make it go here, here, and here to complete the fossil. And based on that biased algorithm now, the fossil gets formed as an image on the computer, and then the scientist says, okay, this is how I got to reconstruct it, and then he's going to reconstruct it in that biased way, and that already is an immense amount of bias right then and there. So you see, so even in the fossils themselves, we cannot really trust them. Okay? We have to have solid Christians who observe the whole process of how these machines are developed, whether there's any biases in the algorithms and all that stuff, and whether that is really all not going, something being fishy about that. Because we know the top level elites are mostly atheists. Unfortunately, this is how it happened. The Christians, they did not, I think, and I may be wrong on this, but I believe that the Christians have stopped using authority. They have become weak-minded, and they have allowed the atheist Illuminati gangsters to make their way up there. Now, once they establish themselves up there, they stole the scientific method, which of course the Christians had established, and they used their influence and their tricky language that Christians, of course, they avoided, okay, because, but they didn't even use sophistication in regards to using authority either. Relaxed themselves, became decadent, I should even say, and then of course these guys took over, established these things, and we can go into all of that. So this is the thing. So, but let's just assume, for sake of argument now, that is fossil. Now both parties have agreed. Okay, that's a fossil. That is genuine. That is genuinely a complete fossil. They take a picture and come back, and then they show the students, hey, look, these are the pictures of fossils. We show them random fossils. We don't align them, because then, of course, again, we have a bias. If you line up this fossil after this, after next, again, it's your bias. You take all the fossils, you say to the children, okay, look, we have this fossil, we have that fossil, we have this fossil.
Right.
Now, what do you say? You see?
Right, or when they take when they take fossils that seem to line up with other fossils from different areas, and then try to put those two separate skeletons together into one skeleton, especially when they're in different layers and different locations, it's amazing what they'll do. Well, one of them is what, like a pig's tooth and a skull? I mean, come on.
Yeah, those were two, but there's many more. Now, I used to believe, for example, the atheists brag about, but those were discovered by the scientists themselves, like I used to say, and that these are just, but the problem with that is that I've recently, of course, heard another video that these, for example, the dino fossils is continuously. This is not just a one-time event, and there is no checks and balances being allowed from the creationist side. For example, if a creationist says, "Hey, look, this fossil too, that too has a problem, that too is biased," they will say, "No, no, no, these are all genuine." You know? See that
problem, yeah.
it's a huge problem if you don't even allow, because you only have the decision makers are those who already accept evolution as being true. It's like an elitist system that now you come in. I'm gonna give a bit of details about this, how this works. Now, what they try to say is that the scientific community is open-ended, and it does appear that way, but it's actually not. And I'm gonna explain how. Now, first of all, we have the Royal Society at the top. That's already, we have, for example, there's one magazine that's actually a peer-reviewed journal. One of them has a royal name in it. I forget the exact name. One is Science, Nature, but they are, one of them is a royal magazine. It has royalty in it. And then we can talk about the Queen of England and how she is involved in the Illuminati business and all that stuff. I wish Rand Campbell was here because he can shed more light as far as that is concerned. But be that as it may.
I sent him an invite, but he's not here. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe he'll come in later. But anyways, I'm going to continue with this, how this works. So this is established. So now people think that this is, now people are looking for jobs. People know that when they get in the scientific community, because it's well established out there, that then they're going to have respect, and then they're going to find work and have this. So now what happens is that people from all over the world, okay, that's why this is what explains the agreement that supposedly the scientists all agree. So they come from India, they come from Arabia, they come from you know, Slovakia, they come from Russia. They all see, oh man, if we work up in the science, for example, we study geology or we do this, then we get a decent job. So they go to university, but all the material that is being taught is already biased, and that comes from the top. The peer review, in other words, the top peers are the ones that make the final decision on it. So it's not open-ended. Now people think there's a peer review that's open-ended, but no, because if this has been shown time and time again, the peers happen to venture too far. Like, for example, they say there's a huge problem in evolution itself, in common ancestry itself. Then no, there's gotta be a problem. There has to be a problem. Evolution is established, so the belief is already established. It's a dogma. It can't go against that dogma. There are certain things, of course, they will allow leeway. They'll have leeway on minutiae. For example, is butter more preferable, or is margarine more preferable? They had this debate. Oh, sometimes they say, oh, margarine has this benefit, and less saturated fat, what have you. Now they're saying, no, that's more chemicals in that compared to butter, so butter is overall more beneficial. So they fluctuate between those trivial things back and forward. No problem there. But when it comes to issues that are directly opposed to the Bible, they will maintain it, especially when it comes to what evolution is the only thing that keeps people away from accepting that there's God. So that is a must for them to maintain. So it's very obvious. The pattern is very obvious. So but people join the club. They have to maintain these certain dogmas, even if they have leeway in other issues, and that fixes them. So there's a bias, huge bias.
You know what's interesting about this, though? Let me just give you a quote by physicist Brian Greene. He says, "Science is a self-correcting discipline that can, in subsequent generations, show that previous ideas were not correct." You know what's interesting about this, Johnny, is that
that's how it's supposed to be.
That's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Now there was a time when Darwinism was the case. You know, it was correcting the creationist ideas, but it had its go, and it hasn't shown that. And so intelligent design proponents are actually showing this to be the case. But these people are refusing. They're refusing to let their generation be self-correcting when they actually go around espousing that it needs to be self-correcting. It's amazing.
That's what I'm saying, that they have used Christian values, like even science itself, the scientific method that is self-correcting. Yes, who are you telling this, atheist? This is what the Christians, they made it. So we know what it is about. You don't have to tell us that it's self-correcting. And it did self-correct, showing that evolution is false. But the
Right.
problem, of course, is that atheists will only allow the scientific method to be self-correcting, okay, their scientific method to be self-correcting when it comes to trivial issues that are not the real deal, like, for example, when it goes in the direction of the Bible or the biblical God, you see, and that's the problem.
Now, some people might argue about Galileo here, Johnny, but if you remember, what Galileo was arguing was over the actual passage of Scripture, which says quite the opposite of what Rome was saying. It's pretty interesting if you go back and study that. So he was agreeing with the science. He was saying, look, the science is this. That's why he got shut up, by the way. I think the verse that he used, I think, was, I forget, I think it's in Isaiah. Something about, I can't remember exactly. Something about the circuits. He was saying, no, it was the verse about the sun standing still.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, no, that's not the case, you know. And that's interesting that he would use a Bible passage to refute the Roman Catholic Church at that time. You know, and the way that they see the difference is that the Roman Catholic Church wasn't accepting that correction, but he was bringing that correction based on Scripture.
Oh, I see.
To them. So it's fascinating. So he was allowing science to correct it, and he was showing how it lines up with the Bible. But of course, when you have a papacy going on, you know, a corrupt papacy going on already, of course you're not going to get anybody looking at Scripture.
Now, what was that exactly? What was again Copernicus? Did you talk about, or Galileo? What did Galileo say exactly, using Scripture to the Roman Catholic that they were false on?
Yeah, he was using a scripture. I just don't remember the scripture off the top of my head. I can
You
find
remember
it.
the topic that he was discussing?
Yeah, it was with the sun being at the center of the universe rather than Earth being at the center.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was actually quoting a verse against Rome against it. It's funny.
Yeah, the Bible is actually I haven't neither said the Bible say either one or the other when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there are some passages where you can implicitly say, but at least I myself have not studied anything that the Bible would say one way or the other. So I have to look into that. Maybe the Bible does say something implicitly about that too. So we'll have to look into that. I just received a message from somebody. Let me see here. Oh, he's busy. Okay.
All right, here is what he said. The Bible shows the way to go to heaven, not the way the heavens go. But then he goes on and he quotes. I'm trying to find the verse. There's a point where he quotes the verse. I have to find this. It's been a while since I've looked at it. But yeah, it's interesting that he was actually saying, look, the science agrees. Science agrees with the Bible, and you people are not agreeing with the Bible, and he's giving them a Bible verse. I have to find this. It's been so long since I looked at this. Otherwise, I'd have it right in front of me for you.
Okay. Yeah, that's no problem. We can make hangouts about that also in the future. So to get back into the issue here, that yeah, as we can see, there's a lot of biases, despite the claims otherwise that the science today, because science obviously when the atheists say science, they mean their science. Okay, they're not talking about the real science.
Right.
Okay, the science of the Christians. That's not what they mean. So even they're using Christian language actually and playing on that. The same that when I made hangouts about when they use absolutist language. For example, when they claim this is the truth, this is reality. Absolutely, you know, when atheists say claims like this, they're using Christian language, but they know, of course, that they are deceiving people. I mean, at that level, at least, I think many atheists would know that they are being deceptive. Especially, it also, of course, depends. Like, say, that's how high up they are. I mean, if they're at the lower levels, I would say, well, then they would not be that much aware of it than the people who are, and of course that the responsibility increases. The more knowledge they have of the truth, the more the responsibility increases as well. So that's another thing.
Yeah, check this out. He says, I, Galileo Galilei, son of the late Vincenzo Galilei of Florence, aged 70 years, being brought personally to judgment and kneeling before your most eminent and most reverend lords cardinals, general inquisitors of the universal Christian republic against heretical depravity, having before my eyes the holy gospels, which I touch with my own hands, swear that I have always believed and now believe with the help of God, with the help of God's will, in future will believe every article which the Holy Catholic Apostolic Church of Rome holds, teaches, and preaches. But because I have been enjoined by this holy office altogether to abandon the false opinion which maintains that the Son is the center, and immovable and forbidden to hold, defend, or teach the said false doctrine in any manner. And after it hath been signified to me that the said Scripture is repugnant with the Holy Scripture, I have written and printed a book in which I treat of the same doctrine now condemned and adduce reasons with great force in support of the same, without giving any solution, and therefore I have been judged grievously suspected of heresy. That is to say, that I held and believed that the Son is the center of the universe and is immovable, and that the earth is not the center and is immovable. It is movable, willing therefore to remove from the minds of your eminences of the home of every Catholic Christian this vehement suspicion rightfully entertained towards me with a sincere heart and unfeigned faith. I abjure, curse, and detest the said errors and heresies of the, and generally every other error and sect contrary to the Holy Church. And I swear that I will never more in the future say or assert anything verbally or in writing which may give rise to similar suspicion of me. But if I shall know any heretic or anyone suspected of heresy, that I will denounce him to his holy office, or to the inquisitor or ordinary place where I may be. I swear moreover, give me a second. I swear moreover and promise that I will fulfill and observe fully all penances which have been or shall be laid to me by his holy office. But if it shall happen that I violated any of my said promises, oaths, and protestations, which God avert, I subject myself to all pains and punishments which have been decreed and promulgated by the sacred canons. I'm trying to remember the work. He literally right there, though, he says he actually had a separate work where he denounced their interpretation of the Scripture, basically. It's been so long since I looked at this. I'm looking for it. But he quotes, I think it's Isaiah. I think it's in Isaiah. And he says, what you're saying in the verse is wrong.
Yeah. I see Adam Pugh is here. I invited him earlier. Mm-hmm. Hey, Adam Pugh.
Hey, Johnny. How's it going? Hey, Russ.
Hey.
Trying to find this quote. It's going to take a while.
What quote are you looking for?
There's a quote by Galileo where he's correcting the Roman Catholic Church on a scripture that they were trying to use to persecute him. He actually gives him his exegesis of the scripture and says it lines up with what I'm saying about heliocentricity. I'm trying to remember. I have to find this quote. It's probably been like 5 years since I even looked at this.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
But
yeah, basically, we were talking about, I don't know whether you heard this, Adam Pugh, the beginning of what was being said. But basically what I'm saying is, who is the one who makes the decisions? And I remember I asked you about the vaccines in the other hangout, and you said that you would want, for example, the parents not to have the option to say, no, I don't want my children to be vaccinated because they might think that the vaccinations have more harm than benefit. So you say, no, that we can't leave that decision up to the parents, that has to be in the hands of the experts, or the quote-unquote experts, because obviously many Christians would not agree even that they are experts. So this is basically what we're talking about.
They're experts.
What?
Most Christians agree that they're experts.
Okay, so what if that changed? What if the majority would decide, no, we don't accept them as experts? What then? Would you then accept their decision?
I would continue to fight against them because I would disagree with them. Obviously, the majority's will is going to end up being done on these sort of things. That's how democracy works. But that doesn't mean I'd agree.
Okay, that's fine. But you would then accept it. You would not try to use violence then to say, no, this can't be. Now I have to cause a revolt.
I'm not sure. I feel like the hypothetical is getting pretty hairy at this point. But let's see. We have a parallel universe where where we have the majority of Americans controlling the government, stopping the administration of vaccines. Is that the situation, or?
No, the situation is just that the majority of people have decided that the law is such that the parents have a right to refuse to get their
Yeah,
child.
I mean that's how the law is in many places now. I wouldn't I wouldn't try to change it by violent revolt. That wasn't what we were initially talking about. If what I was saying is, would I support rules where the government basically says that kids have to be vaccinated? Yes, I would. That's not the same as saying when I support overthrowing a government that disagrees with me. No,
that's not the same thing. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay, that's
yeah. But I really do believe that, and to me it comes down to this. I don't believe that that parents should have so much freedom over their children that they are allowed to make decisions that objectively harm their children. I don't believe parents should be allowed to beat their children. I don't think parents should be allowed to poison their children. And I don't think parents should be allowed to neglect their children's proper medical care.
Well,
I believe that failing to vaccinate is doing that, and I recognize parents disagree, but I think it is reasonable for the government, for society, to say on this is a child welfare issue, and we are going to make our will known, and we're going to do things our way and not leave it up to individual parents. I think that's
okay. Let me address some of the points, because you said about, for example, the second thing that you said about the poison stuff, not poison the children. Yeah, obviously, I would agree. I mean, as a Christian, I would agree. And
this is what it was actually. Galileo claimed that also, according to the geocentric theory, one cannot explain the verses in Joshua by means of an exclusively literal explanation. And he was saying that the sun's movement, according to this theory, consists of two movements rather than one. And so he quotes Joshua in support. He's saying that you can't make sense of this verse, basically. But I can make sense of the verse when I'm putting forth the heliocentric rather than the geocentric version.
All right. Okay, thanks for bringing that up, brother. Okay, yeah. I wanted to further address these things. So you said about that poison, that I agree. But then I think the first thing you meant beating. Yeah, okay. Now we have to go into this, because I think spanking a child, I mean, of course, beating them to the point of where it will cause damage to them, I agree. But spanking a child, if you want to go that far and say a parent should be allowed, then I would disagree with such a law. I would not support such a law that completely doesn't allow parents from spanking their children.
I could go along with that law if they passed it, but I have spanked my child, and I don't consider spanking to be necessarily inappropriate. So I'd go along with you on that. When I said beating the child, I didn't mean spanking. I meant.
Oh, you differentiated between those. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Yes.
Because no, I agree with you. I agree with you that in practice, some corporal punishment, I don't mind that it's not illegal, and like I said, I've used it myself. On the other hand, if in fact all corporal punishment was outlawed for children, I would probably go along with that just fine too.
Okay.
And at that point, I would cease spanking my children because I don't break the law.
Okay.
Not unless the law contradicts with God's law.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So that's that, and now I personally, for example, I have a huge problem with the law, for example, that states that evolution should be taught in the public school in science, and I have no problem when they say, for example, creation shouldn't be taught there either. So I say, okay, take evolution out too, and I'll be satisfied. So you can have science without evolution and creation, and there wouldn't be any problem. It's only that when evolution is being taught, because the problem is now who would make the decision that evolution is science? Now, what would you say to that? Who makes that decision as far as you're concerned?
As far as I'm concerned, the scientific consensus is the origin of that decision. So it is the best But it is the best and most consistent explanation and model that we have for the evidence that we see, and that is again done by the overwhelming consensus of the scientific community.
Okay, and who defines who is a scientist and who is not?
It's pretty much who decides who's a scientist and who's not. There are standards by which university curricula are determined. There are standards by which higher level degrees have to be granted in order to be accredited and valid. And then there is a peer review process by which papers are published, critiqued, cited, verified, corroborated, overturned. The answer to that question is not as straightforward of a one, but it is also very clear what at least what the the center of that community looks like, even if it's not always, even if it can be somewhat ambiguous who's on the edges, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but you do realize that human beings are involved in all these processes, right? So
absolutely. That is in fact, that's central to the scientific method. So it is central to our understanding of the scientific method that we are infallible humans and that we are making observations and that we can be wrong. That is in fact pretty much everything about the way we've constructed the scientific method, the way we've constructed the peer review process, the way we've required recordings and calculations and repetition. It's all based on the fact that we understand that it's fallible humans that are constructing this process.
I agree with you that that's how it's supposed to be, based on the Christian principles. I agree with you, but the problem is that the atheists have hijacked. I think that I see it as the atheists having hijacked science and misuse it for their own purposes. That's how I see it.
Yeah, but I don't really see very good evidence of that, and let me explain why I say that. Because many of those who work in science are Christians.
Okay.
And there is no outcry among scientists, Christians that are working in science, that the atheists are in any way hijacking or perverting or corrupting this process.
Well, right.
The process appears to continue to be followed just fine.
Yeah, I'd like to address that too before we go on. Because
can I just ask a quick question about that, though? That I see very interesting. Like I'm more into studying history, and I've noticed that people tend to quote other people who take their position. Now, could you, like, for example, Dimitri, I think this may be a telltale sign of the thing that you're saying is it doesn't seem to be going on. Could you give me like maybe a secular peer review paper that quotes a bunch of creationists in support of their theory?
I don't believe any such paper exists.
Don't you find that a little odd, though?
No, not if the theory doesn't. Not if what the creationists.
Right. Okay. Well, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Well, wait a minute.
Not if what the creationists are arguing doesn't hold water.
Yeah, but who makes that decision that it doesn't hold water?
See, that's what I'm asking. So if I had like a peer-reviewed journal and it only quoted other creationists, you would say that's ridiculous, right?
Those journals do exist, yes, and they what I will note about them is that yes, they are very insular and that they just quote and requote among a very small community.
Well,
and
right.
B, more importantly, they don't discover anything ever.
Yeah, but that's also
those journals.
Say otherwise.
Hold on, I'm not asking about their causes, Dimitri. I'm asking about the double standard that's going on. Like, if I were to say, can you give me like a?
I don't think Dimitri said anything. What did you keep replying to?
Oh,
Dimitri?
I'm sorry, Adam. Sorry about that. What I'm pointing out is the interesting double standard. Like, if you said I don't think that sort of a thing is going on, but I would say the evidence of that sort of a thing going on is only quoting other people that hold to your current position.
Well, but no, that's not what they do.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you for could you give me a peer review paper where an evolutionist, a secular evolutionist, right, quotes a creationist to support his model? Could you give me one?
That you're not going to find that. And again, the reason why is because the creationists aren't doing scholarship. They're not even attempting scholarship.
Yeah, but they are attempting. See now.
No, they're not. If you read the documents that they put forward.
If I read the documents that are put forward, I can say that I find that that's very scholarly. Now,
right. Hold on. But suppose I have my own peer review system, right? And I'm a creationist, and I only quote other creationists. Wouldn't you be saying the very same thing that you're saying now?
Well, the difference.
About my peer review. Peer review.
Yeah, but I mean, again, what you're missing is that it's a difference between a extremely diverse, in no way homogenous group of 99.9% of the biologists on Earth who believe dozens of different ideas, everything from the allopatric and sympatric speciation to various models of panspermia, to ideas about punctuated equilibrium, to notions of, I mean, there are, and these people are constantly citing and quoting each other for a variety of things, but they're also doing good work.
Allow me for
Now, in addition to all those guys citing and quoting each other, okay, you have a very small community out here, okay, of people who aren't even trying, really, to get anything resembling fact-based evidence for their beliefs. They're just trying to get enough political support.
Okay, let me ask you
to get it in the classrooms.
Adam,
and
wait
those people aren't doing good science, and so aren't cited.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
That's the bottom line.
Brother Russ, give me a moment here, because I'm going to forget my point, and then I'm going to regret it later on, because this is what always happens. There comes a time in the Hangouts, and this is important. I'll let you know, though. I'll let you know when I'm done, and then you can go back and forth with him all you want, and I'll just relax and sit back. Now, the scientific community, you said you addressed the margin. I'll go to that in a moment. I want to first ask you, in the scientific community itself, do you think that that there's now I understand that they proclaim that there are no biases, but the thing is that within the scientific community itself, it's not this what you say, this non-homogeneous group, that there are people from all kinds of different worldviews, and they come together, because whenever somebody joins the scientific community, they have to abide by certain principles that have already been established. Otherwise, they will not be able to climb up the ladder. From the very beginning, for example, there comes now the Indian guy. There comes somebody from Slovakia, somebody from Romania. They want to join geology, for example, the branch of geology. They have to go by what the people in the university, the already established elites, tell them. Go by these rules. Like you said earlier, they pass it. Remember when you said pass the test? Well, who makes the rules for the test? It's the big guys. They make the rules, and they say, tick mark. Oh, we don't like what you said. Gave the answer there. Wrong. Cross out. Give you 0 marks on that one. And this is how you go up and up and up. So it's a club. It's a club of royalty.
I'm not convinced of that, Johnny, but I see what you're saying. But what I'm more concerned about is this idea.
I wish Rank Campbell was here, because he could, learn more about.
No, that's fine.
The difference is.
Let me give you an example. Like, if you open up Bart Ehrman's book, right? And he's gonna argue against the textual reliability of the New Testament. Why doesn't he ever quote James White or F.F. Bruce or anybody like that who's a conservative Christian scholar? Because he's biased. That's the point. There's a double standard. That's all I'm trying to ask you about, Adam. But why is there that double standard also going on within peer review systems? And by the way, this has been proven. I don't know if you've heard of the Alain Sokal affair, where somebody just basically made up a bunch of words to prove postmodernism destroys peer review, and he passed it.
No. You misunderstood the point of the Sokal hoax. The point of the Sokal hoax, Alan Sokal published in a quote unquote postmodern journal. And the whole point that Alan Sokal was making is that postmodernism and literary criticism are not science, and that you can just you can say any gibberish you want and get it into those journals. People have tried, but no one has managed to do anything similar to that in a reputable biology or physics journal.
Yeah, again,
because in those fields, the scientists actually read the paper and say that's nonsense. Now, the closest
but that's the point right there. See, that's not who says that.
That's exactly the point.
Already established.
Right, exactly. I mean, so it is.
So then you see the problem there. Don't you see the problem?
There's this. Right. What you're saying is there's this
From that point on, it's all question begging. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. So. What I've not found it yet, but I wanted to. I've been looking around while we've been talking for something specific, which is Michael Behe. I know has done good published, peer-reviewed published work in the field of biochemistry.
Yeah.
So and I really just need to find. Let's see.
Well, you can read his book, right, and find him quoting all sorts of secularists in his footnotes.
Absolutely, yeah.
But
and many
I just don't get
many scientists have cited his work in intelligent design in order to explain where his mistakes were.
Right.
But my point was, and the point I wanted to get is that Michael Behe has made actual advancements in biochemistry. And then those have been published in scientific journals and then cited just as often as any other scientific journal information has.
Right.
So it's not as though the point being that he was able to do real science, and then that was taken and treated as real science. But when what they do doesn't stand up to scientific scrutiny, and this is the problem, right? I mean. But because you guys are not educated in these fields, you can't really distinguish between.
Yeah, that's another problem. Educated, not educated. Who makes the decision if somebody is educated?
Hold on. I realize you're not. Hold on. I realize you're not trying to offend me, but seriously, have you taken a single course in the philosophy of science? You ever taken that?
Sure.
So you realize that most people who publish in those journals who have not taken that course, you have.
That's correct.
I don't think that's the case.
You need to let me finish what I was saying.
Science, right.
You need to let me finish what I was saying, please.
Please don't assume that.
I'm assuming that. And let me finish what I was saying, and then you can question my assumption. Because you guys are not educated in these fields, okay, then you can't tell the difference between a paper that's rejected because the editors didn't like its conclusions, or a paper that is rejected because it's poorly researched and bad science.
Let's start here.
You guys just have to assume that it's one or the other because you don't have the education to distinguish between the two.
No, it's because we recognize that science works inductively, so you could never actually prove anything. That's the problem. That's how it works.
That's Russ. So you're challenging. So you're telling me that if I gave you two papers, and one of them is a valid, well-researched paper in biochemistry,
yes,
and the other one is designed to look like a valid, well-researched paper in biochemistry, but it's actually crap. It's made up. You're telling me you have the education to distinguish between the two.
Sure, yeah. Do you know how modus tollens can have two premises that are seemingly contradictory? But
Premises is not a word, so premises is mispronounced. Premise is the plural of premise.
That's fine. Premises, okay, that's fine. So each abstract is a premise, right? That's the way it works. Paper arguing for premise, right? So if we have two premises, premises, whatever you want to say, premises, whatever. If you have two assertions, we'll just say it that way, and these need to be checked, do you realize that using modus tollens you can arrive at conclusions that are not contradictory but are opposites?
Yes.
You do realize that, right? Like, let me give you an example. Suppose we start with a premise that Apollo is a god, right? Then we start with another premise that all the gods are immortal. And then we find out that Apollo died. We can come to one of two conclusions, right? Either Apollo is not a god, or his claim right? Or God's
Yeah, one
died.
of the two
We have
premises.
one of
I mean,
those-
it contradicts one of the two premises.
That's right, but
Either of the two.
you'll never get a conclusion. That's the problem.
Right. I understand that. All of this is beside my point. My point is, the point I was making is not that any scientific paper is the same sort of truth as God's word. Okay, it's not.
Well,
It is
hold on,
scientific.
Hold on. What kind of science?
Huh?
Yeah, what kind of science?
Let's say physics.
But because it's an equivocal word when you say science, right?
Yeah, there's many bodies of knowledge encompassing science. I mean,
sure.
Okay. So in that area,
what I'm saying is, so no paper in physics is revealed truth or absolute truth of the sort that we can get from God's word, for instance. But it's nonetheless the case that there is a difference between a well-researched, valid scientific paper where the conclusions reached are good provisional conclusions based on the evidence presented. The paper is well reasoned. There are no math mistakes, and it properly cites the work that comes before. On the one hand,
I don't have any problem.
And a piece of subjective nonsense on the other, or not subjective, speculative nonsense on the other. And an educated, well-researched physicist can tell the difference between those two.
That's fine.
And can say this should go in a journal and this one should.
That's all
now,
fine. But I just
you and I are not.
For example, if I say I don't
Right.
see the scientist as being an expert, I see the creationist being an expert. Then what? Who's going to make the decision? Who's an expert?
Then what I would say to that, Johnny, is that's great. Let's look over the last 30 years at the discoveries and advancements in biology made by the actual mainstream journals and the ones made by the creationist journals.
Should we appeal to
and continue on that basis?
So how do we know that those discoveries are not the fruit of the creationists being hijacked by?
Because they're okay. So now we're getting not only to the conspiracy of the 99.9% is conspiring against the 0.1% to keep them out. Now that 99.9% is spying on and taking the fruit.
No, what we're
I'll
asking
tell you
about
why.
popular
Why, and then you can take it from there.
Right.
I'll give you all the time that you want.
Well,
after
I
that.
mean, the conspiracy is getting broader and broader. At this point, you apparently have a massive intellectual conspiracy among something of the order of 300,000 or so people worldwide to defame and steal.
It's not a form of conspiracy. Adam, allow me to respond.
I have a question when you guys are all done talking.
Just a question.
You can have your time then. Let me respond to this, because this is important. I already explained how a club gets established.
It's all a matter of cheese.
And you can address that in a moment. I already explained that. I can go through it again, but I don't want to at the moment. I want to go more into detail. What happens is that you can use a legit element, okay? When you're strong enough, let's say you have enough money, you have enough influence and all that, you can use a legit element. Like the atheists can steal the scientific method from the Christians away. The Christians become lazy, let's say. They don't use authority anymore like they used in the past. What the atheists then do is they try to get as many authority figures on their side established at their place. They use the scientific method correctly when it comes to trivial things, like, for example, making general medicine that everybody sees that it works or not. But then they slip things as being science on the other hand, like evolution, for example. So they play it very well in that regard. You're telling me that this is not possible? You're telling me that this is not being done? Go ahead.
Johnny, let's take this to the fundamental level of our faith.
All right, go ahead.
Right?
I'll take your time.
Because Christ is the truth by which all truth can be measured. And do we have a pretty unanimous agreement here?
Well, I'm a Christian. I don't know who else in here is.
Is Christ the truth by which all truth could be measured? I mean, this should be a simple question. Here's what I'm looking at. Those that don't accept Christ are the enemies of Christ. All right. So when I look at the people that I'm getting my information from, I have to look at this from a realistic biblical perspective, given that we all have this, or presumably have this biblical perspective. What are these men appealing to? Are they appealing to God for their knowledge, or are they appealing to their intellect and the flesh that they're using to discern what they believe based on the things that they see? Sure, we have a lot of great. There's a lot of great aspects in science that we can use for our advantage, but Something like evolution, for example, is just if we could support that with Scripture, or I mean, at least come up with something that we could even slightly twist to make it sound like evolution, I might entertain it. But what is the truth? Is the truth coming from the secular side? Are we paying attention to what the wisdom of man says, or do we believe in what God says? I mean, we could talk about evolution all day. That's pointless. That's absolutely pointless. But who are we appealing to? Are we appealing to the enemy for truth? Because as much as I love these people, they are our enemies.
Where do you get that they are our enemies? What's your scriptural basis for that?
Well, they're enemies of Christ.
Jesus Christ said, "He who is not for me is against me."
Exactly. So we're appealing to the secular wisdom of men in order to derive truth. And these are the exact same people contradicting what most of us have understood to be true in Scripture. So the only thing we can do is this. We can accept what these men are saying, or we can modify what the Scriptures say in order to blur the lines, in order to accept, okay, this is science. We can call anything science. Let's be real. Science is just knowledge. That's all it is. You have to be a little more specific when you're saying science. What body of science? Where specifically are we talking about? But I mean, Adam, I asked you the question regarding inductive reasoning coming to the conclusion of God being objective, and I think you kind of understood where I was coming with that. If we're using inductive reasoning, we're allowing for the possibility of our faith to not be true, and that's not, to me, that's a no-no. That's like, well, I'm still questioning my faith at that point. But if I do put all of my faith in Christ, and I mean all of it, and Christ is the truth, then I have to be weary of those that aren't in Christ because they don't have the truth. It's that simple to me. We could debate semantics and micro versus macro and all these different things, but the reality of our faith is that Jesus Christ. So who are we appealing to for truth? Is it God or is it men?
Hey, Brother Nephilim Free. Good to see you, brother.
Hey.
Enough.
Hey, guys.
Hey, bro. Are you usually on at this time, though? Because I've missed you a lot, man.
I don't, I work early in the morning a lot, so I go to bed kind of early, so I don't do hangouts a lot, except for, like, when I'm able, and that's, like, once, twice a week.
Oh, okay. Is it usually around this time?
Yeah, sort of, but, earlier in the evening, usually when I'm, but now, like, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can stay up till the cows come home and bring their aunts and uncles with them.
Oh, so, very good. Because we're gonna really, basically, I started off talking about the saying out that who even makes the decision whether evolution is scientific or not, and we talked about the hierarchy, and we talked about how experts get elected, and all this. It seems like deliberately also the system is made in such a way that people are being fooled into thinking that this is all, done in a way that is completely removed from all kinds of biases. It gives people this impression, so most people, they don't even investigate it further. They just say, oh man, okay, these are really, this is a very, very fascinating system because it looks so complicated. Oh, this guy is making decisions in this department, then it goes over to that department. But you see, people are making the decisions ultimately, and the thing is, there's a chain. Okay, there's the top guys, who control it. That's why we always have to look at who are the top guys. Are they? How much percentage of them are biblically based Christians versus atheists? Okay, and we find that as we move up the ladder, we find most of them are Satanists or atheists, not Christians. Certainly not biblically based Christians. And I would say even in the majority of the scientific community, I would argue, it is not made up of Christians who really take the Bible seriously. Most of the scientific community is made up of agnostics, atheists, and yes, Christians who are at best lukewarm, like I used to be for the first 2 years of my Christian walk, where I denied creation. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you're gonna find that to be the case a lot because that's the case in the general population a lot. I mean, if we randomly plucked up out of the whole population in the United States, if we randomly plucked up a person who claims to be a Christian, right? and we were somehow able to look into their heart the way God does, what percentage of the time do you think we would find that they really are on fire for God, as opposed to being what you were, as you were describing, a lukewarm Christian? I think we would be very disappointed how often that would happen. And so I just want to point out that, yeah, I think that's true among scientists, because I think it's true among Americans. So I think that ends up that ends up coming from there. Your scientific, your pool of scientists will be different from like the general population, but the pool does pull from your general population. You're going to get a lot more nominal Hindus among Indian scientists than you are nominal, as you will more nominal Christians among American or British scientists.
I don't doubt the demographics in that field, actually. That's why I was drawing the parallel with people quoting each other who believe each other within historical research circles. Like, for example, Bart Ehrman, who debated Michael Licona on the historicity of Jesus Christ, corrected Mike Licona when he said the Evangelical Society of Biblical Scholarship is in the majority of Christians. So of course they're gonna say Jesus. The majority of scholars agree that Jesus exists, right? And obviously Bart Ehrman would be one of those people, but Richard Carrier wouldn't be. You see, so it's rather a reversal. That's why I was trying to draw the parallel, Adam, within peer review circles of the.
Yeah, but and I want to. So
I'm saying in the observable science field, it's sort of the same way. It seems to me that the majority of them are atheists. So you have the same sort of a thing going on, but not exactly the same standards, but the same framework going on and the same result, basically.
Yeah, I do want to. I think Richard Carrier, by the way, is an excellent example in that he is not. Richard Carrier is not an accomplished researcher and historian, and
really?
So his work, while it is popular, is not taken seriously by historians.
We could find others, like Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I know, but I want to make this point. I want to, because this goes along with what we're saying. Okay, it's not that Richard is not taken seriously because his conclusion, because Bart Ehrman comes to similar conclusions and is taken seriously. Okay?
About what? I missed something. What is the historicity of
Bart
what?
Ehrman and Richard Carrier are two examples of people who are well known for claiming that, historically speaking, making historical claims about Jesus Christ that are different from what Christians believe.
Wait, so can I ask you a question? Are you saying that the historicity of Jesus Christ is poor?
No. Let me clarify real quick.
Because the vast majority of modern historians, even in the secular community, the vast majority.
Now let me ask you. Hold on, I want to correct you, Adam, real quick. Richard Carrier has a doctorate in ancient history from the Columbia University, right?
Yes, but he's not published in the field, and he's not well respected.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
He's the what I'm telling you is he's the historical equivalent of the way biologists see creationists.
Well,
he's written a lot of books and articles that make him popular, but the serious but the historical community does not take him seriously.
I got a comment.
What about Ken Ham?
I got a comment on that. You do realize, though, don't you, that when the secular camp has their view, and any even well-accredited scholar who writes anything that is a deviation from their view, they're going to be called exactly what they're going to be described by those secular camp exactly the way you did him. Okay, they're going to describe every scholar who has an opinion that varies from theirs that way.
Well,
it doesn't actually work.
I'll
that
tell you
way.
something.
It does actually work that way. Let me explain to you why it does work that way.
You do not see Christian scientists that are Freemasons.
It does work that way.
You do see secular scientists that are Freemasons.
Wait. It does work that way.
Scientists is of the devil, and they're going to hell.
Oh my God!
Not enough value left in the discussion.
There are many highly accredited scientists. Some of them inventors of things like the MRI machine, and what is this kind of plastic they used to put on Chrysler minivans that they make Kevlar. They make professor co-designer of that. There are plenty of them, and they're young Earth creationists, believe it or not, and they'll be talked about by the secular camp as if they're not. Now there's two opinions that go on. One is the layperson opinion, okay, and to the layperson atheist evolutionist, every creationist is a bozo scientist. Okay, doesn't matter what his accreditations are. Now, if a creationist evolutionist debates an atheist evolutionist, a creationist scientist and an evolutionist scientist debate, the creationist scientist will be treated respectfully by the evolutionist in that debate forum. They wouldn't dare say, well, anything negative about the guy's accreditation. That would make him look like a buffoon, like he's playing a card.
Amen, Neffy. Kevlar saved my fucking life. I had a motorcycle accident.
But when behind his back, now they'll talk down about him. So it is very one-sided, and it is very based upon their view, and they will throw anybody under the bus. Look, they throw their own kind under the bus. Anytime an evolutionist scientist publishes any evidence that even if it accidentally, inadvertently provides a problem for their theories of uniformitarianism, evolutionism, they throw him under the bus.
Bullshit.
They do.
Prove it.
Okay. Do this. Go to my YouTube channel and type throw them under the bus. And here's one scientist that did. I'll tell you about him. There was an Italian researcher who studied bacteria that were harvested from a salt inclusion deep in the earth. They took those bacteria into the laboratory, and under the most stringent, careful conditions, they revived some of those bacteria. They were said to be 250 million years old. Now, the problem is, if they're 250 million years old, they cannot be revived, because the latest evidence in genetics is that DNA molecule has a half-life of about 521 years, which means there's no functional DNA left after millions of years, much less 250 million years. Okay, 6 million at best, under best conditions, is what the secular camp says. Maybe 6 million.
Can you show any evidence for that?
Now, wait a minute. So what did they do? Well, they immediately said the guy screwed his lab work up, and these are not the bacteria that were revived. Were not the ones found in the salt dome. They were leaked into his sample because he's a sloppy scientist in the lab.
Okay,
see, that's threw him under the bus.
How do you know he actually didn't do that?
Because the bacteria cannot be 250 million years old and be revived. And what this is evidence of is if the bacteria are found in that salt dome that, according to their geologic column, is supposedly 250 million years old, they can't be revived. So what's that tell us about the salt inclusion? It ain't 250 million years old. It's only thousands of years old. And that means it was laid down during the flood of Noah, and their whole worldview goes out the window. So they had to throw him under the bus.
Okay, so Nev, can you provide any... Nev, will you finish, for fuck's sake? Okay, so Nev, can you provide any evidence that these scientists...
Hey, Art,
hold on, Johnny.
Foul language, I just wanted to say the foul language, maybe we can reduce that a bit.
Okay, sorry. So, Nev, can you find evidence to support your claims that these scientists have thrown out this other scientists that was on their side? Hold on, let me finish. So, show me evidence that these scientists have kicked the other scientists out because they were afraid for their worldview, because they're such cowards, because they're afraid to, question evolution in all time.
Yeah.
And not, I'm not finished yet. And not that he actually did screw up, because scientists do screw up. Where's the evidence?
Yeah, Art, I already gave it to you. Now, see,
You
what
said
you've done is create a
Okay,
what you've done is create a straw man argument, and see, I'll prove that's special pleading, because it's going to be special pleading, Art. Because every time I show you an example where they do this, when the evidence argues against their paradigm directly or indirectly, they throw them under the bus. See, every time I could show you one like that, you're going to say you're going to special plead that sucker out. You're going to say, well, you know, you got to show evidence that he didn't actually screw up. You haven't shown evidence that they didn't screw up. Gee, it just so happens every time they find evidence the Earth is not millions years old, the scientists apparently screwed up.
Okay, so
yeah, Brother Evan, I want to ask you another question at this point before we go on, because I always, well, when you brought up, I heard you say this, but maybe you can repeat it here. You talked about the scientists practicing the experiments of random mutation on the bacterial level, I think it was, for how many I think hundreds of thousands, if not millions of generations, and it did not show any
50,000 generations.
Any anatomical feature changing in the bacteria.
50,000 generations. They discovered the ones at 5,000 generations were more fit than the ones at 50,000. And what happens is they release them back into their original environment. The ones that received the least mutations are the most fit, because they've not mutated into adapt to an environment that doesn't actually even exist. See, so that didn't support evolution. That just supports the fact that you keep accruing genetic mutations, and it makes organisms weaker, and because it specializes their immune system for one thing, and their biology. To get so specialized, they turn off information. Then they're released to their normal environment again. They can't turn the information back on. The genes have been epigenetically turned off, sometimes only temporarily, but sometimes permanently, and they're at a loss. They just lost information permanently.
Okay, guys, before we go too long,
Herbert Niels Nilsson was a biologist, bacteriologist, and he says that my experiment in evolution conducted for over 40 years has completely failed. And what he was doing was breeding bacteria countless generations in the laboratory, mutating them, attempting to cause evolution that could be observed, and he said it completely failed after 40 years of experimentation with bacteria.
Okay, so before we go too far along this, I still like to ask Neff for his evidence. The evidence that he cited, okay, is this video. Now, I managed to find a video on my own. At least I'm hoping it's the video. Is it the one 250 million years old bacteria revived? Throw him under the bus. Right?
Yes, that's
so could you point me to a link, because you don't provide a link in the description, and I'm not in the description box. No, there is no link. I'm skimming through the video, trying to find a link of the.
Well, watch the video and you'll see that it's.
I see the article here. I see the article. Right?
That's right.
But the article, I don't see anything in the article where it says that these evolutionists have thrown out this person.
Oh, you mean it doesn't say in the article they threw him under the bus?
That's what you claim, sir. That's what you claim. Provide the evidence, right? Because it is possible. That
I'll remember the next time to only provide you with one where they say we're throwing him under the bus.
Even you're claiming this, right? And your claim is that they throw them under the bus because these this conspiracy of scientists are afraid for their worldview. They're deny all science.
Well, Art, shall I just tell you about another case?
Hold on, let me finish. I let you talk for quite a while. So, you have not shown evidence for that conspiracy, and there is a much more reasonable possibility, which we know happens for a fact.
Why is it more reasonable?
Hold on. Because Occam's razor, right? And the possibility is that these scientists have in fact screwed up.
No. Occam's razor would support the fact that strata is not due, the bacteria are not due.
Wait. Dude, I keep goalposts. Okay, stick to this one, right? What is more likely? When you see a group of scientists criticize another scientist, right? What's more likely? That the group of scientists are in a global conspiracy to shut down all the evidence, or is it that one guy screwed up, which you know for a fact happens? Yeah. Heck, even you guys propose this all the time, that evolutionists provide frauds. They provide fraudulent papers. They are not doing true science, and yet somehow in this case you don't go that route. You go the extraordinary route, and you say, "Oh yeah, it's a conspiracy." You see, they're afraid for their own worldview, and they just throw them under the bus.
Well, let me provide you right. I know you're going to say that every time, and let me prove that. I'll just give you another one. You can special plead in that one too. Yeah. See, here's another one for you. So please get ready to special plead this one out. There's an astronomer. He was secular, not a creationist. studied the redshift difference between galaxies and their daughter galaxy. That is, there are some examples of galaxies that are connected by long strings of matter in space that are millions of miles long to a smaller galaxy. And it looks to them like, well, this bigger galaxy spawned a baby galaxy, right? And they're connected by a string of matter that's millions of miles long, right? So, but they're, as far as space is concerned, they're like right next door to each other. Okay, if the universe was the size of a city block, these things would be like two BBs with a piece of paper between them. That's how close they are in astronomical space. All right, so they're right next door to each other though, but they're entirely different galaxies, one big and one small, right? But the redshift between them shows that there is dramatically different. Dramatic. It should be nearly the same because space-wise, distance-wise, they're sitting next to each other. But there's dramatic redshift difference between them. And it counts for millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of years. It's supposed to be way too much time. See? They're supposed to be almost the same redshift.
Are you talking
what do they do? So what do they do? Well, they throw him under the bus, of course.
Okay.
Because this
thing.
makes a case that redshift is not the end-all for knowing how long something has existed by how far away it is. So what did they do? Well, what did they do? So what they did was they asked him to edit his paper and change his data. He said, I can't do that. It's been verified. My students even went behind me. It's all completely verified. The computer's right. It's all correct. He says, well, if you don't, we have a problem. He wouldn't back down, so what they did is they took his telescope time away. And they asked him again to recant his evidence. Still wouldn't do it. So what'd they do? They fired him. See? So now go ahead, special plead that one.
Okay, how do you know that he wasn't really just doing that job?
Here comes.
Wait,
Go ahead, Dimitri.
There's a problem with the story, okay? When we measure redshift, we don't measure it compared to the entirety of the universe. We measure it relative to the distance to us.
Relative to each other, to objects in space too, the distance.
And relative to us, exactly. So it takes 3 points.
His findings. Right, and his findings show that the redshift was vastly too great for a difference for them to be so close in space, and this makes a problem for the redshift. And this makes a problem. But the way
maybe you got the story wrong. Can you link it? Because you said that it's relative to the space, the distance of the universe, right? So one end of the edge to the other. That's not how we measure redshift. So it's us on Earth relative to the two.
Did he cut out?
Yeah, I can't hear him at the moment.
I wanted to make an apology for speaking bad against scientists earlier. I don't usually drink much, and I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's understandable. You know, people esteem science as if it is scientific methodology itself. You know.
That's kind of what it's based off. Or it's supposed to be.
Sometimes I think it's of the devil. Sometimes.
Well, I mean, you could think that you're welcome, right? But we should base our beliefs on evidence, and I don't see any evidence to support that science is of the devil. In fact, most scientists, I think, today will at least have, if not more, are theists.
Well, I have evidence.
Well, maybe we can talk about it later. But hold on,
Rand Campbell told me so.
You see, the thing is, the paradigm of the devil can't be allowed to be argued against accidentally or directly. It's a closed camp. The paradigm must be true, and all evidence that argues against it, either accidentally or intentionally, has to be silenced, shut up, if they have to shoot your ass to the moon. That's what they'll do.
Hey, brother Evan, I wanted to ask you something else in regards to the bacteria. Regarding, were the bacteria perhaps becoming a multiple-celled organism on the way to becoming, or even slightly, having something that they were on their way to becoming multicellular organisms in that experiment that he carried out for 40 years?
No, he said it completely failed. There are no bacteria that he experimented on with mutation showed any kind of evolutionary change.
So on the way, not even becoming slightly in the bit of multicellular, let alone anatomically changed like we see.
Nothing.
Can you show the quote for that even? I mean,
what, Dr. Herbert Niels Nielsen?
Yeah,
Sure.
admitting that his experiment totally failed.
Yes,
And it did not prove
absolutely.
evolution. And also, like to just ask a question here about the whole redshift thing. Are you talking about Dr. Russell Humphreys?
I'm not sure if that was his name. I don't recall. Here's the quotation by Dr. Herbert Nielsen. He said, "My attempts to demonstrate evolution by an experiment carried on for more than 40 years have completely failed."
Oh, link. Anyone can post this in a chat.
Well, I don't do homework for people, so
Oh my
if you're too
goodness,
lazy
are
to
you
use
serious?
Google,
Are you fucking
if you're
serious?
too lazy to do Google, go
Ross,
spend time with it.
Ross, you're an intellectual guy. Come on, Ross. Do you agree with
I'm
Neff
not
here?
going to sit here and dig up every little thing I tell you. If you don't believe
made a
everything I
claim.
say, then go away believing I'm telling a lie for a
You
living.
made a claim about someone saying something. Prove it. You have to substantiate it.
Well,
Ross,
I don't have any intent to. I'm not going to sit here and do your homework.
Ross, you're an intelligent guy. I see you're unmuted your mic. Can you please tell Neff that this is not acceptable? Anyone
I've
can post this
got
in a chat.
hundreds of quotations by scientists of every field of science,
Well,
just
dude.
about.
I'll just put it in and look for the citation. But if it was me, I would give the citation.
There we go. Thank you.
I understand.
I'm going to spend all night digging for a reference for every word that I say to an atheist.
I completely
They'll ask
understand
you-
Neff.
they'll
No, I
ask you
completely
for a-
understand Neff's impatience. I completely understand that because it's such a common occurrence in the conversations that I've been around with Neff and many other people in the room where it's just like that you'll go on forever. But hold on, let me find this. I'll track down this book and I'll put it in there for you since you don't want to do your own homework.
I don't have to do the homework. It's not a homework. It's his claim.
Right. So I'll find it.
Well, I
Dimitri,
find.
Dimitri,
Let's
you're
see
back.
here. 38. Yes, I found. That was. I'm going to paste it for you. Here's for the quotation. There it is. That's the name of this paper, published 1953. He made that statement, page 31. Mutating bacteria, bringing up their offspring, mutating those bacteria, bringing up their offspring, breeding them, mutating them, breeding them, mutating them, breeding them. He did this for 40 years, failed to provide any support for evolution theory through mutation in bacteria for 40 years.
You mean there was no change?
No change that could be considered evolutionary.
Wait,
what is evolutionary change?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You tell me. Or any evolutionist,
for example, on the way to become.
What is evolutionary change? Are you going
to change?
It's adaptation to the environment.
No, that could be just as well a variation. We creationists agree with that. That's not in dispute. Dispute is common ancestry, and that requires the anatomical features changing or adding.
Hold on. Sorry, Dimitri. So you guys expect this experiment to provide proof for common ancestry? You're expecting these bacteria to evolve into a horse?
No, we're expecting incremental change of some type.
Brother Nephilim, just give me one second. We expect these bacteria to become multicellular a bit, but they didn't.
No,
it didn't become.
No. That's not how it works.
It didn't even become that. Not even that much of a change.
No anatomical change to the bacteria, no structural design change. Exactly the same anatomy, exactly the same features, exactly the same location in the same cell. Nothing new arising in the bacteria. Nothing.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Holy shit!
A change in their genetics, a change in how much of a particular protein is present, and how little.
There was that, and their size, and what they ate, and how they
That's not evolutionary change, though.
That is.
I don't understand what you mean.
You'll never get the bacteria to turn into anything other than a bacteria by those kinds of changes.
By that time, yes.
In 40 years,
that kind of change. That kind of change has no potential to change the anatomy of the bacteria.
How do you know? Prove it.
Because you're discussing things that are related to digestion and immunology, not structural design.
That is a part of evolution, dude.
No, that doesn't.
Adaptation. Okay, and also, one important note
so
here.
if that's true, wait a minute. You just made a grandiose claim. Art, if that's true, can you tell me how an amphibian tetrapod evolved from fish? It's possible by immunological or dietary
I
change.
didn't say that's the only thing that happens. I said it's a part.
Can those kinds of
It's on record.
changes
I said on
cause the
part.
change to the anatomy necessary for the organism to beget a new type of organism?
In a long time, sure, after many generations.
How do immunological or digestive changes have the power to change the physiology?
Even
How?
you're not misrepresenting me. I did not say that is what evolution is. I said it's a part of evolution.
Okay, so how is it a part of evolution if it doesn't have the ability to change the structural design
It's
of the
one of the changes that is happening in
Okay,
evolution.
so if you only had that kind of change and no other kind of change, you would never become anything other than what it is. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Because I mean,
All right,
like
good.
for example,
Thank you.
digestive
Thanks for playing
changes.
the evolution
for example,
denialist game.
Hang on. So digestive changes, right? So if an animal learns to eat a different kind of food, then it will be more predisposed to the environment of this new food. Therefore, it will start making adaptations towards that environment. So that's an
I'm
example.
not much for evolution, but I saw a lady once that looked like a buffalo's fart. I went down, she evolved from something.
No, those kinds of changes have no potential to cause evolutionary change. You'll never get a different kind of creature by those kinds of changes. If you think so, tell us that you need to explain how that's possible.
I would just like to point out before we go on, this guy Desert Red over here is a troll, an atheist troll. But he can carry on with his nonsense. Anyways, go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to point out that I could use the same, if we're going to use that same argument, then I couldn't be called a human being before, after I, wasn't lactose intolerant, right? Since I was lactose intolerant once when I was born, I'm not lactose intolerant now, so I couldn't be a human being. Is that how this works? Seriously.
Yeah. See, this is where you get evolutionists to deny the base of their own theory. See, which posits that transitional evolutionary transition requires anatomical change, because that's the only way you're ever going to get one kind of life to be. Because there's no evidence of this, evolutionists deny that that's the only kind of evidence there can be for evolution.
What do you mean there's no
and
evidence?
argue for things that have no potential to cause evolutionary change.
Well, what do you mean no evidence of anatomical change? Like, just a simple question. Do you consider one breed of dog to be anatomically different from another breed of dog? Do you consider one breed of dog?
Sorry, I have to get up and turn the lights off all over my house. I have a wife who loves to flick them on but forgets to turn them off.
Yeah. No problem.
Well, a dog is a dog, isn't it?
Right.
There's no anatomical difference. Wait.
So what do you mean by anatomical difference?
Wait. There's no anatomical difference between any two dogs, is there?
Can you clarify that? What do you mean by that?
Well, do you know what? I don't know what. Do you know what is anatomy? Is anatomy just color? That's not color.
You're claiming. You're making a claim, right? Define what you're using the word.
What is anatomy to you?
No structural design change.
Hold on. Evolution doesn't say that there will be an anatomical change.
Yes, evolution requires.
Well, if it's
evolution requires structural design change.
Okay, so what's the difference? What's the anatomical difference between a bear, a Great Dane, and a Chihuahua?
None between the Great Dane and the Chihuahua. The bear I'd have to examine to find out.
So can you give me? Well, what about a cat and a dog?
Again, I don't know the full anatomy of all the species in the world.
Human beings, for example, there's a huge number of anatomical differences. He can go into that.
Yeah. Give me an example that I know there's an anatomical difference.
Yeah, but bring those up between chimpanzees and humans.
So there is no anatomical
difference. There are anatomical differences between chimpanzees and humans. The number of bones, the number of caudal and sacral vertebrae, the number of bones in the skull, the number of ribs, the absence of a locking knee joint.
Right, but I'm asking for like, where do you see the transition? Like, you say all dogs have no anatomical difference. Now, if I see a Chihuahua and I see a Great Dane, to me they're clearly different in some way.
That's true, they are.
So how are they different?
They're different in size, color, shape, and pattern.
And what do you call those? A Chihuahua is not actually considered a dog, like, scientifically. It's closer to like a fox family. So,
Well,
so how do you
I
say
would
it's
disagree with the evolutionists on that.
Yeah, because that's obviously what they have to do to kind of, you know.
So
But see, evolution requires anatomical change.
It
For
doesn't.
example,
Why do you say
the
that?
fish,
Why do you say
Because he
that?
just gave you the
well,
example.
let me explain why.
Human being anatomically different.
Right. You're the ones who claim that new anatomies is what creates different types of life. Isn't
No, we
it? What
don't.
the,
No, we
isn't
don't.
the
No,
transition
we
form?
don't.
Wait,
No one
yes,
ever
you
claims
do.
that. No, we don't.
Look, I'll say really. So the evolution of whales, the imagined evolution of whales from a land-dwelling creature going into the sea, does not represent anatomical difference.
Evan,
No,
Evan,
hold
in
on.
other words, no,
That
Evan,
representation is
in
over a long
other
period
words,
of time.
It doesn't matter how much time.
hold on. In other words, evolutionists
Didn't even
are
talk
not
the time.
trying to use
That's not
vestigial organs as proof of evolution, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, good point.
In other words, the
Oh.
vestigial organs are not proof of evolution, right?
Oh, you just got your hat handed to you.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, see, that's anatomical difference.
Here,
now,
Ned,
your response was it was over a long period of time. I don't care how much
See if
time.
you can
Time
Ned,
doesn't matter. That's anatomical difference. And wait, isn't it? Let's get you to acknowledge something. Let's go for Xbox.
I know, but let me at least
If we're gonna, well, wait.
my case.
If we're
It's
gonna
really
talk
short.
realistically, we have to be on the same page.
I know,
Don't you?
that's why I
Can
wanna
you not
get
acknowledge? Can you not acknowledge that the evolution of the imagined evolution of a dog-like creature into a whale represents anatomical change, just like the imagined evolution of a fish into a land-dwelling creature represents anatomical change?
It does, I agree.
Great. There's no anatomical difference between any two dogs.
But can you clarify to me what that means?
Make my little statement about what you're saying about the difference between that anatomical change. Didn't happen in one go, two go. It happened in small stages over a long time.
Well, that's what that's the fantasy.
Hold on. That's why evolution does not say that an anatomical change is necessary, because it's not.
No, that's not logical.
I would actually say that. I would actually say that evolution. We actually have evidence for it.
That's not actually
all these little
correct.
changes could still happen and not have an anatomical change, and it would still be evolution.
No, because if it never changes anatomically, it's still never going to produce something other than what it is.
You're
the
putting
basic thing is that what you're saying is that
it's the evolutionist that claims
anatomical change. The evolution that you're talking about is that's even called evolution, Xbox, if you want to. But we are then saying that your kind of evolution is never going to bring the changes that you out.
No, I'm not saying it never is. No, I'm not saying it never is. I'm saying it's not required.
It is the evolutionist who claims that anatomical change takes place in increments, very small increments over a long period of time. Very small increments. It's not. You're not trying to convince us. I'm sure.
I'm not.
There's no anatomical wait. Xbox, wait. That there's no anatomical change for a long period of time. And all of a sudden, boom. Lots of it, right? You're not saying that, right? You're saying you believe that anatomical change happens incrementally. You get a little bit of a structure that didn't exist before. And it's built on. Eventually you get a stinger where there was no stinger, right? That's what evolutionists claim for all the millions of different anatomical features that exist in all the creatures that live on the planet. Now, that requires incremental anatomical change. I'll tell you one more time. There is no anatomical difference between any two dogs.
There is. There's the slight difference that you're claiming isn't there.
No, there is none. They all have exactly the same organs.
No, they don't.
They all have the same.
They don't have exactly the same. No, that's the problem.
They have the same.
Let me at least talk for 2 seconds. We only call these Great Dane Chihuahua a dog, and then it's babies that it has. We only call that a dog. Instead of if you actually want to get really technical, it would be the next baby would be dog 1, and then
that's your idea, not mine.
That one goes through its life cycle.
Then show us what anatomical difference there is.
Let me finish the thing. If you have that one has babies, then this would be dog 2. We just don't classify things like that because of how tedious and technical that would actually mean our little system would have to get.
I can't help you with your method, but the evidence is not there. The thing is, there isn't any anatomical difference between any two dogs. There's no. There's only one example. Wait, there's only one example whereby you could point to any anatomical difference, and I'm going to explain what that is and why it's still not evolutionary.
Like that between the animals.
You can breed a dog in such a way as to turn off the genes that produce hair and get a hairless dog.
No.
That would be an anatomical difference because the hair is not present in the one but present in the other. But it's not an anatomical different way. It's not an anatomical difference in the species because the genetic information to produce the hair is still in every dog, and it was already in the dog. And losing hair, secondly, losing hair doesn't support evolution theory. Thirdly, it only demonstrates that losing of no, that's not a straw man. You can't get a fish to become an amphibian by losing them.
You made this.
God help you, man. Tell me how losing features repeatedly is going to build a new kind of creature.
That's the straw man. I didn't make that case.
That's not a straw man.
You made that
Wait,
case.
you just said straw man. You said straw man, not me.
I know
okay,
you
so
made this.
Back to my analogy.
You're tearing it down by yourself.
But what evolution claims that new genetic information arises that builds new anatomical features incrementally in creatures over vast periods of time.
Right.
That's what evolution claims.
Right.
There's no mechanism for the generation of new information. We don't observe it. It's never been observed. And no, it's never been observed. It's never been observed that any new genetic information has arisen in species.
Yes, it has.
That's where you guys let me finish. You don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Right.
You don't even know what I'm trying to say.
I'll let you finish, and just don't do it to me.
There has never been observed any new genetic information arise in the genome of any species that incrementally or in any increment gives rise to a new structural design that becomes fixed in that species, so we can say, look, it's evolving. There is some anatomical change. This thing has a bump here, and 15 generations or 50 generations later, the bump has got new stuff going on inside it.
Right.
They don't. There's nothing like that in any creature.
That for me?
So any two dogs.
Nev, can you cut it short, please? Really long-winded.
Yeah. We get it.
All dogs have the same anatomy.
You're repeating yourself.
They don't have they do have the same. They don't have the exact same.
They have the same anatomy.
They do. I agree.
Okay, so you said no before. Now you're saying
no. I said that. No, I said they do. I said they don't have the exact same. I said that before as well.
Are dogs and wolves the same species?
So back to the bacteria. No anatomical change observed in the bacteria for 40 years.
You have to define what you mean by this.
Now do you guys understand?
You keep saying it, but
no structural design change.
What does that mean? Give us an example.
No structural design change.
Not in one go. I mean, what you're doing is you're looking at set number 1 and set number 10, and you're saying 10 would be a whole new structure.
No.
The little ones in between, we wouldn't say have a structure.
That's not what I said. I didn't say a whole. I said no.
Bacteria.
I said no structural design change.
Should have seen.
But it means nothing.
If structural design change occurs, tell us what it is. What was it, please?
I didn't hear the. You're asking what the structural design change was?
If structural design change occurred to Dr. Dr. Nielsen's bacteria. What was it, please?
I can give you a really good analogy.
You're arguing if you'll let me. Anatomical change. So
if you'll let me, I'll answer you. If you'll let me, I'll answer you with an analogy. Building a house.
No, not an analogy. I want the actual evidence.
I don't know anything about bacteria.
Well, okay, so then why are you arguing against saying there's bacteria evolved?
Someone else brought the bacteria up. I just given you an analogy of what the structure change is. The structure change is just like, I promise I won't take 20 minutes like you did. Just let me finish the sentence.
Okay, let him have 2 minutes, brother. Let's see what he has to say. Go ahead.
I'll cut it really, really short. It's just a quick analogy. It's just like building a house. You take all these little pieces and build up your house with the wood. Well, now you have this structure of a house. You add on an extra, a year later, you add on an extra room to that house. Well, that house is completely different now. It's not the same house. You add another room, and you add another room, and now you end up with a mansion. Well, if you come back and look at the first set of pile of sticks you had, and that were just nailed together, you're measuring it against the mansion. which you can't. You have to measure it against the next step, against that next step, and then the next step. You don't just make this big measurement between what we see now and what we see then.
So analogy, we're getting imaginative scenarios instead of evidence. Where's the evidence of the anatomical change?
This is the second time you've just jumped subjects after I nailed something.
I mean, yeah, Nev. Okay, first of all, evolution. Okay, the theory of evolution doesn't claim that we should observe these changes.
Right. So the fossil record doesn't show it.
Directly. You didn't let me finish. Directly.
Fossil record doesn't directly show it.
I said directly. Okay, let me finish.
Right.
Don't interrupt. Okay, because you talked. Okay, so evolution.
So you admit you can't provide it.
Dude, I just told you, don't interrupt. Let me finish, right? So the evidence for evolution is in a form of predictions, right? We have a model which we think fits reality. And you might say, well, those are assumptions, and the old ages are all assumptions. Well, the thing is, if they are all assumptions, then we should not find things that fit evolution so precisely and so neatly, like the position of fossils, the types of fossils in certain layers, right? Because if one of these assumptions were false, if one of the assumptions of what evolution requires was false, like the old age, like the strata being laid out, progressively in time, or the fact that biological entities evolve, if any of this was false, we would not see this result, correct? But we do see it.
No, we don't. I'll argue each one of those points. What are you saying? The order? Firstly, you're acknowledging that you can't provide any evidence, and so you rely on a theory, on an idea as the evidence. See, that's one of the reasons why evolution theory is not scientific, because it's true. Because we say it's true. See what I mean? Everything we look at through our rose-colored glasses looks like evolution to us. Therefore, it's true. That's not evidence. I'm sorry. That is not evidence of evolution.
Is that what I said?
I cannot believe that I actually believe that, man.
Now, secondly, the imagined organization of fossils in the fossil record, the geologic column is not organized the way you think it is. That is a farce.
It isn't based on the fossil record.
Right. So it's not based on anything.
It's based
except
on
the paradigm.
Dating methods, actually. And these dating methods are consistent.
See how it moves? We can't provide the anatomical evidence because it takes too long. And we look at the fossil record, well, it's not there. The fossils are organized. We find the fossils in an order that fits the way we think evolution would order them, therefore evolution is true. Oh, but that's not the evidence.
You really want to argue?
Wait, but that's not the evidence of evolution. No, it's the radiometric dating thing. We'll talk about that. But you'll say, well, that's not the evidence.
Hold on, hang on. Neff, you're wanting to argue with the scientist about these details, about these things which have nothing to do with. I mean, go argue with the scientist if you actually want to argue this stuff. If you can't,
he would.
You can't be on the larger scale, like I'm saying.
Brother Neff and Free would debunk him. No problem.
All you've done is move the goalpost.
Well, I have no problem with that if he actually can. Like that's fine because he.
Well, he has.
But I don't know why he would come to us for these scientific.
Right.
Like that's why I said.
I haven't heard a word of evidence. All I've heard is moving the goalpost.
Because I think that's projection now.
And imagine.
I could imagine God did it too, and everything would seem to fit that as well if I looked long enough, right?
The thing is, Ross, you can fit anything to God, right? God can make literally anything. Evolution is a specific claim. Not everything fits into evolution.
Evolution
world fits into evolution.
Claim. No, it's not a specific claim.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes, I am sure. There's at least 3 different kinds of evolution, right? So it can't be specific. It's a whole world of philosophies.
Okay, give me the 3 kinds of evolution. I've never heard about that.
Cosmic, geological,
biological. We're talking about biological.
No idea what that is, but biological evolution is.
Right. We're talking about biological one, dude. I'm just talking about the biological.
The entire
thing. You just assumed we were going to operate on that one definition, right?
Well, no,
that's what we're talking about the whole time.
Many kinds of evolution. Then you go, oh, I wasn't talking about that.
Hold on, because you're talking. Hold on, because you're talking like building a house would, just like my analogy was. Building a house, you're calling evolution. Like, why would I argue about that?
You guys are saying the fossil record supports evolution, but do you realize that there are tens of thousands of species that exist in the fossils that are exactly like the ones their counterparts?
Oh my goodness!
Yes,
yes.
Wait. Let me speak. Say something.
Okay, I'll stop. Finish up.
So,
I want to respond.
There's no anatomical difference between them, up to 400 and something million years. Now, there are tens of thousands of these. They're called living fossils. Now, if evolution were true, they can't exist because random genetic mutation acted upon by natural selection is supposedly the base mechanism for evolution. And I hate to tell you, but there isn't a species in any environment on this planet that doesn't continuously experience random genetic mutation. Therefore, no species could remain unchanged for millions of years. Wow. It's not possible. Okay, if evolution were true, it is not possible. So the tens of thousands of living fossils that exist in there, they exist in mammals, marsupials, fish, crustacean, insects. The list goes on and on.
I think we can probably agree.
They cannot exist.
I think we can probably agree. Your conception of evolution does not exist. It doesn't work. It's not scientific.
So it doesn't. Why is that? Are you saying that?
No, I agree with you.
Wait, Xbox, my concept, you mean my concept that mutation does not cause, that causes evolutionary change? Is that my concept or yours?
It's your concept. No, the scientists are not presenting this idea that every organism has to evolve. That's the most common misconception.
No, I just explained to you why it has to.
And that is wrong, and I will explain why. You're saying that because the organism is subject...
no distinction between micro and macro, then.
Hold on a second.
There is none.
Dude, guys.
Can you see that problem?
Let's let Art shoot himself. Let's let Art shoot himself.
It's like micro and macro creation.
Guys.
Let's let Art shoot himself in the foot. Go ahead.
Have 2 minutes of say, and then let Brother Evan respond, please, because let's not get this out of order. Go ahead.
Yes, awesome. So, Nev, you said that what you said is true because every organism is subject to mutations. And mutations, according to evolution, change the organisms to a vast extent. The thing is, under evolution, organisms are going to be selected if they are on the net more likely to survive, if they're more adapted. But that's not necessarily the case, because mutations can cause something beneficial, can cause something neutral, can cause a neutral change or a negative change, right? So what you will have is you will have certain percentages of these populations have positive mutations, and they will sort of evolve, for lack of a better word. Some of them are going to have negative, and they will maybe even degrade and die faster. Some will have neutral, and they will stay. And also there is the phenomena of, what is it called? It's the alternative way to progressive evolution, punctuated equilibrium, which is actually more evidenced by the fossil record. It's a more modern view. And basically it's for example, take sharks, right? The thing is with sharks is that they're so well adapted to their environment that any mutation that will happen in a generation that is presently or in a history happened to their form would have not provided sufficient change, sufficient jump in a change for it to be selected, right? So that's why they stay static pretty much for all eternity.
Right. So the evidence is that there would be no evidence. That's the proof, right?
Yeah.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Now, here's what refutes your statement, Art, is this. So you're saying that because the organisms, I understand your argument probably better than you, that because the organism is well suited to its environment, natural selection selects for those that are beneficial to them, and actually keeps them in stasis, because they're already well adapted to their environment, and that's why they're living fossils, because they're already well adapted. Evolution, natural selection removes anything that would change it from its already well adapted state, right? That's what the evolutionists claim. But here's the problem with that, and that's called the Cambrian explosion. You see, the evolutionists believe early in the history of varied anatomies of living things on this planet hundreds of millions of years ago, many body plans, virtually every body plan in almost every phylum of life, popped into existence in a geological nanosecond in the Cambrian. During the Cambrian explosion. Now here's the problem. They lived. We've dug up lots and lots of these fossils, millions of them. They exist in the Burgess Shale in the Canadian Rockies. So many you could go up there with a shovel all day long for the rest of your life and never dig them all up.
Well, do the majority of scientists agree with that this disproves evolution?
Wait. So here's the problem. These creatures of these tremendous number of variation of body plans and anatomical features all existed in the same environment in the Cambrian. And yet, the evolutionists claim that evolution caused a burst in that one environment to produce all of these body plans and nearly every phyla of life that exists on the planet.
What's wrong with that?
In the same environment, because you're arguing against it. Your argument, you see, I'm explaining. Because what's being argued now is stasis, because they're already so well adapted. That's what explains living fossils. But see, the evolutionists themselves. See, here's the thing about evolution. Evolutionists, the evidence and argument the evolutionists give depends on how you rebuttal them.
Maybe art's an evolution.
You're changing the subject.
Follow what you're saying.
If you rebuttal one thing, the evolutionist explains their idea away in a different way. But if you rebuttal that, then they go back to another idea that explains away the same piece of evidence. And that's what you're doing here. So you're saying that they exist, the fossils, the transitional, the creatures, the living fossils exist unchanged because they were so well adapted to their environment. But at the same time, out of the other side of the evolutionist mouth comes this jargon that they produced all these body plans and phyla in the same environment without any ecological pressure to diversify.
Well,
so,
there was
I don't know. You guys make up your mind what your theory is. But my point is this.
That's why I said your conception.
Random genetic mutations don't stop for any living creature under any environment. And if that were true, and if if anatomical change is begotten from random genetic mutation, there can be no living fossils.
So you got the Cambrian explosion wrong, okay?
No, I didn't.
Hang on, let me explain. So basically what happened is this environment was not occupied by anything. There was no life. Right? There was no complex life in this environment. So what happened as these creatures evolved into more complex form, there was room for all these different forms.
In the same environment.
Exactly, right?
Right.
Hang on.
They're in the same environment.
Nobody interrupted you. Let me finish. Okay? So that's the difference. So what happened...
You're cutting out, Dimitri.
Oh, yeah, he has a connection issue. Just about, he had actually a good explanation.
And other forms died off. Now, when it comes to living fossils, it's not just that they're adapted to their environment. It's possible, for example, it's feasible for a living fossil to branch out, but still retain its original form, but also branch out and evolve into a different species to adapt to a different environment that's maybe near it.
But they're in the same environment, and the fossils are in the same environment. The Cambrian strata possess nearly every phylum and body plan known to exist on the planet, and in the same environment. And that was supposedly produced by the same environment, which you claim then with living fossils didn't produce any ecological pressures to diversify its anatomy, and you explained it away by saying, look, there it is, it didn't have to change. But then when you point to the Cambrian, you'll say, well, there it is, it had to change. You see, evolution theory is a rubber band theory. It means whatever the heck the evolutionist wants it to mean. It's not scientific. You got to try harder to find evidence for evolution.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, guys, before you go on, I have to say something. Brother Nephilim Free, honestly, I mean, if I would have, at that time, instead of listening to Thunderfoot and Aaron Ra, if I would have really seriously, I imagine if I listened to your arguments, because I just superficially listened to you, and unfortunately I put you down at that time, but if I would have just listened to you more deeply, I mean, I would have spat on evolution right there on the spot. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Let me add real quick. It goes back to why, like, I don't know why you're not arguing.
Well, they can't do that because they need evolution.
Dude, let us say something now. Come on.
Yes, please. I don't know why you don't go argue scientists with this and actually show them
Well,
where
I have to. I would more if I could get some to do it.
You could show them. You could show them where they're wrong, and.
Well, I have to.
And I don't know what, like, debunking it to atheists or anybody on here, like, shows. It wouldn't show anything to anybody on here. Wouldn't change anybody with religion. It wouldn't mean creation is true. Wouldn't mean intelligent design by your specific God was true. It wouldn't mean intelligent design by a God, even, period, was true. Because I have a problem with this.
Why are you here arguing?
Right.
You're arguing.
Xbox, all you're doing is giving us the evidence that shows that atheists need evolution, and that's why they defend it.
They don't, because I could care less if evolution was true. Yeah, I can give you hundreds and hundreds of reasons why. Hold on, I can give you hundreds and hundreds of reasons why, if evolution was false, that I would still be an atheist.
Well, I'm sure you could give lots of arguments that you've packaged up and you've written down. I know you've got your favorites.
Just following a logic line.
I know you've got your favorites,
No, I don't have any. It would just be me following a logic line just because evolution is false. Does not lead me to anything, like I said. It would not even lead me to intelligence. It wouldn't lead me to
the truth is, Xbox, what you do is I'm not expecting anything to change your mind. I'm only pointing out that evolution is just one of the excuses that atheists use to argue that they don't have a reason to believe in God.
Some do for sure.
Well, okay, some, yeah, sure. But the thing is, there is no contradiction in a... Okay, so let's say that I reject evolution right now, and if you say I should not be an atheist, and go ahead, prove it. Prove to me that without evolution, I cannot be an atheist.
Well, I suppose we'd have to ask you if there's another naturalistic explanation that's not naturalistic, right?
No.
How?
We reject all of them right now.
Hold on,
Naturalistic explanations.
Well, the truth is, it's either intelligent or it's not, right?
No, we don't.
Evolution really isn't worthy of debate.
Hold on, Neff, hold on a second. Ross was speaking. So that's the nature. Ross, hold on a second.
It's either created or it's not, right?
No, hold on. Let me. I know.
Ask the question to me. Xbox, please. He asked the question to me, please. So, Ross, you're gonna confuse here. I hope you're not, but probably will. You're gonna confuse ontology and beliefs, right? Yes, the nature of things is either natural or they are...
No, you're confusing it. I'm not asking for a pragmatic justification. I'm asking for an epistemic one. This is a metaphysical claim.
Right. That's why I said you're throwing out the teleonomical design. A creation does not require intelligence.
Really?
Even if it did, I don't know how the intelligence.
No. What I'm saying, okay, maybe this is what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, Art. Maybe this is what you're saying, Xbox. What I'm saying is that metaphysically, it's either created or it's not. Now, what you are saying is you don't have to believe in a creator, and it could be created nonetheless. Is that what you're saying, Xbox?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then that's what I'm trying to say is that you would be the one confusing those. Of course, that's true. I would agree with you if that's what you mean. But it still remains the case that it's either created or not. Now, I don't know what an atheist who believes in some sort of a supernaturalism would be like.
I don't either.
No problem.
That's why I was asking.
That's why I said a teleonomical design, because it doesn't require an intelligence, it doesn't require supernatural, it doesn't require any of that.
Wait. Teleo, you mean
teleonomical?
Yes, teleos. What's teleos? What's that word?
I have no idea what the separate words mean in Latin.
It's the Greek word for design, isn't it?
Right. It is.
Is that a designer?
It's a designer. Period. It's not an intelligent designer. There's no intelligence required.
Can you give me an example of a design that's not from intelligence?
Yeah, a blade of grass.
A blade of grass. Are you serious?
DNA. The grass has DNA.
Right. I mean, seriously? Is it a living organism?
Well, God. I would propose God as this example. Right?
God sure, that would be... I could answer that question, yes.
God is not a designer.
Or in a teleonomical designer scenario, it's It's nature can be the creator for all intents and purposes.
No, because that would be to reify nature. Nature doesn't.
No. You're wanting to put nature as
call nature creator. You can call anything a creator, and then the word creator becomes
right.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's crazy.
Okay,
an intelligent. No, if you said I'm not calling you crazy. I'm saying.
No, I know. I know.
So if we find evidences of intelligence in things, why is it that atheists argue that there's no intelligence behind it? You know, it's because there can be no designer.
Because there's no warrant.
It's because there can be no designer, because then that throws out the whole worldview.
No, I told you I could follow down. I could follow down even an intelligence route with you and say that yes, it's an intelligent design. Just granting you the argument.
Okay, well we have the evidence.
Hold on, it still doesn't get me to supernatural.
Hold on.
Okay, I can show you that link. I can show you that link. Go ahead, Ross.
Hold on. This is what I'm going to point out, and this is what I'm going to say. Remember, I presented you with a true antonymic pair. It's either created or it's not, right? And I said it's going to have to be a natural cause or a supernatural one. Then you used this word teleonomic, and you said that nature could design these things, right?
Right.
But nature, right, is a naturalistic cause that would fall under the category of a naturalistic explanation,
No,
which is
you asked for you asked for something being created without an intelligent creator, kind of simply put it. And that's what I was saying. Nature could have done it. I'm not saying a tautology of nature of its natural and nature could create it.
Right, but what I was saying is you have to have another option. That's why I was confused when you were saying that you could present another option. Like I don't know how you would believe that God does not exist. It's not created, but God could exist. Now maybe you're saying like what Art was saying is that's a confusion or conflation between ontology and epistemology, but I would say that you're the one making that. You're confusing my argument. I'm saying it's either metaphysically true that it's created or it's not. So it would be naturalistic or supernaturalistic, metaphysically. I'm not arguing about epistemology here.
Right.
So when you're saying no, I'm saying I can hold that belief. You're the one confusing the categories, not me.
Hold on, say that last part again.
I'm talking about ontology. I'm making a metaphysical claim.
Yeah. I said on epistemology. Right. I would agree with you that it would be
right. But you say I don't have any problem with you saying you could epistemically hold those two beliefs that are contradictory. I understand that, but I'm not the one arguing that it's about your epistemic warrant. I'm arguing metaphysically. It's either true that it's created or it's not. So it's natural or it's supernatural. I'm not asking about your epistemic degree of certainty.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means if you're saying natural, supernatural.
Right. See that? Well, we would say supernatural would be almost the same thing as saying metaphysical, right? Something above and beyond nature, mere nature.
Yeah, but then you're taking it out of reality at that point. Like you're
assuming
arguing the ontology of it, and you're arguing the metaphysics of it.
No, you're assuming that nature is all there is when you say that, and that's the problem.
I'm not a naturalist. I'm not assuming that at all.
Okay, so you do believe in God?
No.
Or gods, or
you believe in the supernatural?
No.
You said you're not a naturalist.
No, I'm not.
So you're, okay. So this is the confusion. This is what I'm trying to figure out. So when I'm saying it's a metaphysical claim, it's either created or it's not, right?
That's the claim you're making, right?
That's the claim I'm making, and it's a metaphysical one. I don't care about your persuasion. I don't care about that. It doesn't even have any relevance on it at all. But that's either true or false, and you're going to fall into one of those categories. So when we come to the idea of something being designed or not, like a blade of grass, what we need to ask is it going to fall into the natural category or the supernatural category? That's what I'm asking you. So when you say it could be theonomic, okay, that's a naturalistic explanation. You're still in the same category, not the supernatural one. It's going to fall into the other category regardless.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're from the beginning. You're asking a question that has no coherency to it.
It doesn't? Okay, so would you agree that a piece of paper, well, let's say a computer is either designed or it's not?
No, I'm talking about the natural or the supernatural.
Right. Okay, hold on. What are you saying? Are you saying there's only the natural, so supernatural is incoherent to you?
No, I'm saying the claim of just saying that it's natural or it's supernatural is incoherent.
Right. What's the third alternative, sir? You're arguing in a circle and you're begging the question.
No.
Right?
No.
What's the third alternative?
No, because I think you're boxing. I think you're boxing in that either you're a naturalist or not.
There's only two possibilities. Russell is right.
You're just positing. You're saying there could be it could be something else out there, and then I can just return, right, and use the same thing and say, well, maybe it's this other possibility out there. Well, we're not going to get anywhere with that. It's
no, yeah, that's right. We already described we're not going down the epistemological route. Like we're not going to go into that.
Right, and I'm not asking you about your persuasion. That's not what I'm asking you about. You're not giving me. You're not giving me a reason. You're giving me a cause. That's what I'm asking for. The reason, not the cause.
Asking for the reason of what?
I'm asking for the reason. When you say it could be another alternative besides supernatural or natural, what other alternative is there?
I'm not saying there's an alternative. I'm saying that right there in and of itself is incorrect. Tell me what you're saying by supernatural.
Supernatural is beyond the natural universe. Yes. I've already explained this. I would use that synonymously with the word metaphysics.
How can I know? And how can I tell you anymore that that's incoherent? That beyond the universe.
You can only say that it's incoherent if naturalism is true, and you're assuming that when you say that it is incoherent, right?
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. No, because that would be.
Hold on.
That would only be assuming the supernatural and leaving the natural.
Hold on, Xbox. If naturalism is true, wouldn't the supernatural be incoherent?
Well, it would not be evidenced, at least.
That's right, and you're saying it's incoherent. Could it be because you believe that naturalism is true?
No.
Okay, but if naturalism were true, would the supernatural be incoherent?
It still would. You're talking beyond something and calling it a thing. That's what I'm saying. Just the term supernatural is incoherent.
Well, not at all. The number one, for example, is a concept that exists, right? Do you believe that the number one exists as a concept?
As a concept.
Yeah, sure. Something not extended in space.
You don't deny that the non-physical domain exists, right?
Yeah,
There's no items in it, right?
Yeah, we went through the enough about the immaterial, and that goes down to the same thing.
No, Xbox.
So I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that you don't believe anything non-material exists? That the entire non-material, non-physical domain does not exist?
No, I didn't say it. No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so something outside of nature doesn't exist, though, right?
I have no idea.
What is nature? Is it not the physical world? Russ, you want to pick up where I left off?
No, that's exactly it.
Just trying to throw a little, just giving you a little piece of wood for your kindling there.
That's all I'm saying.
I have no idea because it makes no sense. It's incoherent.
I'm saying it's going to be in one of those two categories, and then when you appeal to nature, you're in that category of nature only. That's what I'm saying.
Right. You can only say that if the supernatural is coherent.
Right, and you can only say the supernatural is incoherent if naturalism is coherent, right?
No.
So who's begging the question?
No, I don't think you're following. You're asking me for these two things, and then you're saying, well, if I rule one out completely because it's incoherent, then I'm only left with one.
Yes, it's a disjunctive syllogism, right?
Well, if you come up with the dichotomy that you tried to come up with the supernatural or natural, and one concept is gone, then there's no dichotomy to be had. You have to come up with a better dichotomy.
Right, and you said teleonomy, right, which is nature. Nature. You appealed to nature, didn't you?
No, I said nature. I said the teleonomical possibility. I said we could go down the route of teleonomical design that would show the exact same thing, but intelligence isn't required.
How would you differentiate between those things? I mean, seriously, you're appealing to nature creating things, right? And I'm telling you that you got supernatural or natural, and you're actually using the category of natural right now.
right?
I don't know.
Category natural, but the supernatural,
Right.
like the dichotomy of the building, is false.
No, it's not a false dichotomy. You just said it yourself. You are appealing to nature. You're falling into one of those categories. And that's all I'm saying. If you agree,
the other category because it's not there.
Right, I understand from your perspective. If naturalism is true, that's not an option. It should be incoherent, which is why you're saying that it is incoherent to you, because that is where you are falling into, right?
I'm trying to follow.
Okay, basically what I'm saying here, we don't need to go very far all over the place. Basically what I'm saying is you're going to have one of those two options, right? No. Metaphysically, it's either metaphysically true or false that things are created, that the universe is created, for example, right? Or it's yeah, you could put it that way, or you could phrase it in the negative. Either way, you're going to have one of those two options. So when you appeal to teleonomy, right, which is basically Spinoza's idea, where we just talk about nature as if it is God, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. You see the problems, but he's still saying that it's nature. He's just calling it another name, and then we have a false analogy going on, right? He hasn't defined how nature is different from God at all. And maybe that's what you're trying to ask me about. My only point is it's going to fall into one of those two categories. Natural or supernatural.
Right, and that's what I'm telling you. I'm not convinced of that.
Okay, so what's a third alternative that's not natural or supernatural?
The only category that I is go if you keep going just and keeping it out of reality and only in philosophy, you're talking a different story. If you're going to talk in reality, then it's just the natural. That category that you're throwing out there, you're adding a second category that is incoherent.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, you're asking me for a third alternative, but you haven't given me a dichotomy to give a third alternative to.
No, I'm saying that that's a true dichotomy. I'm saying this is an antonymic pair. It's A or B. At least one of these is true.
Right. It would be natural.
That's a disjunctive syllogism. Right. Natural
that
or not.
That would be a true dichotomy. Natural or not natural.
You could put it that way. So then what's not natural? Supernatural, right?
That's still you're going into an incoherent concept. You're saying like there is something or nothing.
No, I'm saying that there's both. Right. It's going to fall into one of those two categories. We could talk about this for a long time, Xbox.
Yeah, no, let me add you to my circle real quick. I don't think find it real quick.
So basically what I would say is it's intelligence or non-intelligence, right?
I would agree.
For example, nature, rock doesn't have any aboutness, no intentions, nothing like that. No matter how many rocks we stick in a bag, they're not going to produce any complexity and start thinking or anything. You know, there won't be any aboutness by putting a whole bunch of non-aboutness together, basically.
Oh, I disagree.
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to go down with him earlier. With that, when you come across some objective thing like that, it's just an arrangement that you're looking at.
So how do we
get this power?
Okay, but what I'm asking you is how do we get opposites, to come together here, like sentience from non-sentience? How does that happen on your view?
We look at things and we put them in categories.
But doesn't that
otherwise
already starts with intelligence?
Take my opinion out of it. It's just different arrangements of molecules.
No, I'm asking how you get non-sentience to produce sentience. That's what I'm asking you.
You just have to have the ingredients, pretty much.
Okay, so if we stick a bunch of non-sentient things together, we get sentience?
As long as there are the ingredients to sentience, then that mixture in, you know what I mean, in a long enough time or whatever, and you keep changing that mixture, eventually you're going to run across it.
I just like to point out that this is an epistemological question, really, not an ontological, so it's not a contradiction.
It's actually both, but yes.
How is
yes,
it ontologically?
Well, it is because you're trying to separate epistemology from ontology, and I don't hold that position. I hold to the position called particularism, not Methodism, like you do. You hold to Methodism, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not really philosophically.
Okay. Well, I hold the position that they're inseparable, and we have to start with a whole worldview. You don't start with epistemology, then get an ontology, nor do you start with ontology and get an epistemology. Rather, you have the whole thing.
Right, you're a precept, right? You're a precept.
Right. So what I'm asking here is, say we get like a whole bunch of rocks together, right? A whole bunch of rocks, maybe a whole bunch of pieces of wood, dead wood or something. We mix all these things into a stew, and does it? At what point would there be some sentience coming out of these things?
Well, can I try this? I'm gonna bite the bullet, so to speak.
I can find my
I don't know.
You're like halfway choked.
Okay. But yeah, Ross, I don't know.
You don't know? I think that's a good answer. That's an honest answer.
Okay. Well, I actually do have an idea, but for the sake of argument, I'm going to say I don't know, because I don't see any problem in saying I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't refute, naturalism or that minds can come from non-mind, so to speak, or be made of non-mind stuff. It's just that we don't know.
Well, but it does show that in your view, you can't account for it, right?
At the moment, yes, but so what? Scientists could not account. 100 years ago, scientists could not account for shit.
Yeah, and if that's what you were trying to, if that's where you were trying to get with me, was being able to account for my ontology on it, then I would agree. It's with art that I don't know.
I don't think you can figure that out on a materialist worldview. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm not in a materialist worldview. That's what I was trying to say. But I don't know how you could ever say that you can't know that. You would never be able to know that.
Well, I'm saying it's really weird to have opposites coming into and producing the opposite. It's just really contradictory.
What opposites are you thinking?
I'm saying intelligence from non-intelligent, right?
That's what I was trying to say just on that one.
Non-morality. I'm saying being from non-being.
Right. These are all subjective. These are from all our subjective, what we categorize these things. That's where I think that it gets incoherent when you try to draw a line on there.
Wait a minute. So you're saying we should not utilize the law of excluded middle here? That it's either true or false?
Here, give me an example of how you're saying that I'm saying not to use that.
Yes, it's either true or false.
No, I know the law of excluded middle. Like I'm not saying I'm going against it. I'm saying like in the case like you were saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you agree that
what we like just on life, just what we call life and what we call non-life.
Right. What I'm saying is, if you have opposites coming from each other and then producing something that's a synthesis of them, it doesn't make any sense on a materialist view. An example would be life coming from non-life. You could have morality from no morality.
And I'm saying that line is only being by us. If you take an objective standard of it,
no, I'm saying
take your opinion out of how you're drawing that line.
Right, and here's the logical approach to this. It's not my opinion. It's either true or false in virtue of the principle of bivalence.
Right.
Right. It's either true or false. It's not me. It's not my persuasion that determines what's true or false. It's logic that dictates these things.
Right.
So
no,
I'm asking about the logical justification here. I'm not appealing to my subjectivity. I'm saying, according to the laws of logic, you have this coming from this, which is a contradiction. And it's either true or false. So which one is it?
Wait, how is it a contradiction?
That's a contradiction, yeah.
Wait,
I'm not sure how non-life. I'm not sure how life coming from non-life is a contradiction.
Right, being from non-being is not a contradiction. Is that what you're saying?
It's not a logical contradiction. Why
It
can't
is a logical contradiction.
How?
A or not A, right? Isn't that law of a contradiction right there?
But it assumes that, for
Right, being
example,
or not being?
hold on a second. Listen,
Yeah, but you're asking A or not B.
No, I'm not asking B. I'm saying being or non-being. The negation of P, in other words.
Right?
Yeah, but
That
the thing
is the law of contradiction. It's
but
a
the thing is,
direct contradiction.
Ross, you're assuming that we propose that. Right. For it to be a logical contradiction, it has to be a being and a non-being in the same time, in the same sense, in the same sort of unity.
Being or
In the same
non-being.
unit, but it's not. Yeah, but it's not. What we kind of propose is that being came from non-being. It changed its states, right? It didn't became these two things at the same time, in the same sense. So it's not a violation of law of identity.
Right. That's why I said A. You're saying A and B.
What are you saying? Hold on, explain that again real quick.
Well, okay, I think the only way you could say that it's a logical contradiction, right, like a violation of law of identity, is if we propose that non-being, something that is non-being is at the same time being.
Right.
What are we not proposing? These things. Non-being became being.
Right.
Right. Okay, so you're asking about the epiphenomenalism aspect. Is it one way? Could
No,
it be
it's
emergent?
No. You're saying it's what I guess we're proposing it in the way you're saying. Let me try it. It would be A comes from B.
I'm not saying that.
But how?
I'm
Okay,
saying
we're proposing.
Either it is or it is not.
No, we are proposing that. We are
Right.
proposing that, and you're saying that it's a. You're saying that somehow there's a logical contradiction in there.
No, what I'm saying is that something either is or it is not.
Right. Right.
It has no being.
Guys, there seems to be
Right, but not at the same time.
This is
and in
not
the same
rocket
way.
science, guys.
Hold on, I know, but you're saying being and non-being in the same way at the same time. Right.
Guys, wait a second.
Right, you're right. We're not saying
I
that.
want to correct this issue.
Right.
Could you mute yourself for a moment?
Who, me?
Yeah.
It's not me. I have headphones. I think it's Xbox. He's popping up.
Okay,
It could
Xbox,
be.
can you mute yourself?
Yeah, it could be. Can someone mute me? I can't get to my keyboard.
Okay.
My dog's sitting here.
Oh, sorry, I just muted him in the middle of this. Oh, by the way, can you broadcast Patrick?
Yeah, say something, Art.
Hello.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Is there echo?
No, I don't hear an echo.
Okay. Russ, say something, please.
Yes. Hello.
No, there's not. Yeah, Xbox, it was you. You gotta mute yourself when only talk when you.
Can you hear an echo now?
Yeah, kind of a little bit.
Here, hang on.
Oh,
Can
John, can you broadcast Patrick?
There. Is that any better?
No, it's still going.
Yeah, just click on the Xbox. Click on the
Here,
mic,
let me refresh.
and then you mute yourself automatically. You should see that at the top. You know.
I know. I just can't keep my keyboard. Let me try to refresh. If I can't get rid of it, then I'll just stay muted and type on the side and listen. But
Okay.
I can't keep the keyboard in my lap and my stupid dog sitting here. But I don't. I'm enjoying the talk with him, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's a good talk. Oh, Johnny, could you broadcast Patrick, please?
Okay, give me a moment here.
Yeah. So, Ross, could you please write down the fallacy that you think we're making here?
The fallacy, the law of excluded middle.
With regards to the whole being thing?
Being or non-being, right. A statement is either true or false.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Right. Okay, how does it exactly violate that?
Well, let's take a statement like, being comes from itself or from non-being. That statement's either true or false, right?
Could you repeat that again? Well, actually, can we use something else than being? I'm not sure what you're...
Sure. I'll use... I could use all sorts of things. Let's go with morality. I'll say...
okay, what do you mean by morality?
The statement is, simply the negation of any morality, right?
Well,
that's what the prefix is. Sort of like atheists, it's a lack of belief in God. Now we have a lack of morality, right?
Okay, that's a muddy thing. Okay, what do we use, for example?
Well, I don't think you would disagree if we were to argue over the definition of atheism. This prefix "a," right?
No, that would be that one would be even worse.
Right. So it's either moral or it has lack of moral, right? Character, quality, whatever you want to call it. So the statement morals came from amoral. Morality came from amorality is either true or false, right?
True. Yes. Yes.
And it is using the law of contradiction within the statement, right? Is it not getting rid of the other or using the negation, right?
Right. If you took it to the being or the existence, then you would have to use the same that you're using now. And
Yes.
you're not using the same now as you were using with being or existence.
No, I just did, but then he just said to use it, for example, in a different statement.
I know when you changed it to moral, if you had been using the exact same formula you used with being and all that, you would have said moral and immoral.
No, immoral. Well, no, amoral. Immoral is actually in between. Amoral is the negation of moral, right?
Right.
Being and non-being is the same thing. I'm not sure why this is confusing. All I'm saying, the only reason I'm citing the law of identity is to show that a statement is either true or false. But when you say, well, it could be something else, something in between, it's really just it really doesn't work. It just doesn't work at all. It violates the law of excluded middle, and then it also violates the law of contradiction, right?
It would, but I don't think we've put forth anything that does.
Well, maybe there's another option, right? So if I say there's another option, somewhere out there's another option. How many times will we have to do that before we go, well, it's either true or false, right?
We only have one option.
No,
we don't have the two, as you're saying.
Sure, we do.
You could maybe say natural and non-natural.
Hold on, Xbox. You could accept Jesus Christ and become a supernaturalist, and then all those options would be there for you, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
So it's not true that we don't have that option.
It's not true that you don't personally have that option.
Right. Right, I would agree with that.
That's what I think. I have no problem with that.
What are you drawing over there, Benny? Is that Superman?
Oh, that's me.
Oh, okay, it's Thor, okay.
And someone who's drawing it is apparently very drunk.
I know it looks good if he shades it in.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
I've seen worse.
Hey, Xbox, you said you can't make the distinction between the design and designer, between organic life and a supernatural being. And we've been in a number of hangouts before, and I've already explained that to you. Yes, we can, and it goes like this. I'll put it in a real nutshell, a super nutshell. Make it super fast. The DNA possesses properties that are products only of mind, and therefore a mind is behind the existence of them. And since information is immaterial and the medium is not, the DNA molecule is the medium which conveys the information. In all known examples, information, the medium, is always manufactured as a medium to convey the information. Therefore, we know that DNA molecule was manufactured, it was assembled in order to convey the information. And that requires somebody with the nanotechnology and the power to manipulate atoms, to manipulate atoms in such a way that they could organize them so that they result in they convey information, they encode information just like we arrange letters in a book.
Right, yeah, no, from the way you describe it there, I have no problem with you saying that you could infer that. Is that intelligence?
Well, supernatural intelligence. Because the information is non-material. The information is non-material, see?
What's non... Where do you get that?
So materialistic causes can't be used to explain information. The existence of information.
What do you mean the existence of information?
Well, he thinks that information is immaterial.
Well, information is a non-physical fundamental entity. It's non-physical. It does not physically exist.
Whoa.
Yeah, prove it.
Don't go into
In other words, it's it's not extended in space. In other words, there you go.
I have proven it many times already. Every time I do, you say I haven't. It's just.
I'm not sure what not
and
I don't just to the other thing, extended in space thing. I don't accept that definition. But
Yeah, I mean, baking cake is not extended in space, but that doesn't mean it's material.
But information is not physical.
I understand because on a naturalistic view, it has to be material, right?
It doesn't have, well, in a naturalistic view, sure, of course. I would be a bad materialist if I believed that something's material.
That's right. That's right. And I would be a bad supernaturalist if I said that it was a material, right? If it was material.
Well, no, actually, no. You can say that it's material. A supernaturalist doesn't have to claim.
Well, you can say it's material, but you can't substantially
believe it.
Of course, you can. A supernaturalist or a person who believes in immaterial things doesn't have to claim that everything is material or some specific thing is material. He just has to hold something to be material.
Right.
Well, I just pointed out information is immaterial.
Prove it.
Right. You asserted that for sure.
I have said I've proven it to you many times.
Well, the problem with saying that the phrase or the metaphor we use for a referent to something, a word that we attach to something, is the thing itself, right? Is actually to equivocate and say that they share the same qualities.
Right.
That's not what we propose.
One of them is extended in space, the other's not. That's what I'm trying to point out here.
Information requires an informer.
I agree with that, but I don't think that's the definition of existence.
Information requires an informer, and to inform means you know something.
Sure.
You have knowledge that you're sharing. So
that's not even a layman's definition of information.
Excuse me. So, information requires an informer, and to inform means that you know something that you're conveying to someone else. That implies an intelligence.
Were you telling a definition of information?
Wait, are you trying to tell me that information doesn't require an informer?
No, I was asking you. Were you trying to tell me the definition of information?
No, I'm just telling you something about. I'm telling you characteristics, something we know about information. I didn't define it. I'm just saying something we know about information, which is that it requires an informer. That's the root word of the word information. Information is the manifestation of the act of informing. That's why the word information is the word inform and with ation behind it. See?
No.
Here's a definition.
Even if you went with that, you've lost your immaterial.
See, now what we've got here is atheists denying reality. See, they deny that a word information is based. Excuse me, hold on. We're finding that atheists are
asking us to be
denying
quiet
that
to
the word.
Insult us.
Yeah. Atheists. I was already speaking. Atheists.
You don't stop speaking.
Atheists denying that the word information is based on the word inform. Why do you do that?
You just stopped this whole conversation to make an insult. Like there was no point.
No, it's not an insult.
Like 20
that's an
seconds.
observation.
Hey, Nev, there is a definition of information.
No, information does not require an informer. That is a false statement.
So eating does not. Does eating require an eater?
Yes.
Does eating require an eater?
Sure.
Does information require...
Why does information not require an informer if eating?
Because you're using that in a false way.
Because I'm not using it in a way.
Let me finish. You're using it to state that DNA has information, therefore it requires an informer, therefore it was designed by...
well, thank you for pointing that out. It's because you don't like the argument that you make the false argument yourself.
Information
doesn't require
comes from various, and it does also come from informers, but it's not the only place information comes from.
And that's why you don't have a problem with the word eating requires an eater.
Wait. Why should we accept that an eater or eating requires an eater or whatever the fuck you said? Why should we accept that definition?
That was an astonishing admission.
No. Anna, tell me why we should accept what you said there. On what basis?
No, you already accepted that that someone eating requires an eater.
Based on what? Based on grammar? Based on
my gosh, unbelievable!
I'm asking honest questions. I do accept this. I'm asking why you accept this, because I'm gonna get you to somewhere you don't like.
Sure.
What do you mean get us?
On what basis do we say this, right? We say it on a basis of English language, right? English language is defined by dictionaries, and there we go.
Right.
Here is
Wait.
a definition. Here is a definition of information according to Merriam-Webster dictionary, and this is even the layman definition. I can give you a technical scientific definition, which pretty much is the same thing in a technical sense. And the definition is: information is knowledge that you can get about someone or something. Facts or details about a subject, right? Knowledge that you can get about something.
The thing that Neff was saying.
No, it's not. No.
So it has to be related between something or someone, right?
Right. Something.
Could you please
knowledge that you get about something, right?
Right. So it's not the thing. The word information.
Could you please let him finish reading the definition before you jump in all over him?
Go ahead.
Right. Knowledge that you get about someone or something, right? Something. Knowledge you get about something. Meaning that you can get okay, Ross, would you say that when you look at a rock, you have gained knowledge, you've gained information about that rock?
Absolutely.
Awesome. There we go. So you do not need to receive the information from a being.
Sure I do. If it's created, then it would make sense and be intelligible, and I'd be able to know that I'm not the rock.
No, it requires one being, and that is you in this example. It doesn't require.
In other words, it does not require
conveyed information to you.
Art, what you've done is demonstrate that the information is always related to someone who knows. That's exactly.
And that is you. That is you.
Right, the informer. To inform requires the informer.
There is no living informer. It is gleaned from looking and observing the rock.
Patrick, thank you, Patrick. Patrick, are you living? Patrick, are you living?
Oh my goodness, man.
Patrick, are you living?
Wow.
He just said. You just heard what he said, right? There is no living informer. He's informing us of that while he's living.
Right.
No,
the information gleaned from looking at a rock is information gleaned by observing and using your senses.
That's right. There's always somebody
informed. He is informing himself by observing the rock.
Right.
Yeah, and that's not your argument, Neff. No, Neff, don't back off from this. You said that DNA is information, and since humans did not create this information, it must have been created by someone, because information only is conveyed by
a mind.
And that is not a definition of information. The information doesn't
require
there to be a mind for information to exist.
But Art, all you did was demonstrate that information is habitually associated with a mind, which is exactly what I said. There you go.
No, you can have information from a rock. Is what Ross
knowledge.
I mean, the problem
Ross here admitted that you can get information from a rock. So unless you want to say,
who can get information from a rock?
You.
That's right. You.
A
mind
does not require an informer.
Thank you.
But you don't need for someone to create this rock for you to
my this is funny. So
hold on. Is information the rock itself?
Information. Okay, so information.
This is where it's going to get real funny. Watch. Go ahead.
It's going to be really difficult because that's a difficult subject. So
answer his question.
Okay, so information is knowledge that you can learn about something, about some properties. Right.
You can.
Right. It requires a mind because it's knowledge, right?
Thank you.
Hold on a second. But that doesn't mean that when you have an object from which you can gather information just by observing it, that this object has to be created and endowed with information.
I'm not.
It just has properties that you can.
The rock is not information. The rock is not information.
See, that's the thing I'm asking. It's a simple question. Is the rock itself information?
No.
It's very tricky.
That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, have you ever seen a sentence that looks like a red Corvette?
What's silly here is that you're actually agreeing with us, but then claiming we're not right. It's so silly.
No, you're not letting him finish.
This is actually what you're doing. You're looking at a bunch of chemicals arranged in a certain sequence, and you're saying that these chemicals are themselves somehow magically information endowed by God.
I don't need to refute you. You refuted yourself when you acknowledged that information is habitually associated with the mind, which is what I said in the informer.
No, that's not what we're talking about, actually.
Yeah, we're done, Art. You've already thrown yourself away.
You're free to
hold
believe
on.
that,
Here's
and
the
you're free to
issue with
believe
what
that evolution is false.
And that's one reason we know evolution is false.
Here's the issue with what you just said, is that the information does not have to be conveyed by a mind. That's the problem you're having. You're saying it's being conveyed by God.
Well, it is being conveyed to me, right?
Right, but that's not the argument. That he's making the argument that the rock is information.
If information is never conveyed from a mind, it doesn't.
Hold on.
It can't be encoded.
See, that's the problem. So in other words, you're saying if we did not have this word rock, then there would be no such things as rocks, right?
No, I don't think that's what we proposed.
No, just think about it's the logical consequence. That's why I'm asking you.
No.
Have you ever seen a sentence that looks like a red Corvette? Because you're trying to hold in these two things in tension. That the information is not the thing itself, but it is a word that we use to describe the thing itself, right?
Oh, that's
We're trying to maintain it doesn't require a mind. So if there was no mind, there would be no rocks. There wouldn't even be the word rock, right?
In layman terms, yes, the humans tend to use this because this is very natural to us to ascribe entities to things that don't exist. It's easy way.
Can you cite me any information?
Yeah, hold on, Nev, hold on. So the way it works, right? Information is a unit of knowledge. It's something that is stored in a mind or in a computer, right? Information is something about a physical entity or a possibly supernatural, if you believe in that, right? Like, for example, its shape, its smell, its name, its properties, the concept of the supernatural thing itself, right? Information, that's what it is. Am I making sense to you guys?
Yes, I am.
Aren't you?
I understand what you're saying.
You again referred to aboutness, and that doesn't exist in materialism or truth.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes,
You acknowledge that information is habitually associated with minds. That's where it originates. No, that's not. You've already refuted yourself on it. And see, this is why we know evolution is false. And this is why I say we have empirical proof that all life was designed, because the medium is manufactured to convey the information. See, just like a book, is manufactured as a medium to be encoded with the information. Right?
Okay.
So the same is true of the DNA molecule. It is a medium that conveys information. It's been encoded so as to convey the information to a receiver when it's transcribed.
Right, and who's the receiver?
So the cell is the receiver.
The cell, awesome. So you don't need a mind unless you want to say that the cell is a mind.
Well, the computer can be a receiver of the information the programmer puts into it.
And the computer is physical, just like the cell.
That doesn't explain the existence of the information, the origin of the information.
The encoding can be simply self-arranged. That's not a problem.
No, information is not explainable by material causes.
The information we pose on it.
It requires an informer, which you've acknowledged yourself is habitually associated with a mind. So since the information in the DNA is associated with a mind because it too is information, and the medium is the DNA molecule, then the molecule, like all other mediums of information, was also manufactured to convey the information. So the one who prescribed the information, hold on. So the one who prescribed the information that defines the living thing also manufactured the molecule, the medium, with which to convey it. And whoever has the power to do that has got to be some kind of smart. And have the power to manipulate matter on the molecular scale so as to encode it with information. That's somebody with a tremendous power and knowledge there.
Actually, it doesn't.
Way beyond man's intellect.
I mean,
Okay, hold on, Mac, hold on. I just need to address quickly something. Okay, so, Nev, you do not need a mind to create the process of conveying codes. We see this in DNA itself. You just need something to detect the medium and something to produce the medium, so to speak. You don't even have there has to be no mind.
No, I'm not talking about the
at all.
medium. You have to have you've acknowledged, Art, that information is habitually
Okay,
associated
can
with
you
minds.
prove that cells or DNA mechanisms have minds and that they
And you
can
said
read them?
you acknowledged also that information is knowledge about a thing that's
Yeah.
conveyed.
We
Right.
know it, right? We do,
Right.
but the cells don't. They
So
don't
if
have
you
a mind.
refuted yourself, though, Art.
No, I didn't.
See? Yeah.
No, I
You just
proposed
want to admit that you have. But you have.
proposed to you a perfectly plausible naturalistic way of how these things
You've
work,
already refuted yourself twice.
without involving a mind there at all. No, the
No,
only mind that is involved is when we observe these mechanisms working independently of our mind's action. And you have not established that there has to be a mind for these things to work.
Art, you acknowledged it yourself when you read the definition of information. You said it's knowledge about a thing conveyed, and that refutes you.
How?
It's right. The game is over.
Because knowledge is immaterial.
No.
You know that.
Right.
No. Prove it.
Yeah. I already have, Art.
You know that.
You proved it yourself.
You mean like your brilliant robot example?
You're just refusing to accept what you yourself have done. That's all.
Yeah, sure.
Congratulations,
Congratulations, Neff. You've destroyed evolution. Go get your Nobel Prize.
It's not going to say it's material in any way.
Say what?
Knowledge is not going to be material in any way.
What is
knowledge? And you go to the definition of it.
Okay, knowledge. Are you using justified true belief?
Yeah.
Okay, so, belief. What is belief?
It's a belief.
What's a belief? Can
a belief exist in a materialistic world? That's not possible.
Well, you claim it can, so you have to kind of define what belief is.
You claim it can.
I do, but your claim right now that it cannot.
What is your argument for that? How could you possibly substantiate such an absurd thing?
Okay, so in my view, a belief is an idea, a model of reality, which is considered to be the case in an actual reality by a
How
being.
can a model for reality exist in a materialistic world?
Quite simple. Just like a computer can exist in a materialistic world, and it can have a model of reality. Are you serious right now? Are you saying computers do not have virtual reality?
Computers don't exist because of nature. They exist because of an intelligence. I'm on it. Try again.
This is absolutely... Dude, every fucking creationist bring this up. It's fucking irrelevant to the point.
No, it isn't.
How don't you get this?
No, it isn't.
No, Art, you keep on borrowing from my worldview to explain yours and then refusing to acknowledge the conclusion.
Does the computer exist in nature, yes or no?
The computer physically exists. Its origin cannot be explained by nature.
Does the computer have mechanisms that allow him to have models of reality, yes or no?
Does the computer operate on a model designed by a mind?
Yes. Irrelevant.
Yes.
Irrelevant.
No,
No.
the computer can't exist by naturalistic causes.
You don't know that, actually. Well, okay, maybe a specific
I do know
computer that we do have, sure.
We know that computers are manufactured by minds.
Dude, that's fucking irrelevant. If it is natural, no.
No, it's not irrelevant.
If X is naturally possible, if X exists in a natural world, that must mean that it is possible for X to exist in a natural world. It's an obvious no-brainer, right? And your contention was that X cannot exist in a natural world. I proved to you that
I didn't say it couldn't exist. I said its origin can't be explained by the natural world. It is
irrelevant. What's the origin of X in a natural world?
No, it's not.
As long as it can. No. If you make a point that X cannot exist in a natural world, and I show you X.
All right, that's a straw man. I did not say can't exist.
Yes, you said how can
computers? No, I didn't say it can't exist. I said is not explainable by the natural world.
You said how it can be in this way, in this natural world.
I say how it can come into being. How it can come into being? Can it not be explained by naturalism?
Now you're pushing the goalposts.
No, you're trying to straw man me.
No. Okay, so you want me to explain everything, right? You want me now in this Google Hangout to explain to you abiogenesis, evolution, mind, thoughts, everything from natural.
No, Art, I've just refuted your argument. You refuted yourself when it comes to information twice.
You refuted
acknowledging it's habitually associated with the mind and saying that information is knowledge conveyed. There you go. And everything on this planet is based on information that's digitally encoded, overlapping and nested, operates by algorithmic input and output operations, organized to conform to linguistics laws, and possesses the human language properties of phonetics, semantics, punctuation, syntax, and grammar. I'm sorry.
Can you prove anything?
Evolution is over. You have nothing to argue for evolution. It's dead. Science killed it.
When are you going to get your Nobel Prize?
Now that argument again.
Who cares about a Nobel Prize?
Well, if he has the knowledge, if he has the evidence, he can just get the money and give it to his own church and, make
Art, I get something better than the Nobel Prize. You know what that is?
Oh, let me guess, Jesus.
A crown from God himself.
Awesome.
A crown for passing through this physical world and acknowledging my Creator on my knees that I need a
Does
sinner.
the Bible say
that I'm a sinner and need a Savior. And for that, I get a crown from God. But you know what I'm going to do with that crown? I'm going to throw it right back at his feet, get on my knees, and say, "You're the King. You're the Lord."
Awesome. Does the Bible say that you should help the needy and the poor?
Of course it does.
Awesome. So why don't you get the money from the Nobel Prize and give it to the needy and the poor if you have the ability to get the Nobel Prize?
Okay, come on, Art. That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, unless you want to propose a global.
It's not on that. It's on it. Once you're recognized for the Nobel Peace Prize, it's because you've done something great for humanity. Is the implication?
Say what?
You've done something great for humanity. Is the implication by getting the Nobel Prize? You've changed science.
No, I'm saying that Neff here asserted that he destroyed evolution, he destroyed my arguments, evolution has no evidence, there's empirical evidence against evolution. Yes, if you truly have evidence, if you truly have good reasons, scientific reasons, then you should be able to get the Nobel Prize, and we all know don't.
No.
Really? Well, let me ask you this, Art. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that a CT scanner that's capable of technology, capable of scanning through a human flesh, millimeter at a time, and making an image, slices of an entire human body, seeing the anatomy, no more putting cadavers on a table and cutting them open and diagramming them and photographing them, and then making, we got to go back and redo this whole thing because we got the whole optical nerve center wrong. We got to go back and study another 150 cadavers to get that right. This kind of technology, scanning through the human flesh, image at a time, a millimeter deep, every time, just and make it whole. The human anatomy no longer a mystery. No, every single thing about it. Is that technology worthy of a Nobel Prize? Do you think?
I think so. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, why didn't they give it to the creation scientists who invented it?
I don't know. Maybe there was some bigger exploration that was discovery that has been done. I don't know.
Maybe it's because he's a creationist.
Because of that technology, science is not technology, and the technology was developed at a time. It wasn't it wasn't like they developed this technology and knew what the actual implications were.
Maybe the creationists didn't get it
actually there was prizes given, and I don't know who the names are, and I'm not familiar with the scientists' names, but the prizes were given for the science that led to those scanners.
Right.
For example, there was a Nobel Prize for the Japanese guy who invented the blue LED, because the blue LEDs are being
why not for a CD scanner?
etc., so forth and so on. You don't necessarily win a Nobel Prize for inventing a machine.
Oh, so they'll give a guy a Nobel Prize for inventing
for getting to the science that leads to a lot of technology.
So they'll give a Nobel Prize to a guy who invents a blue LED, but not a CT scanner. Great.
No, he didn't invent a CD scanner. He constructed the CD scanner based on the science that
he designed the thing.
The person who
it's not on the blue LED; it's on the science of it.
Right, and so is the technology applying what is known in science to create a machine capable of doing this.
CT scanner uses Evan. The CT scanner uses technologies that scientists who came up with the idea of using certain electromagnetic radiation for doing certain weird things, like creating a CT scanner. He got the Nobel Prize for the science. The CT scanner was invented by using that science that the other scientists got a Nobel Prize for.
I don't have any problem with that, but I find it funny that I find it funny. Hold on. I find it funny they'll give a Nobel Prize to a guy inventing a blue LED, but then not a machine capable of scanning photographs through the entire
LED. Now they didn't do that. Technology. The
You're
blue
welcome to
LED
your
is
funny
the
opinion. I mean,
technology.
So
just
you
what you
guys are just more
latching on.
dogmatic guys.
You're
Like
latching on because
Because
you
you
said
won't
blue
let me
LED.
finish talking
No,
because you have been proven wrong and you
no,
just you don't want to listen to what I have to say because
you're
you
from
don't
the
want to hear
same camp.
the truth.
You're from the same camp. You wouldn't have given him a
No
Nobel
sense.
Prize either. You just
That
proved
makes,
that. He's a
that makes no
creationist.
sense at
He
all.
doesn't earn one. He doesn't
That makes
deserve one.
that
No,
makes
wait,
no
wait,
sense
wait,
at
wait.
all.
Yeah, we do.
I don't deserve one. Just tell me
The
that's
blue
it.
LED was responsible for giving you the Blu-ray disc machines and the Blu-ray disc. The
Wow.
technology,
Oh,
the
we can watch
technology of the higher
movies.
Yeah,
resolution
dude,
TV.
Neff,
Isn't
How
that
many
wonderful?
cancer patients did that help?
Neff,
The inventor of
Neff,
the inventor of the Blu-ray disc
hold on,
machine,
Patrick,
Blu-ray
Patrick,
disc,
Yeah, I mean,
is
now
Nobel
it's just
Prize.
getting ridiculous.
just a second,
Wow.
Neff.
Piling up.
Neff, on what?
So here it is, guys.
Dude.
We can
Neff,
watch movies on Blu-ray
what
disc, and that
medium?
deserves
Dude, Neff, for fuck's sake, do you
Nobel
know on
Prize.
what
The
medium?
guy who
Now
invents
the
the
F
CT
word.
scanner
I've heard the
Neff,
F word
would
now
you,
for
I'm
does
for
would you
it.
seconds.
quiet
Let
for a
somebody
moment?
talk.
I'm actually
Yeah.
gonna
Would you
make a
be,
rule.
would you
If
be
you use the
quiet
F
for a
word, you've
moment?
already lost. How about that?
Yeah,
Can I
please
just say? Can I just say something, please, Neff? You said that the Blu-ray technology, right? The blue blue LED is insignificant, because we can just watch movies on it. Well, that's a data storage technology, and guess what? Guess what data type storage technology will the people be using to store data about human body?
That came after the
That's listen. That's what I was trying to get at. That's what I was trying to get at. But Evan won't let me finish. The idea of using the blue LED is because the blue light frequency is much shorter, allowing for a much larger amount of data being stored on a single CD, DVD, whatever you want to call it. The idea is that is gigabytes more available storage capacity. Now the person who invented, now let me finish. The person who invented the Blu-ray player or the DVD that can hold this information is not the one who got the Nobel Prize. It is the guy who invented the LED able to produce blue light.
You've already told me that.
That got the Nobel Prize because now his technology, his science, was used.
You've already told us that 3 times.
Nephilim, can I ask you a question about data?
Used in creating the machines that do that for us.
Patrick, you've already said that 3 times. We understand.
Wait, I just like to point out the irony of Neff telling other people that
Patrick,
we see it. But can I ask you a question? Nephilim, can I ask you a question about data?
Like the person who invented the CT scanner didn't get the Nobel Prize, but the person who came up with the science of it did.
Patrick, that's 5 times you've said that. We get it. Okay?
You apparently didn't get it.
Okay, so they can store more data on a disk now than before, and that guy gets a Nobel Prize. Okay, so we can pack more data on a compact disc, and we can watch movies on Blu-ray.
What does this matter?
Right. But the guy who
example.
invents the machine by taking similar technologies, other technologies like the Blu-ray guy did, the blue disc, LED guy did, and designs a whole new type of machinery with a new technology capable of scanning images through the entire anatomy of a human being down to the finest detail.
Yeah, life's unfair.
And he gets no LED.
Unfair.
And he doesn't
I
get
get
one.
that. Oh,
Right?
Life's unfair. I don't know where you're going with the argument. Can I ask you an argument about your
Xbox,
No, I have a question about data, if you don't mind.
Well, Xbox, it just goes to show that, the paradigm. That's all.
Yes.
No,
exactly.
I see. I saw the point you were making.
This is seen. It's not an isolated incident. If you go against evolution, you will not get a Nobel.
Can you?
Neff makes that point. Like I see. I saw the point. That's why I just didn't want you to keep repeating yourself. Like I do have a question about data though on what you said. I'm trying to wrap my head around how you explained information. I just have a quick question. That was it. Just to see if I can clarify in my own head. When you're talking about information, if those you got me on it because the Blu-ray players and such and the computers, if they're all running, if everybody would disappeared, would information still be there?
There would be in the encoded form of it. There would be information only is stored as data. It really couldn't be considered. There would be no new information because there's no more informers. Okay, so what information did exist would only be that which has already come from a mind and been encoded. that would.
Well, what about a computer that's sitting there running random things that makes new data the whole time, but and then zap everybody gone to heaven, but would the information still be there?
The information of the computer is designed to produce data. That information is what produces the data. That information is traceable to a mind.
It'd be traceable that a mind designed it. I wasn't trying to argue that.
Right. A mind is necessary for information to exist.
For it to exist. Okay.
Yes.
Was that what started the whole argument?
That's right. And the information in living things is proof that a supernatural creator has made you.
So you actually think that in a chemical code there is some kind of magical, thing that is information?
I mean,
magical
you say it's some kind of magical code. I mean, the fact is that we try to replicate DNA with the natural method, and it does not work.
Well, I see how it could be. I see how it could be sufficient to say that, but I don't see how it'd be necessary.
All Neff's point is he was trying to explain how you can tell the difference between something that appears to be designed or actually is designed. That's the whole point. That's what he was saying. That's where we got. That's how we got to this point. Yes.
That's how you meant intelligently. How you can tell something intelligently.
Right. Right. Yeah, he was saying, for example, there's prescription going on in the codes within DNA. Something like that would be quite different. That's what he was trying to say.
I see how that could be sufficient. Like I get how it could be sufficient. I see how he infers that. But what makes it necessary on top of that?
Well, it shouldn't be intelligible in the first place, right? If it wasn't intelligently designed.
Good point.
Hold on, say that again. I didn't follow like what you said.
I said it should not be intelligible. In other words, we shouldn't even be able to describe it if it wasn't something that was intelligently designed.
Well,
that's true.
No.
That statement is true. I don't know.
No, it's
not. I see the evolutionist scrambling for a way to answer this.
Oh, Neff, could you stop with
I didn't hear what he said. I had him repeat it because I didn't hear him the first time.
Did you hear the light bulbs go on? It's like, wait a minute. Oh, no, that can't be right. No, wait.
Oh my
God. I thought it was a true statement.
It is a true statement in this sense. Evolution has never described where we get language from. It hasn't shown that anywhere. But obviously, if you start like I do, as a Christian, from a communicating Trinity, if a tree falls in the forest, God hears it. No problem, right?
I mean, he knows. The Bible even says he knows every bird that flies in the sky.
I don't want to get into a precept, but there's no warrant to start with that as a precept.
I mean, the fact is that your presuppositions keep you from understanding what we're trying to say to you.
No, what I'm saying is that reality is describable using language. Language uses information, right?
Language was only invented. I don't know how old is English? The English language itself is a few hundred years old.
Hold on. What kind of language are you
using? English to make your point.
And you're saying all language. Yes. What's language for? Is a language for interpersonal relations?
Man invented language to convey their story.
Not to talk to rocks. Right. Right. Not to talk to rocks. To talk with other people, societies. Right. Intrapersonal relationships. That's what language is for. Right?
Right.
So maybe we should just put the atheist here on the spot. It's all about us, and us.
Pretty sure it's in the brain, not interpersonal. Like it's intersubjective, maybe.
Maybe they should try to give us a reason to believe that chemistry is able to produce non-physical things.
That's where we started, actually.
Yeah,
I asked.
Haven't proven anything on physical.
Chemistry produce what?
On non-physical things.
Immaterial abstract constructs of mind, for example.
It doesn't.
They're not material.
The physical does not create non-physical.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's
We have to first prove
there's
something non-physical in our mind.
Wait a minute. Did you just say, Xbox, did you just say being cannot come from non-being, basically?
No, I said non-being.
Okay. I'm just checking. Checking.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be true though? Being can't come from non-being.
Okay, so you know, evolutionism. This all stemmed from evolutionism. This whole thing about information. I was disproving evolution with information. So we've taken that away from you. What's next? Evolution's dead. What now?
Sure.
I'm not sure what even.
You go ahead and keep patting yourself on the back and swear that you're taking something away. But I'm out of here. I just want to finally. I came here to find out what bullshit was flying around, and so far, Evan, you've been the biggest shit slinger of them all. So
have a good night.
Have a good day, and you keep imagining that you were right and all that stuff. And I'll see you.
I am right.
Bye.
Well, guys,
Sure you are.
Have a good night,
maybe
Patrick.
should like your time here. That's
Anyway,
very nice.
anyway, the whole thing that me and Neff went down and then ended up with Russ was me granting certain things with him, and then it was hard with 3 other people. But
Yeah.
of going down the route of okay, evolution's wrong. What does that imply?
Well, life was designed by a mind. See, we've established that because it's based on information.
When did we establish that?
We haven't established that part of it.
Yeah, we did because we
It's like yeah, we have
established that information is immaterial. Life is based on information in the DNA. So the mind is involved in the
information is immaterial.
Okay, can you give me a cup of some information, please? One of you, I'm a little thirsty.
Hold on, the Art has a great one for that.
Hang on. So
Art has a great analogy for that. At least let him fill it out.
Can you give me a cup of bacon and cake, Ross?
Hey, okay, so
cake. Yes, I can.
Really? Can you give me a cup of baking a cake?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I can't. I just thought I'd try.
So there we go. Now, if I'm
not finished.
Information. Let me explain.
I'm not finished.
Right.
So if you cannot give me a cup of bacon and cake, does it mean that baking a cake is supernatural, immaterial?
No, because baking a cake is not even grammatically correct. You're equivocating. It's sort of like saying.
No, it's not. That's the point.
Sleep faster than Wednesday or something. It doesn't even make any sense.
Wait, you cannot bake cakes? What? You don't bake cakes in America?
No, I'm not the one who's claiming that cakes are immaterial. That are not immaterial.
I'm talking about baking cake. The process of baking a cake. The process that involves physical entities of baking cake. Taking one entity that is physical, moving and making a cake, basically.
Wait, do processes require minds?
No.
No? Could you use an example of a process that didn't come from a mind?
Sure. Movement from
the water cycle.
Yeah, a rock
the water
moving,
cycle?
Yeah, a rock moving from the slope.
Right?
What?
When they talked about the water cycle, they said is really very, very sophisticated how the water cycle works.
Mac, that's a really different topic.
Right, but the water cycle is a system or a process that's not from a mind.
Only if it's not created.
Okay, hold on, guys, hold on. A process, according to Webster's dictionary, is a series of actions that produce something or lead to a particular result. Now, particular is specified.
The water cycle.
Specified.
The water cycle is a system.
A particular result, not a random. Particular. That means wait a second. That means that the process has been. Hold on. Okay, it has been specified. Definition one is process or advance. Okay. Now we get into more technical explanation. Number 2, a natural phenomenon marked by gradual changes that lead toward a particular result.
Okay. Water cycle.
That's specified.
Right.
Yeah, specified.
So you're using the definition in a different way than I'm using it. So we are both equivocating.
Hey, Beckel.
But see, here's the thing: if I am a professor at a university, and see you materialists, you materialists argue that nothing immaterial. We've heard Art
Art's comments. Did it change in the subject?
Nothing.
For a third time.
Nothing Art has argued that nothing immaterial exists. He's a staunch materialist.
No, he didn't argue that.
Yes, he did. He said nothing immaterial exists.
No, he didn't argue that. Hold on. Let me clear it up real quick. Let me clear it up 2 sentences.
So now,
Nephilim, you put forth that there was immaterial.
Now they deny the things.
No, listen, I'll put a sentence and you can go. You put forth that there was immaterial. Art said I disagree.
Art said so too, but
I said I disagree as well.
Here's the relative point. Despite whether that's true or not, and I disagree, you're arguing that information is material. But here's the thing: if information is material, and if I were a university professor standing in an auditorium, sharing information, excuse me, Art, and I'm sharing knowledge,
derail the conversation like this.
And I'm sharing.
We were talking about one thing. Now you're talking about something completely different.
So, and if I'm sharing information with all the students in the room, they don't want to. They don't want to hear it. I'll start over. I'll start.
I actually had a.
I'll start over. Excuse me, Art. I'll start over.
You're completely changing.
Art.
The topic.
Hold on, Art.
I was talking to Ross.
So we were talking about processes that don't require a mind.
Right.
And we mentioned some.
So here's the point I was making. If I want to convey information to my students in an auditorium, and I'm standing in front of my classroom, if the atheist's idea the information is material and it's not immaterial, and if that information is in my brain because it's nothing more than matter in my brain, remember information is matter, right? Okay, so if information is matter, then I have to be sharing matter from myself.
I didn't argue that.
Matter has to be matter. Excuse me, let me finish. Matter has to be transported.
Now let us
from myself. I haven't finished.
You've made like 3 points already.
Hold on, I haven't made my point. I haven't made my point. Hold on, I haven't made my point. I know you're anxious. So if information, I'll start again. If information is material and I'm conveying knowledge, that information to my students, then in order for that to happen, according to the materialist, material matter has to be transported from, let me finish, from me to every single student, to the brain of every student in that room.
That's exactly
Can you tell me the process?
Yes.
Can you tell me, wait, hold on. Can you tell me the hold on.
You asked.
Can you tell me the process? Hold on.
Yes.
I haven't asked yet.
Yes, I can.
Hold on.
You get to.
When I'm done, you'll get to. Hold on. Can you? God, man. Can you tell me what process that is that shares matter from my brain? If the information in my brain is matter, what is the process by which the matter in my brain is transported into the brains of every student in that room?
Yeah, that's one of the most absurdist arguments I've ever heard. Let me finish. You talk for fucking 10 minutes. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna just say that I can get you a few theists in here who are actually very educated in philosophy and science, and they will laugh at you, and they did actually laugh at you because you presented this argument.
Oh, just make your argument.
This is a small point. This is not education at all. Now, Dimitri has a point there to make. Go ahead, Dimitri, and after that, I think Xbox would give these a chance. And then I would like to add something as well.
Can somebody explain that?
No.
Yes.
Wait, Xbox, hold on, Dimitri.
Sorry, Dimitri. Yeah.
It's pretty basic. So, in the same way that computers communicate, there is a material communication. It's called sound waves. It's called photons. So we're actually using physical phenomena to communicate information to each other. When
That's
you talk
a medium.
to somebody, exactly, and it's a physical medium.
That's a medium, not the information.
It is a physical medium. So what we're talking about is just like a computer. The computer has information inside it. It wants to communicate with another computer. It uses physical medium to communicate the physical information within it to a different computer. So the brain has physical information stored inside it.
Okay.
Okay,
here's where your mistake, where your example.
No.
Okay.
I'll
respond.
So the brain has physical
Let him finish, Neff. Let him make like 5 points, Neff, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let Dimitri
So
make like 5 points and respond to you.
yeah. So the brain has physical information stored inside it. So this information is stored in the same way that computers do. It's just all through synapse. So it's all through pattern inside the brain. So we translate that into, for example, sound and communicate it using a code to another human being, which then translates the code and decodes it and turns it into the appropriate information inside their brain. Okay. So there's nothing unphysical about that.
Well,
absolutely.
Here's what I would, okay, so now here's the problem with your analogy. Okay, let me explain to you the problems. Okay.
Okay.
There are problems with that analogy. Let me explain.
Okay.
Firstly, if the information in my brain is physical, and if none of my brain matter, which you're claiming is the information, is transported into the brain of another person, then there is no information shared. So your analogy fails right there. Secondly, when you speak of the sound waves and all you're referring to is the medium through which the information is conveyed, not the information itself. Information requires a physical medium to be conveyed. There's no doubt about that. Nobody in information theory argues against that. But that's not the information itself. You're only pointing to the medium, not the information. It is you who says the information is physical. You have not explained how, if the information in my mind, which you believe is brain, is conveyed to another person, you have not explained the mechanism which transports brain matter from my brain to those of my students. That's what you would have to do if the information is physical, because the sound waves, there is no matter going into the brain of the individual from my brain.
No.
Right,
you're correct. You're correct. But the medium influences the matter of. So you're using a medium to influence the matter in another brain.
Right.
So yes,
the medium is not the information, though.
Hold on,
it is.
No. The medium is not the information.
The medium, he changes the state in the medium and then gives the medium to you, which you change.
That's not the information. That's not the information. Let me explain. If I take the Bible... No, it's not.
That process... Hold on, that process is...
No, that's only the medium. I'll explain. And this is really simple. Everybody can get it. You'll get it, but you just deny it. The Bible is a book. Okay, the text letters are arranged in such a way that they encode information, right? But the Bible is not the information. That's all you do. Right? I can speak the Bible. I can write it in the sand. I can write it in the sky with an airplane that smoke. I can speak it over the telephone. I can write it in a letter and mail it to somebody. I can digitally encode it on a compact disc and send it over a wire to somebody else's computer. All right? In each case, the Bible doesn't move anywhere because the Bible itself is the book. The ink and paper is not the information. That is only a medium. The air. Wait, sound waves. Wait, let me finish. Sound waves is only a medium. Sand is only a medium. Smoke is a medium.
I don't deny that.
All right. That's not the information itself.
Right.
Because
but it transfers information.
Now here's why we know. Because if the information was physical, in order for me to share this knowledge in this book right here with you, I would have to transport the matter of the book to you. And I don't have to do that.
With a physical,
because information. Because information is. I'm almost done. Information is not bound to its medium. It can be transcribed from one medium to another medium to another to another, and the information not change.
Right, through physical means.
This proves that's right, through a physical means. This proves the information is not the medium itself because it is not bound to any given medium.
Right.
Therefore,
no one disagrees with you.
Yeah, just a quick point. Neff has a
good. So if materialism are true, for me to share information from my mind to another human being, I would have, and if my information was physical, and only purely physical, I would have to transport brain matter from my brain to your brain. I would have to do that.
No, you don't. No, that's where you're losing it.
No, you're agreeing with me.
You're
refusing to acknowledge.
Yeah, let me at least finish a sentence. Jeez. I don't have to give you my brain matter for you to have information.
Exactly.
I transport it through physical medium to another. It
That's
never
exactly
leaves
right.
it never leaves a physical medium. I don't know in that scenario where it ever once left a physical medium.
I mean, really, Art, enough of that, man.
Yeah.
That's not me, you idiots. That's Eric. I just muted him twice.
Okay, Eric, stop. Okay, so right, I'm in agreement with you, Xbox.
Okay.
Information requires a medium to be conveyed.
Right.
So you're
Right,
not proving that information is material.
Right.
You're only showing me. You're only showing that information requires a medium to be conveyed.
Right. Just like the Bible.
That doesn't demonstrate that the information is the medium.
No, just like the Bible example that you gave with the open book with the words on it. My brain is the book. The words on it are the arrangement of the synapse. Pop it in there, like you said. It's the arrangement of the chemicals in my brain.
So you're saying the arrangement of chemicals in your brain is transcribed by sound waves in the ear?
No, that is how I transport it to somewhere else.
Really? How does the arrangement of brain matter? How is that conveyed by sound waves?
It's no, the arrangement of the chemicals is the information on my brain for how
right. How is that arrangement? That complex specified arrangement. So you're trying to make us believe hold on. You're trying to make us believe that by saying a word, that the person who hears the word, their brain automatically organizes matter in their brain to convey the word, right?
Yes. That's the
on a simple thing, yeah. On a simple.
When are you guys going to get your Nobel Prize?
How do you think phones communicate?
Everybody knows this. You fucking
unbelievable what these guys are saying.
About? What are you talking about,
What's the problem here?
So
yeah, I know it's news to you for ignorant people, right? But this is a common known thing. This is how computers work. This is how coding systems work.
That is the most outrageous claim I have ever heard.
This is what creators do when they're pushed to a corner and they have nothing else to respond.
Okay, so if I have the Bible and it's a printed book, and I write the Bible in the sand, they're both the Bible, aren't they? Because they convey exactly the same information, right?
I showed you that with my brain is the book.
Right, isn't that
the chemical arrangement of the words?
They're both. That's right. They're both the same. Well, no, I disagree with that premise, but they're both the arrangement of the letters that conveys information, right? Mm-hmm. So the information is not the paper and ink. That's this book.
Right.
Is it?
Right.
There's nothing about this book.
It's the arrangement of the ink in there.
Exactly. How the medium is arranged is what conveys information, right? Right. So, but then the
no, that's not how it conveys it.
The information is not the paper and ink of this book, though, is it?
No.
It's not, right. It's not material, is it? It's not physical.
I don't know where you make that leap. You're making that leap out of nowhere.
Well, you acknowledge that it's not the paper and ink, right? That is
the information is not the paper and ink. It's the arrangement of the ink on the paper.
Excellent. Thank you so much for playing. I deny the truth, but then acknowledge it.
My brain. Oh, my brain is the book, and the ink is the chemicals arranged in my brain. So
is
I'm not sure. And my eyes are the ones that get that and convey it.
So likewise, if
the light bouncing off of this stuff makes it convey to my brain. My brain rearranges this. Now I have this. For me to pass this on, just like you said, I can use sound waves. I can write it down with my hand. I pull it from my brain down and use all this material.
Right.
Goes
So
to the next material. Goes to the next material, and you can either see it or hear it from me.
Right.
And it rearranges the ink letters in the brain.
So it's the arrangement. It isn't the matter itself, right?
Okay, information is not a thing, first of all.
Xbox. The information then is conveyed by is conveyed in a medium how it is arranged, but it isn't the matter itself, right? It's not the medium itself. It's how it's arranged, right? It's not
right.
Thank you so much for proving that that information is not material. Thank you so much.
No, it's not.
You're making a leap there out of, you make a leap out of nowhere there that goes.
No, Xbox. It is. You know what? It's.
Hold on. That is the definition of non sequitur.
Xbox. It is outrageously silly what you just did.
Right.
You just acknowledge
it's much easier.
Information is not the matter.
Hold on, I'll agree with that. I agree with that, so we can move on. It's outrageously silly.
No, I don't want to move on at all. No, I'm sorry.
You just acknowledge that the information.
All right, I meant for me. Y'all go ahead.
Xbox, you just admitted that the information is not physical, the matter itself. It's not material.
I did not.
You did. You said it wasn't the matter in my brain.
Yeah.
It's not the book. It's not the paper.
It's the arrangement of chemicals
Right.
are just like the. I don't know how you can't see that.
Right.
You have the book. The book is analogous to my brain.
All right. What matter?
Hold on. The arrangement of the letters on the page are analogous to the chemicals arranged in my brain.
So Xbox, if the Bible is, if the text characters and the ink and the paper it is a Bible, a physical book, is not the information, is it?
No.
Okay. So
it's just a medium of which it's conveyed.
That's right.
It's a transfer medium.
Thank you.
It's a material medium of which it's conveyed.
That's correct.
Information exists.
All it is a bunch of ones and zeros, like a switch on and off.
And I don't have to convey, I don't have to transport the paper and ink that is this book, and glue that is this book to you at all to share that information to you.
Right, you don't. That's because you have eyes and you can see the patterns and your mind has the information.
Excellent. So none of this book here, is actually information. The book itself is not information.
Right.
This physical matter.
I encoded it into my brain, and I walk away, and now I have that book in my brain.
Well, you can say brain, I say mind, but you have acknowledged that this Bible is not the information. The matter that is here before me is not the information.
Okay. We have a lot of bad language here, a lot of it. Okay,
So-
Neff is under the.
so it is- it is not material.
Let me finish. For fuck's sake, you've been talking a long time. So. Neff is under the impression that information is some kind of entity. And that's why he tries it to place somewhere, right? That's why he asks, oh, is the information here in these words? Is the Bible information itself? No, that's not what information is. Information is simply when you learn something about something. You can have.
We've been over that.
Hold on a second. So, for example, you can have a video camera connected to a computer. And this computer can gather information about the external world through this camera, right? He can gather information about what the Bible says, right? He can read the words, of course, the patterns made in a physical medium, so to speak. The information is generated in its virtual memory or in his stored memory, right? It's a representation. It's a code that represents what he has observed in the real world. At no point does the fucking camera grabs the book, swallows it, passes through the cable to the hard disk. This is basic. This is basic electronics.
Right, I understand. Let me just say it this way though. Do you understand logical equivalence? Right. If we're going to say that information is material, it has to share every quality in order to be identical that material does. Right. So if there's something that's true about information that's not true about the medium or the matter, then it cannot be the same thing as matter, right?
Now, no one is saying information is material.
Right.
Right. That does not make it immaterial.
Well, it certainly doesn't make it material, right?
Right. Well, it's like asking, like you said, baking a cake. It's asking like walking. It's not material. That does not make it immaterial.
Okay, what's the opposite of material?
You mean the negation of it?
Yeah, what's the negation of that? Right. Okay, so it would be non-material. We'll go with that one. So the information is non-material.
Right, but it's not. You're basing it off of material or non-material. It's not material either.
No,
I'm saying it has.
The fallacy here is.
You're saying it has to be one or the other, and I'm saying it's neither.
No. I think it's what that's okay. The thing is, I think I think there's a fallacy. It's called the fallacy of reification. It's when you treat something that is a concept as a concreta, right? You're thinking of it as an entity itself. We're not doing that. We're actually saying, no, guys, there is no such entity as information. What information is actually an encoded matter that is arranged in a certain way.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. What?
Wait. See, that's the problem I think that we're asking here. if there's something that's true about it that's not true of the other, then we cannot say they're identical. It won't matter if whether it's a concept or not. They just simply will not be logically equivalent. That's what we're disputing. We're saying no, it's not material.
Only if you reify it.
You're right, and that's where the problem that I presented to you with the whole, baking a cake falls down, right? Because baking a cake is a process, it's a physical process that involves physical entities. Yet you cannot. It's a physical process, right? Yet you cannot say that this process can be weighed, tasted, or observed. Right? It's not an entity. It's not a discrete entity that exists somewhere that has spatial coordinates. No, it's not. It's a description of broken down physical entities that do a process, right? That's what we view as information. It's an encoded matter that moves in a certain way.
Right, and my charge is that you're equivocating because not all processes are the same. When you say all processes and you're only limiting it to certain processes, then your definition is changing halfway through the argument, right? Which is why you have to say that they're identical, but you can't say that they're identical because there's something that's true about one but it's not true about the other, right?
What do you mean? Okay, how am I making?
You see what I'm saying?
I don't think so. Can you expand?
Right. Well, I'm saying that from my perspective, what it looks like is that you're equivocating when you say things like process. For instance, baking a cake is not just a physical process, right? We've acknowledged that there's two definitions of process, right?
It's not an entity.
Right, so, but sometimes you will use it. For example, in your analogy, you said baking a cake is a physical process. Well, it's also a non-physical one.
Well, no, wait. How is it a non-physical one?
Well, in the sense that there's consciousness going on, right?
Well, that's begging a question that consciousness is immaterial.
Well, you're just wait a minute. You're just begging the question that it's not material, or that it is.
I'm explaining to you how we view
all you're doing is pointing out. Right. All you're doing is pointing out the validity. You haven't disputed it.
Here's a problem: is that your Xbox, when you acknowledge that information isn't the physical medium itself, that it's not the book, it's how the material of the book is arranged. What you're referring to is, consider this. You're referring to the how, not the what. Okay, see, there's a tremendous difference there.
Well, then ask the question about it.
What, right? So the what is not the information. See, the medium, the book is not the information. The how is refers to a non-physical thing.
Right. So I'm saying, ask the question. Ask the question. Ask the question of how.
I'm not asking a question. I'm making a point. The what is the medium. That's what that would be the material realm. Okay, that's the what. So the information is not. It's non-physical. Okay, so because you have acknowledged that the information is not the what. The what refers to the physical. It's the how. How is not physical.
You've repeated that 3 times, but you haven't asked the question, and you're.
I didn't ask a question. I was making a point.
I know you repeated 3 times, but you're treating information as an entity.
No, helping you to understand your denialism is what I'm trying.
I'm not the one denying. That's a huge projection of it. You're just, I guess you're not denying it. You're just not accepting it.
No, you're denying that information is a non-physical thing.
Is it physical?
But you acknowledge it.
No, it's not an entity to be. That's.
Well, no, right. Well, I understand what you're saying, but even the word entity is equivocal. Do you mean it's an abstract entity, or do you mean it's a concrete entity? That's the only difference.
No, he's treating it as a physical entity.
Right, and there are abstract entities too, right?
Not physical, or.
Wait a minute. So you don't believe logical propositions? Right, logical truths that are necessarily true exist, like laws, right?
I'm not following, but I'm not.
Okay.
I don't want to do this again, where we go from a reality argument to a philosophical argument in the middle of the argument.
Well, this is what it all is. Russ is taking it to another level there. He's trying to help you understand.
I know he is. That's what happened a minute ago, where the whole conversation went wonky all of a sudden, because we went from a reality-based argument.
Well, I can't help it that you can't.
We went from a reality-based argument to a philosophical argument.
Well, that's what it's all about.
We can make either one or the other, but I'm not going to engage in both again, because just like earlier, it stopped the conversation because we were on one track and went to another.
But
I don't mind having the other. I actually prefer the
Well, wait a minute. I'm not the one who. I'm not the one who brought up that this was not an entity, and I simply pointed out that that is a fallacy, right? Because entity has multiple connotations, right? The context determines the meaning of the words. You could have abstract entities, right? Concepts.
And why would in that context? Right. Why would that even be an issue?
Why would that be an issue?
Yeah.
Because you would be begging the question if you say there's no such thing as abstract entities.
I didn't say that. I said it was about the information, and I said that he is treating it as.
But that will come up later if I don't ask you about that, right?
No.
Okay, so is it? Go ahead.
Russ.
Yes.
Russ, question for you. Sorry to interrupt, but you know, you're kind of on an interesting track here. So we were talking about material objects and material processes. So can these be sort of in the same criteria? So in other words, you have material processes.
I do believe science is a philosophy.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is that we don't need the immaterial if we have a material process.
Well, that's only
material objects.
No, that's only a pragmatic justification. That doesn't account for it.
Sure doesn't.
Why doesn't it, Mac?
Yeah, but all he's saying is it's not a practical necessity. That's pragmatism. Well, so what?
Was that
right? But that means that immaterial is not necessary either. So
no,
that's right. That's why I said, so what?
There's no point to put it in. So there's
no. The immaterial makes the material.
Right.
I don't even know what that means.
Right.
For instance, you cannot see atoms or the molecules that make up the very genetic makeup of the world or even this universe. Yet it's immaterial. Yet these things make up the material.
That's not immaterial.
No, those are material. That would be material.
Right.
Okay, so
we haven't actually proven that.
Right. Is information material or not? That's the question.
Right, and it's neither.
And you're saying it's neither.
Information, I guess the easiest way would be a material process, right?
Okay, so information is not material, Xbox says. Good. Then.
No, I didn't. I said it was neither.
Okay, well, it's not material.
What is it?
Right?
Right.
So if that's true, then the matter of my brain is not the information that I want to convey to my students in the classroom.
Right.
And so I don't have to share brain matter with anybody to convey information.
Exactly. I told you that to begin with.
Right. So information is not a material entity.
Nope. I said it was neither for the third time.
Right.
Excellent. So what's the other option? Since it could be something else.
The neither.
What's this neither? Oh, okay. So it could be God, right? But you know.
No, it's neither. It's none of that.
Right. That's another category. He's in his own category, right?
If you want to count that third category.
Yeah, it could be that. There's another option. That's a neither position, right?
Xbox has got his own category, neither. So there's the material realm, the non-material domain, and the neither domain.
Xbox, it's called an argument from ignorance when you say that there is another option, but you never provide one.
There was another option. I said
you said neither.
I don't have to have one, but it's neither of those options.
Okay. So
how do you know
that? right. So it's neither of those, but it's something else.
Right, because it's not in that. That's I don't remember if it's the category.
So it's something else, right? So there's another option. That's all neither means.
No, that's begging the question, assuming that it's something else.
No, begging the question is neither is not the same thing as exclusive of the two categories, right?
Say that again.
So you're saying that it's neither of those, so it's not this category or that category. It's in another category, right?
Neither does not give saying
so
that.
So is neither
that's even another category.
So is neither another category?
Not in this instance.
Okay, so then what is it? What's the other category? Since it can't be this or that, it's something else, right?
No, that's what I said. That's begging the question, saying that it's something else.
No, it's an argument from ignorance to say it could be something else, but I don't know what that is. That's
it would
what it
be.
is.
I'm not making that argument, but that would be. I agree.
Right. Okay, so then what's the other option?
Are you not? Oh my God.
No, I know what an argument from ignorance is. You're saying
I know, and I do too, and I'm not making that argument.
Let me break this down for you. Basically, what you're saying is it could be another option out there, right?
Nope.
So you're not saying it's neither of these two. You're saying it's neither of these two options. So
right.
So it cannot possibly be something else too.
Didn't say that.
Well, how does that not follow? Aren't there all sorts of other categories it could fall under? That it's logically equivalent to saying, because I don't know something to be true, it's not true. That's the very definition of an argument from ignorance.
I agree.
How is that not what you're saying here?
Because I'm not saying that it is another category. I'm not even saying that there is another category for it to fall into.
Right, you're saying it's not
neither
true.
It's neither of those categories.
Right, you're saying it's not either of these two categories, so it must be another category.
No, you're implying.
It's really all irrelevant since they have acknowledged, Xbox at least, for Xbox, since he's acknowledged that information is non-physical. It's not a physical thing. It's not matter. It's not material. That's the point I made from the beginning.
Is that what you're saying, Evan?
That's what I'm saying.
Yep. It's
habitually associated with mind.
It's the process of which we convey.
All information is traceable to a mind. Always, every example known. It's always traceable to a mind. The mind is always at the heart of the origin of all information.
Because at the same time, it's a mind that's conveying that this is information. I mean, we're looking at this and we're saying it's
knowledge. Yeah.
Well, would you say that if it's not in one of these two categories, what would we compare it to in order to know it's not in these two categories? How would we falsify that?
Let me give you an example. Henry Closeter.
I'm going between a reality, a reality and philosophy. I'm not going to do that again.
Henry Closeter, information theory.
I prefer the philosophy side.
I understand your philosophy is to not have a philosophy. Okay, let's go. Let's move forward then.
Okay.
Henry Closeter, the famous information theorist, stated, I quote, "The creation of information is habitually associated with conscious activity." Dr. Werner Gitt, president and professor of the German Federal Institute of Information Technology, considered by many to be the world's foremost authority on what constitutes information, states, I quote, "There is no law of nature, no known physical process or sequence of events which can cause information to originate by itself in matter." He also said, The basic flaw of all evolutionary views is the origin of the information in living beings. It has never been shown that a coding system and semantic information could originate by itself in material medium, and the information theorems predict that this will never be possible. A purely material origin of life is thus precluded. See, that's what I'm trying to help you guys understand. The existence of the DNA molecule throws evolution theory out the window and proves unequivocally life was not only intelligently designed, but specially created because the medium was manufactured as a medium to be encoded with the information that came from the mind of the designer. That means not only was it designed by an unfathomably ingenious mind, but this mind has the technology, the power to manipulate matter at the molecular level in order to encode it, to convey this astonishing, complex, multi-dimensional, interdependent, and overlapping and embedded, nested algorithmic information. Did you know that the information in the genome of living things can be read forward and backward and produce different information? We didn't know this 20 years ago. We do today. It used to be believed that one strand of the DNA molecule was all the information it was. The other strand was just a placeholder, a backbone to hold the one strand of information that has the information. We know today that both strands have information, and both strands can be read backwards and forwards and produce different information. Now imagine human computer coders writing a software application like CorelDRAW EXE in such a manner as that when read from line 1, the first line of code to the last produces a certain application. But at the same time, if read backwards from the last digit of code, the last character in that text application with thousands of lines of code, read backwards produces other applications by reading the same coding in the opposite direction. That's what DNA can do. We can't even conceive of a means of coding a computer capable of doing such a thing. We don't know how this technology could be achieved. And yet, every living thing is based on this kind of technology that is way outside of man's box. It's so far outside our box, it's not even funny. The whole molecule from one end to another is encoded with information, algorithmically information, organized to conform to linguistics law. The whole molecule is organized to conform to linguistics laws that go beyond Zipf's law of linguistics, more complex than Zipf's law of linguistics. And yet the molecule can be read one direction, produce information, and read backwards and produce other information, sharing the same base pairs. It's unfathomable technology. We'll never fully understand the information encoded in DNA. It's not possible for man to. We'll never figure it all out. It's beyond man's best minds to ever fully understand DNA.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I mean, that's great, but we do understand quite a bit of it. And
well,
I mean,
we understand something.
It's at the heart of it, it's a really basic language, and I mean, what we're talking about is just propagation of cause and effect.
No,
So,
what do you mean by that? Well, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is that this.
Excuse me.
So information, when we talk about human beings, is us interpreting a system and understanding how that, understanding a process or a system and understanding how it might lead to a certain other point in the future. Okay, we can make sense of things, right? That's what it means to a human mind. But in the DNA molecule, all it is that basically the DNA, through chemistry, through pure cause and effect, creates and further propagates a process. That's all it does.
That's all it does. See, what I just heard you do is what evolutionists always do. They love to talk about the complexity of things, but then when you point out that it's designed, they immediately go into this attempt to undermine the outrageous complexity of everything that we've discovered biological. They try to simplify it so much. It's just this. No, it's not just that. It's not. I'm sorry, it's not.
It's chemistry.
It's not just
chemistry.
that. No, it's more than chemistry. It's information, algorithms, and linguistics. Those are non-physical things.
I mean, and you can say it's chemistry until you're blue in the face, Dimitri, but the fact is that we can't even replicate anything like this.
Right.
And even when they try to, it's still proving what we're saying, that intelligence is behind DNA. And that is way more, the intelligence that's behind DNA is way more, like, infinitely more.
It's not. I mean, I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, because you're saying something that's clearly not being shown. If this cannot even be replicated in nature, the information had to start from a mind to even make the process, an actual process, then obviously you can't say that it's just chemistry. It's more than that.
No, it's literally all chemistry. There's nobody reading this.
It's information, algorithms, and linguistics. Those aren't chemistry. They're replicated chemical processes that act upon those things.
Yes.
But those things are not chemical. Information, linguistics, and algorithms are not chemical.
There is no linguistics there. It
Yes,
follows laws of nature.
There are linguistics there.
We interpret it as that, but
Right, we interpret a car as a car. Does that mean it's not a car?
we don't interpret a car as a car. We identify it as a car.
Okay, we identify it as too. So why is it? No, we
actually don't identify it as
No,
linguistics.
see, that's called big. That's called I forgot what that's called. Red herring. That's a game you're playing. The problem is information linguistics and algorithms have no origin in the material process. That's the problem.
Exactly. Therefore they don't exist in it.
Oh wow! So now the but wait a minute. The scientists acknowledge that the linguistics exist in DNA.
They're a process of the brain. No, linguistics don't exist in DNA.
Wait, well, let me. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, I'm gonna.
You're gonna mention syntax.
I'm gonna mention that. But here, in the text, I quote.
And you're completely misinterpreting.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm quoting what scientists say. Wait.
So you know what I'm talking about.
You say there's. Wait. You say there's no linguistics. You don't want to hear me the evidence. I'm going to show you there is. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Quantitative. Wait. Hold on. Quantitative linguistic study of DNA sequences that go beyond Zipf's law of linguistics. Okay, right there. Okay, now here's another. Now none of this is written by creationists. All right, here's another. You say it's not there, but I'm showing you it is. Okay. Wait a minute, that didn't paste. Okay, there. Okay, the linguistics of DNA: words, semantics, grammar, phonetics, and semantics. Right there. So wait a minute. Yeah, it does possess those things. Okay. So the list of papers, I've got a list of favorites in my favorites, probably 30 or 40 of science papers in the journals, all written by secular evolutionist camp guys, okay, that discuss information linguistics, algorithmic processes in DNA. So don't tell me that they don't exist there. They do. And the thing is, their properties, they're produced by minds. Chemistry has no potential to produce information linguistics or algorithms. They require a mind. An algorithm requires a mind because an algorithm is a problem-solving procedure. Okay, matter doesn't solve problems; it just interacts with other matter in accordance to the laws of physics. Right?
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to read this paper if you don't mind, and I'll get back to you. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got a lot more where that came from.
Cool.
Okay, so it does have language properties. It has algorithms. Algorithm is a, for example, here's a poor description of an algorithm. Go examine point B. If point B is larger than G, then go to C and compare that to F. If the difference between the two is greater than the difference between A and G, then go to D and follow those instructions. That's like an algorithm. That'd be a simple algorithm, right? They have DNA has algorithms that go beyond Zipf's laws of linguistics organization. Algorithmic processes that requires a mind because it requires if and when and thus statements. If this is true, then go do that. See, those are instructions. That's what exists in your DNA and in the DNA of everything that lives on this planet. Instructions. Comparison of information with the instruction to do a certain thing based on the comparison of the outcome of the comparison of that information. That requires a mind. That's the process of mind. Matter doesn't do that. Molecules don't say, "Hey Joe, what you got going down there?" Well, we see these three over here organized like this. Well, tell me if there's more of them there than there is 3,000 nucleotides down. Hang on, I'll be right back. No, matter doesn't do that. Minds do that. Matter doesn't do that. See, so every living thing on this world was designed by a mind because it possesses algorithms, information that says, if this is true, then go do that, and maybe do this too. That requires a mind. So there's no argument anymore about evolution being false and life being designed. It's been demonstrated true. We know it's a fact today. There are just people who refuse to acknowledge it because it upsets their worldview. That's all. This is 2015. We've known this since 2000. We've known it since 1990. We've known it since 1980. But the secular camp won't give up the ghost on the idea. No, it has to be evolution. You know, matter is all that explains everything. It's just the laws of nature acting on chemistry. That's all that explains it. But no, they disproved that since 1980, since 90, since 2000, since 2015. It's been thrown out. It's just these people won't give up because of the implication. If life was designed by a mind that has the power to manipulate matter at the molecular level and encode a medium with information that defines a whole organism, then we have a creator that we answer to. And that's very uncomfortable.
That's actually false. No, just because.
That's why they won't give up the ghost.
No, actually,
I just wanted to say real quick before I go, I'm gonna go get something to eat, but I'm getting a headache, and I've been in here for 4 hours, and there's been a lot of information, so I hope my head isn't exploding. It was nice talking with you guys.
You too, man.
All right,
It was good to meet you.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Come back online if you feel like it, man. Talk to you later.
Okay. Peace.
Take care.
Let me throw out there real quick too before you go. If someone here has mod, prudent needs to be broadcast.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Are you gonna go to Xbox? Did you say you're gonna go Xbox?
No, not yet. I have a headache too from all the information that's
right.
from all the brain matter that's come from y'all through the computer into my head.
Yeah, I know. It's a mess. That's why we invented, aspirin.
Well, I've been invited to another hangout. If it doesn't come through, if it gets canceled or something, I'll probably pop back in this one.
Okay.
I better go check out that one and see.
Yeah, and Neff, I'll probably start having mine again every other night or so, just depending on how I'm feeling.
Okay.
So.
All right, if I can pop in one sometime when I don't have to go to bed early, which isn't too often. I mean, which is pretty often. I'll be happy to pop in one. Appreciate it, guys.
Catch you later.
Thanks.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I do.
Now let's talk some smack about it.
How did you think of the definition I put on the side for
I just came back.
For information? Did you read that?
I just came back. What definition?
Okay. Of information is the process of how the facts are conveyed.
How I would not say it's a how. Information.
It's the process of how the facts are conveyed.
Yeah, he won't agree to that because he knows where it leads.
Well, no, but the thing is, like,
wait, hold on. Where maybe Matt can tell. Where does that lead?
Yeah,
it leads back to a mind.
How?
Oh yeah, it does.
Well, okay, but not a God mind.
No, my deal was with the immaterial part.
Yeah, well, I think there's two issues. One, it depends. When you talk about information, it kind of depends on what definition you're using. I mean.
Yeah, that's real quick, Prudent. That's all I was throwing. I was just seeing what I thought about my definition. I know you have a different one, and I didn't.
Well, no, there's some that aren't even like. It's not even like my personal definition. It's actually a definition of information that's actually used in bioinformatics. I mean, I don't know too much about it, but I mean, if you look into something called Shannon information, Shannon information is basically any probabilistic event. So, I mean, I don't see, if it's any physical probabilistic event, I don't see how that kind of information is reliant on a mind, though. I mean, granted, yeah, it's just if you,
that one
it's
wouldn't,
only
that one wouldn't, that one wouldn't be, and it would still be the process. It would be the event. It would be an act, like Art always uses the thing of, show me baking a cake, because that's just an analogy to show that it's not material or immaterial. You're asking about a process, not about an event, like you just said, Shannon information.
But the process is always attached to someone who has that is of consciousness.
No, unless you're gonna say my computer is conscious, I wouldn't make that argument.
No, I'm saying because that person had to, in order for your computer to even exist, someone had to take materials to actually form that computer in front of you.
That's begging the question.
And that is the process.
That's begging the question on that.
I was begging the question. I said someone with a mind.
Right there. That's why.
Say that again.
Well, that's why. Just that first part of your sentence.
I don't think
someone with a mind.
Exactly. What do you mean by is begging the question?
Yeah, I don't think
you're assuming the thing that you're saying.
How am I?
He means that we're using the computer as an analogy for a mind. So when you say minds are made by other minds, you're begging a question of creation.
But he's really only just giving an example of his argument. I'm not exactly sure he's begging the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, he's assuming that someone did something to prove that someone did something.
I guess.
Can someone? Okay, can there be a? Can you just have baking soda, all the processes need, all the ingredients needed to bake a cake? Just sit the ingredients on the counter and watch it arrange itself. No.
Oh, that's irrelevant. I mean, it's still physical.
No.
Yeah, sure, you can have a robot do the work, and it still be physical, unless you want to say that.
Okay, and who made that robot?
Irrelevant.
Again, it goes back to a mind.
No, irrelevant. It's possible for this robot to exist naturally, so natural world can have processes without a mind.
It always goes back to it. All you're doing is trying. Like you going to a robot. Who created the robot? And who created the person who created that person?
No,
that leads you back to who created. That leads you back to who created God. It's a bad.
No, it doesn't. Because if you actually know the characteristics of God, He is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. There was no one before Him, no one after Him. That's
okay.
You don't understand what an infinite God looks like. You don't understand that. If someone says that I am that I am, and that He's the beginning and the end,
I agree. I don't understand that.
You don't even understand what that means.
I agree.
No one does.
I completely. I completely agree. I don't understand it. I agree.
A lot of Christians understand what that means because they realize that He is the source of everything that exists.
Well, no, that's just wrong. That's logically impossible. For Him to be the source of everything that exists. Mike, hold on a second now. For Him to be a source of everything that exists, He has to exist Himself. So obviously He's not a source of everything, because He would be then the source of Himself, which is logical impossibility.
Okay, Art, you don't know what God is.
Well, yeah, you're right, because there are like a billion definitions of a God.
How in the world can you make an argument of that, but you don't know anything about God? At least the God of the Bible.
Well, I don't know which God you're talking about still. I mean, if you
the God of the Bible.
Dude, there's like a billion concepts
of God of the Bible. I'm being
hold on. You say the God of the Bible, and I can probably find 5 different Christians that have 5 different definitions for the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, can you
no way to distinguish between them.
Hold on, Xbox. Do you know what a Christian is?
Yes. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I would say that some have different definitions for it, but I'd say the ones that follow Jesus and all those little things like that. Sure.
Well, it's more than that, but
or believe in Jesus. I guess they don't follow Jesus. They believe in.
Okay,
God.
Again, you say that you can find like 5 different Christians who can give you 5 different definitions.
Or concepts.
I mean, I don't see what your point is.
It's hard to define when you say the God of the Bible, unless you're meaning a God that you don't know either, but you know some of his stuff because it's written in the Bible. Then maybe I could follow. But
no, yeah, I know, because the Bible clearly says that that our ways are not His ways, our thoughts are not His thoughts, that He's higher than we are, like infinitely higher. So of course I can't fully understand Him. What He has revealed to me in His Word, I can understand that He's way more than what you guys can actually think or fathom, including myself.
Right.
But
I would get the
argument out of ignorance because you don't even know what the God of the Bible is. You don't understand what He is.
That just means I'm ignorant. It's not an argument from ignorance, but I am ignorant. I agree with it.
Can I actually go back to this information thing? Because I think I can sort of. Yeah, I just want to respond because I wanted to get this point a while back. I think that first I want to ask Mac a couple of questions, but I want to lay down what I think information is. I think it's really nothing more to me than just concepts that we use to describe external reality. I mean, like if we talk about like information in DNA, like we're just describing what DNA is. If I use, I'll put my camera on. I have a pencil in my hand. If I try to describe this pencil, then wouldn't by that same logic, wouldn't my pencil be made of information? But that seems to me kind of ridiculous. It seems more like
when you say concept on there, what are you saying a concept is?
What do you mean? Like it's just a mental representation or a mental model that we use to describe other things.
Yeah, but that's the point we're getting at, as far as us Christians telling you that information is not only indicative of a mind, but it can only be that information is immaterial and that we're just the medium of receiving it.
No, I don't think it is immaterial. I think it's conceptual, and I think concepts, tend to be, but concepts are dependent on a physical, material mind. You don't see how you're trying to simply say that information isn't consistent with materialism, and that's not true.
If I give you something in Chinese and you don't understand Chinese, it's not information to you because you don't understand it. You can't comprehend it. Even if it's information to me, because
information to you and information to me doesn't distinguish whether it's information or not.
No, it is information, but you cannot, you yourself cannot understand the information that's presented to you. Okay.
Yep.
So in order for you to understand it, you either need someone who understands this for you, who can translate it for you, or you would have to learn. You would have to learn what the process of understanding the information yourself by understanding the language.
Well, with that, are you claiming that someone is actually telling you this information?
Okay, if you're saying that it's contingent upon a mind, then let's just say human beings don't. Let's just say we live in an alternate reality where human beings don't exist, but rocks exist. Now, does information exist in that universe? Because you have a bunch of rocks, but there's nobody there to describe them. Wouldn't?
Yeah, that's something I had asked Neff.
I would say that there's just not human beings to describe that they're rocks, but the fact that they are rocks is, I would say that the fact that they're the rocks that are there are not contingent upon. They're not contingent upon. I don't know.
It's just, are they still information? Is there still information there? Yeah, this is Neff locked up on that.
I would say yes to a certain degree, only because the God who created those rocks, who created the very earth, knows what they are. I wouldn't say it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't call it information itself, because He's the source of it. We mainly describe them as being rocks of itself because we learn what the physical world is showing us.
So are you saying that since God's mind
information being received to us, and we're describing what we're seeing?
Are you basically trying to argue that information is infinite then? Because like if God's infinite, but there's a God to interpret these things, to give information, would information then therefore be infinite as well by that logic?
Right.
I mean, we still have it even now.
But that doesn't really answer my question. Do you believe that information is infinite? That's my question.
In a sense, I would say yeah.
Okay, that's I just don't really see it that way. I think information really.
At the same time, what makes something not become information?
Well, again, I just said information is a concept. It's contingent upon a human mind, as far as.
Okay. No. That's where you're wrong. It's not just contingent upon a human mind. We are just receiving it. We are receiving information.
Can you show how it's not dependent on a human mind?
Yeah.
Or that it would be dependent on something else other than a human mind?
The information of itself has to come from a mind that is infinitely greater than we are, in order for all of us to even understand anything, to be information at all.
That's a bit of an assertion.
No, yeah. Well, okay, because I can show you. The fact is, you learn as well as I learn, as well as everyone in here learns something about the physical world. Even they learn something about the physical world, even if they're deaf, dumb, and blind, whatever. They still have a representation, whether it be flawed or not, of the physical world. The fact is that because you have information upon the physical world, at least upon your own self,
right,
you inadvertently have information. It may not be the right information, but it's still information of itself.
right.
In order for that to even come from anywhere, or just for any reason itself, it has to come from a mind first, and it has to.
That's what we're asking you to show. When you show the deaf, dumb, and blind, what you're showing is that it's contingent for me to have information, that it's dependent on a human mind, but that doesn't relate to why it's dependent, that it has to come from a human, something other than a human mind.
Because how can you, for instance, how can you say that if I look at if you say that I know what a tree looks like, and you point to the characteristics of a tree, you look at a tree, you look at the physical, a physical tree and everything, you determine that this thing is a tree. Okay, what is giving you that information that it was a tree in the first place?
My occipital lobe in the back of my brain, because we're receiving it through light rays through our eyes.
Okay.
We sense the tree, and we go by our previous definitions of what we know a tree is. We know it's made of bark. We know it's made of leaves. Whatever other characteristics. I mean, we know it's made of branches. That's how we determine it. And there's probably some other definitions. Oh yeah, it also photosynthesizes. Like all of these things.
I tried to make that point earlier when you were talking about language. That the language someone was saying that it was interpersonal, that it was to communicate to other people, but it was also to communicate to yourself these things, and I think the source more came from the inner than the outer.
Now, how do you convey that to someone else? Especially
through physical mediums. I mean,
you said through physical mediums.
Yeah, I would tell them through the sound wave, through the particles, or I would write it down, or I would, put it on a computer or whatever.
Okay, so but again, you're still conveying something. You're still conveying something that's immaterial. Because at the same time, you yourself are using your consciousness to send a message through your physical body to give it to someone else. But if they don't understand anything that you're saying, because it's basically noise, it's just noise to them. You're speaking in a language that they don't understand, or that they're deaf, or something like that. You still have to use something to get your message across.
Right, and that would be something that we all agree on. There's nothing like magical extra there. Like if all I'm doing is speaking gibberish to you, it's because you haven't come across and accept and like agreed to that these symbols mean this. I mean, or that these words mean this.
Well, I did, because now you have to show me how your consciousness is physical in any sense.
I don't know about what consciousness really means, but I'm not sure how that would even mean that I have to show that it's non-physical.
Yes.
I don't know anything that's non-physical. I guess I'm not sure.
A lot of things that you have is non-physical.
Like
your emotions, your thoughts, your dreams.
Those are just things of all physical things put together that you're saying there, like.
Yeah, they're the byproducts of physical processes.
Really? Because even a person who can be brain dead can still say that they saw things.
I can say that for sure. I believe they can say that, and I believe that.
Whoa! I just heard that. Okay, can you prove any of that?
Oh wait, he said dead people, right?
He said brain dead people.
I'm saying people brain dead.
People.
Yeah, which is worse than just dead, because you're dead.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it.
So it's even worse, actually. That's extra fucking ordinary.
Yeah, maybe Matt. Matt, please repeat that for us.
Wait, how is it any worse if a person is dead because that means there's no brain activity, none whatsoever.
Right.
Even
the
at
brain,
that point.
Here,
And-
Mac, rethink it, because a brain dead person can't come back and tell you that they saw something.
Well, no, they could if they kind of restore their brain functions.
You know of a case where we restored brain function?
I think there is some alleged case, but it's probably because I think I heard Glenn Cockenheim, right, the guy who is in Nadia's Hangout, and I think maybe even Mac was there as well. Didn't you guys brought up the example of a woman who claimed that she saw things when she was brain dead of some kind of special anesthetic?
I don't think I was in that hangout. If I was probably asleep.
Okay. But yeah, they are apparently.
Either way, if Art as a case, either way, like, we don't have this happening.
Yeah, she wasn't actually brain dead. It's just that the instruments were not detecting, I think, anything, or there was something.
So maybe someone that was like, I think that's why I said maybe rethink it, because just like I said a minute ago, maybe I said something wrong and I would want to rethink it. So I'm giving you the same opportunity, because it may be someone that like had a heart failure and was out and then came back.
I mean the fact that there have been people who have, well, what you would call out of body experiences, and they were literally dead, but they came back like.
I know what you mean. I think it was just in the wording we were tripping up on, and even there I don't like the wording, but I know what you're saying.
But I'm saying these people still would not show any brain activity if they're dead.
Yeah,
I mean, that
means
that is like nothing.
Wait, but you have to. Well, no, wait, you're claiming that there are people who were brain dead, and yet they could perceive something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you prove that?
I can't. Well, I can't give a link. Well, actually, let me try.
I'm not sure.
I've never heard this being verified in any case.
But I don't know what it would show anyway. I mean, what? I don't know how that would still show anything immaterial, because I have dreams. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there is the problem of us not having a complete understanding of the brain, and we don't have sensitive enough equipment that is available to the hospitals that can detect every neuron firing. There are some technologies that can, I think, but not.
We don't need to. I don't think we need to. I think
that's what I'm saying. We don't have sensitive enough technologies to even detect brain activity. So just because our devices are showing that there is no activity doesn't mean that there actually isn't activity.
Well, it doesn't mean that there's extra activity going on.
Oh, of course, yeah, because there could still actually be activity there that our devices did not detect, and this is how they're still able to perceive things. But
that's why I was saying overall, I don't think it really matters that we can get detailed on the details of how these things work. Just like on how I was arguing with Neff on the evolution, I don't know all these little details, but I don't need to know them to actually know the process and know that there's no gap in there for me to put something immaterial or something supernatural in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also we have actually a good case for material minds. I mean, we have technologies right now that can actually see your thoughts, even though it's kind of fuzzy, but you can clearly make out what a person is thinking, and that is based purely on your neural state, on the blood flow in your brain, purely on that. Right, so there is no need for even involving anything supernatural there.
Right. And if you're still there, sorry, I didn't mean to keep cutting you off. Right?
No, it's okay.
Are you still there, Mac?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure you could hear it. I wanted you. Do you understand our position on when we feel love or an emotion like that? That we just use that word to describe the chemical reactions that are changing around in us. That doesn't mean of who it's directed at or anything like that. It's just the word we use to describe a combination of events.
So do you say that when a person says, I love my pizza and I love my wife, does that mean he loves his pizza in the same way as his wife?
No.
Okay,
no,
that's my point though. Because
chemical reactions.
If you're describing love, but you which is an emotion, but at the same time, it's not used in the same sense as an object that you love, that you're showing love to.
That's just like I did with the evolution as well. It's just that's us and the limits we have. We would actually, if you want to say I love my pizza, I love my wife, in a way to explain it would be like, instead of using the word love, it would be I love one, or I love number one, my pizza, I love number two, my wife. They would both be so similar that we just call them love.
But you would know the difference. I mean, it's not like
I would know the difference. I only use the word love on both of them because it's easier.
Okay,
they're both different enough that I separate the two, but they're so close that I use the same term to call them.
But that's what I'm saying. Your actions for your wife are different than the actions that you will show that you will have for pizza.
Yep.
So though you're using the same word, and though you're using the so-called same emotion, you're applying it differently.
It's not the exact same emotion. It's a little different. That's what I was trying to say. It's a little bit different of a chemical reaction than the one.
Yeah, there's more intense feeling, at least, towards like people, and that's not. And we do that for reasons of social dynamics.
Right. It's easier.
But that's not always the case, because sometimes you even have people who don't care about human life, but will fight tooth and nail to protect a dog.
Right.
I've never quite heard of that before.
I'm just not sure what that shows. It's like right. If that's the case, but what would that show? That just shows a little bit different of an emotion. I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is, like, if we didn't have people who cared about human beings, if we didn't care about ourselves as a species, we'd go extinct.
Right.
That's not always the case.
Kind of. If a species has no self-care towards itself, it will collapse. Okay, like that's Ryan, I don't really think that's irrefutable.
This is why I said that's not the case, because one, the evolutionary theory, when you believe that you come from an animal,
we are an animal is what we think. No, I guess we come from an animal.
That's exactly what I mean. You having that mental idea, that thought process that you're nothing but an animal.
Nope.
You have no basis.
Nope. That's a straw man.
You saying that you're an animal.
Yeah, but not just.
Well, at least let Max say his whole statement. I've never heard it before.
You saying that you're an animal and that you're nothing greater than the daggum hippo is.
Hold on, let him finish it.
It shows how you lower the value of mankind, of itself, and in various ways as well. Because when, for instance, the abortion issue comes up, we believe for some odd reason that a baby has no right to live, that we can just kill it out of convenience because it's not a baby.
How is that related to believing that you're an animal? I really fail to see how you've made a connection.
Because you basically make it seem that that a baby has no value because you're just animals.
No, okay. Let me ask you. We lower the value. We don't lower the value, and we don't have no value. Like if anything, we make it equal.
Exactly. So why do we have? Okay, so why is abortion not wrong?
What?
Personally, I'm not really a big advocate for abortion, but I really wouldn't delegalize. I wouldn't make it illegal, so that's not really something I care so much about. Advocate. Well, not really.
Yes, you are. Are you getting into morals now about right and wrong?
You're trying to make this a black and white issue, and if I say I'm in the gray area, somehow. Okay, but I want to respond to this whole animal thing because I hear this a lot from creationists, and it gets a little frustrating because I feel like I've explained this many times before. When we say that we are animals, we're only going under what's biologically defined as an animal. An animal is any creature or any living, an animal is any organism that consumes another organism to obtain its energy, and while at the same time having a digestive tract. And because humans fall under that very simple definition, That is why we are qualified as animals. Nothing more.
We're not animals. Hold on, we're not animals.
But that's the whole point. That is the definition of an animal. Anything that eats another organism to obtain energy while having a digestive tract. That's it. That is the only.
No,
that is the very simple.
No, we're not animals. I don't care what the science says when they put that definition, because the fact is that if we are animals, why is it that we don't follow what animal? Why do we have a justice system? Why do we do the things that animals, not even today, don't do? We don't go.
We're more social.
When a lion kills a gazelle, they don't take the lion to elephant court and say, you know what, elephant, I was just hungry, I had to kill it, but they put him in bamboo jail.
Okay, but you do. Okay, by that same logic, then why don't we have that for humans? Because we eat other organisms. Okay, like that. You don't see where your logic fails there.
What?
Yeah, you're putting yourself as the standard on that, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not wrong if I kill someone and eat them.
Whoever said that? We're talking about eating different species. So, like, by that, okay, is it wrong to eat a cow? Because we eat cows, we eat chickens, we eat several different.
Ryan, in my worldview, I can tell you why we can eat animals and why it's okay for us to eat them.
Good. Good, but I'm not sure why you're asking, like, what you're asking, like what it shows.
Okay, again, Xbox. A lion will kill another lion. If a male lion enters a new pride and he becomes the head honcho of that pride, the male lion's offspring gets killed by it. Okay, we as mankind itself don't do that.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Yeah,
no,
we're
social. The
lion only does by the means what it has, and if that is what it takes to have those prides survive, is to kill off the male and its descendant, or I think that's how you were wording it, so that for some reason, it was Benny, and we don't have that same need to survive.
Okay, why is it that but why is it wrong for me to do that? If I enter into a marriage,
you're not a lion.
You're an
animal, but you're not a lion.
So what? You said I'm an animal.
Right, you are an animal, but you're not a lion.
So what? Yeah, why can't I do what an animal does? Why is it wrong for me to do so? If animals can do it,
because by definition,
why can't I do it?
You do. By definition, you do what an animal does. I mean.
Okay, but why can't I do what a male lion does?
Because you're not a lion. Because you're not a lion.
You're part of a social species, and we have social constructs that help us survive through time, dude.
It doesn't mean anything, Ryan. You know that.
It does mean anything. It means we get to survive for several generations. What do you mean it doesn't mean anything?
It doesn't mean anything. I'll show you why, Ryan. We kill people all the daggum time.
We do. That's us acting like animals.
I mean, we're supposedly acting like animals, but you're sitting here telling me that because I'm not a lion, I can't do what a lion does if I want to do what a lion does. Why is it wrong?
Us killing other people
in the first place. You don't seem to. We don't have the same impulse as lions do. We're biologically hardwired to act certain ways, and that goes across different different species are hardwired to act along the instincts that they have. So a lion will be biologically hardwired to have lion instincts, while humans are hardwired to have human instincts. That's sort of how it works.
So you're calling us animals, but you're saying that we don't have characteristics of animals.
No, Mac, no, that's what you're having this, I think, problem with the right and wrong of it, which there's nothing right or wrong with what that lion's doing. There's nothing right or wrong intrinsically. Like, if you're looking at this objectively, take your opinion out of it and look down on the earth as anything else.
Xbox, I don't have a problem with what a lion does.
Right, I'm trying to show you that applies in the way you're saying to the humans as well.
Okay, Xbox.
It's only,
Ryan.
I'm trying to show you that you're basing the standard off of you. You're off the human
No,
perspective.
I am not. No, I am not. As a Christian, no, I am not. No. I understand why animals do what they do. I'm asking you, since you call yourselves animals, I don't. If I go by your logic and I'm an animal, why is it that I cannot kill the children the children of my wife that are not mine? Why can I not kill them once I get into that marriage if I want to kill them? Why is that an issue?
You can.
We're a different kind of animal.
You can,
with
but
social
since we're
constructs.
social, yeah. But look, you can do it, but our social construct, like he's saying, you're not going to be in our society. We're going to remove you from that society. If you want to abide by our society, then you're not going to do it.
And
Why should I?
Hold on. By the way, this is okay. There's a misconception here that animals don't have morals. Bullshit. Chimpanzees have actually very similar morals to us because they're a social species. They form tribes. When someone in that tribe kills someone else without a good reason, the tribe will remove him. There you go. Jail, or well, kind of like jail. Just remove them
Exile.
from society.
It's
So
exile. That's what jail is. We remove people from society and put them in jail. So we exile them from society, just like
Okay, so you remove them from move them from society. Does that make it wrong? Does that make the action wrong? What the person
Yes.
did. It makes the action wrong.
but not because of that.
Yeah, I say no, but it doesn't.
What makes it wrong?
Well-being.
All I did was just kill an animal.
Well-being.
What makes it wrong?
Well-being, human well-being.
The value that we put on that.
Human well-being.
The value. Oh, sorry.
So an animal, so you're telling me that an animal, I value human well-being.
Correct. An animal value?
Yes.
Yeah, as an animal, you value. As a human animal, you value human well-being.
Well, okay, so I could put it like this: I value my human well-being, my family's well-being, all these other people's well-being.
Right.
But I still want to kill. I still want to kill this person, and I kill them anyway. No one's gonna care.
No, they will care.
Yes, people will care. There's gonna be a lot of people.
Construct. If you want to be in that social group, you're gonna act a certain way. If you don't, you get removed from it.
So what? So if I was in Nazi Germany, it wouldn't matter.
Yes, it will, because you're still doing something wrong, something against.
Wait.
Hold on. Make a crazy scenario where everybody accepts murder. You're at that point. Then I mean, why would they remove?
Wait, guys, hold on a second. Guys, we have a person here. Guys, hold on.
Society. That's all you did.
Mac, hold on a second. We have here a person who is unbroadcasted. Does anybody have mod rights?
Yeah, I do. Hold on.
Cool, thanks. Okay.
But anyway, you limited it, Xbox, to a society. The whole world is not a society.
Right.
So in Nazi Germany, that society says that it's okay for me to kill Jews. It's okay to me to lock them up in concentration camps. Is that wrong?
It's not about society.
I don't think it's.
That doesn't break away from what we've been saying.
Real quick, Ferdinand. Hold on, real quick, Ferdinand. I don't think it's a. I don't think they said that it was okay. But if these other Nazis were saying that it's okay and stuff, they weren't removing these people. That they'd be removing themselves from society. They didn't. If in this scenario they didn't think it was wrong, then they wouldn't remove.
They're the ones who are making the rules in society, in their society. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but if we went by Hitler's standard, the human species would come to an abrupt end at some point.
No, it wouldn't, because at the same time they were doing good for themselves.
That is a bad way. No, okay. What Hitler did was he tried to remove certain he tried to remove certain variants from the human population. And when you do, the problem is you want more variants. That's what stabilizes the population. If you remove all the variants, and you try to have one of the variants or one of the races of a species rule, That's not good. You don't want that. That's how populations die out.
Yeah, but that's based on evolution, you know, and evolution is a myth. It's a fairy
But that's the
tale.
whole point. It's like we're trying to say that from an evolutionary point of view, there are certain actions that we do that determine whether populations live or die as a whole.
Yeah, but evolution is a fairy tale, dude. You have to realize this.
Oh, God.
Sorry, just troll. Had to troll for a moment there. Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this. How in Nazi Germany was it wrong for me to kill anyone that I didn't like?
Because you're violating human well-being.
So what?
You don't care about your
I
well-being?
can do that.
Wait, you don't care about your well-being?
My well-being, does not care about your well-being. If I want to kill you, I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna live.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if you don't care about it. Just like it's irrelevant if I don't care about what God says or wants. I mean, in your worldview, In your worldview, God is the standard for good. In my worldview, human well-being is the standard for good. So
okay, so Nazi Germany was not wrong for doing anything that they did.
No, they were wrong because they were violating human well-being.
They were not violating human well-being.
They were killing people. They were fucking killing people.
They were clearly having human well-being for each other, just not for the Jews.
They were killing people. They were putting the Jews in a concentration camp.
Why is that wrong?
Because it violates human well-being.
So what?
That's the standard for morality. That's the standard for morality.
What about us killing Germans?
They don't. Art, here's the problem. They care about human well-being, just not the human well-being of the Jews.
It's irrelevant, dude.
How is that wrong?
No, it's irrelevant. The standard for good is human well-being. If you violate any human well-being, it's wrong.
That's it.
No, it doesn't matter if they don't accept it. It's irrelevant. It's their problem.
So what?
Just like it doesn't matter if I don't accept God as the standard for good in your worldview, God still would be the standard for good.
Yeah.
There we go. And in my worldview, human well-being is the good, so it doesn't matter if someone decides to violate it.
You know that.
Say again?
Your worldview does not work, and you know that because
yes, it does.
You're saying Nazi Germany was wrong for killing the Jews. They were only killing certain groups of people that they did not like. Why is that wrong?
Because they violated human well-being. They killed people.
They don't care.
It doesn't matter if they didn't care.
They're only violating these type of groups of people. But these other types of these other groups of people, they're not violating human well-being. So why is it wrong?
Violating other humans' well-being, and since human well-being is the standard for good, they're doing something bad. And that's why I'm justified in calling what they did bad. There we go.
That's why you're justified.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just an opinion.
What the fuck? Do you know what justification is?
Say what?
Justification. Do you know what it is?
It's a properly basic belief that human well-being is valued over the other. And if not, we would not survive if that were the case. If that were not the case. So it gains value because of the creatures that we are. Things hurt us whether we have an opinion on them or not. We die whether we have an opinion on someone dying or not, whether I think you're going to die or not. If I never think of it, you're still going to die. So these come from these objective moral facts around us.
Objective moral. So what is objective again?
Outside of one's opinion. Outside of human opinion, I guess.
Okay, so again, how does human well-being fall into objective? I'm sorry.
That's what I just explained.
If they're justified, then they're not subjective.
Okay. Wait, you said if they're justified, they're not subjective.
Yes, if you have an opinion that is justified objectively through evidence or reason, it's not an opinion.
So okay, what makes what makes human well-being what makes killing another human as being wrong objective to you?
Because it violates an objective standard for morality in my worldview, which is human well-being.
Where's the standard coming from?
It's just a natural thing. It's the
creatures that we are. I mean, it's what we are.
So you're saying everyone has...
If we weren't human and a bullet didn't hurt us, then the case would be different.
Yeah.
But
So
it
you're
is.
saying-
That is the case.
Okay, so you're saying because... Okay, so you're saying because... you're saying human well-being is the standard.
Yes.
Okay, so let me get this straight. What exactly would be bad for human well-being?
Killing a human, for example.
Harm, suffering.
Beating them up.
Okay, wait. Okay, you said harm and suffering. So do we not have, killing in a judicial system? Like,
Yeah, but that's because
someone sentences someone else to death.
Right, but that's because what we're doing in the judicial system is that we're trying to.
Okay, wait. You just said that's harming.
No, well, let me explain why. Okay, so harm.
It's not simply just harm.
Yeah.
You listen to the definition.
That's what he said.
It's a calculation, right? So you have to take positive consequences, negative consequences. If the positive consequence outweighs the negative consequence, then it is a.
That sounds very subjective.
Huh? That's not subjective. That's objective. It's not absolute. Go ahead.
Justice is justified immorality. That's what justice is. When we throw somebody in jail, that's not a good thing for them, but it's a necessary thing for the rest of us.
Right.
So
Okay, so that's what the Nazis thought in the concentration camps.
Yeah, they did
think that. And their justification was flawed.
But it benefits us.
But justifications can be objectively proven. And
they
Nazis
had a justification that's objectively
They
proven.
didn't have an objective. It wasn't. It was. If they thought it was objective, it was flawed.
Okay, and so is Art. So is Art's explanation when he says. How is it?
Why is it subjective? What I explained.
Because you're basically taking into account that all these people agree to these rules when they clearly do not.
No.
People do not always care about human well-being.
No, I never said that we have to agree on this.
It doesn't matter if they care about it. That's the point. That's what makes it objective. It still harms the other person, whether they buy into this system or not, whether they can believe it.
Again,
it's an objectively measurable phenomenon.
When it does come down to the end, it is subjective whether I pick these values to follow.
Okay, Xbox, if I put you to sleep and kill you while you're asleep, you don't feel any harm.
Right.
So how is it? Okay, so again, if I do that, how is it wrong?
Yeah, to an extent, I do still feel
No,
harm.
you don't. You don't feel anything. It's not like you can respond to it. You're dead.
What? Hey, you fall asleep with a cigarette and you burn your arm. It wakes you up. You still feel.
So what? You're dead. You can't get up and say, hey.
We're not talking about harm. We're talking about well-being, anyways. So well-being and harm are different.
Okay, so well-being. Okay, so if I kill you in your sleep, you do not feel anything.
Right.
You
still violate my well-being.
Violate human well-being, apparently.
You diminish my well-being.
Yeah, would Xbox most likely live and have a wonderful life, probably, or some happy life that would have human experience in it if you didn't kill him? Yes.
Right, and put it in that scenario. If I was suffering beyond quality of life and all that such, and you did the same thing, then the answer would probably switch. It wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, and in fact, some people actually ask for that. Where the situation is so dire that they have no reasonable hope for a good well-being. That's why euthanasia, I think, is justified.
Right, exactly. Which I agree with.
So euthanasia is necessary, but at the same time, you're saying it's human
euthanasia
in that scenario, that is the well-being.
Yeah, euthanasia is actually it's based on well-being, and people don't realize this, but when a person is in such a dire state, in such a desperate state, where him actually living brings harm to him, us killing him actually minimizes harm and provides actually relief in a way.
Right.
So, that sounds subjective.
No, how is it subjective?
What part of that was subjective?
The fact that if he's causing harm to himself, you killing him will minimize harm in a way. That sounds very subjective because you're assuming that.
No, we're not. No, I'm saying if that is the case, if his nature is being violated by the mere fact that he lives, me ending his existence actually lowers the suffering there.
So I should. So again, I can go back to the concentration camps because all those people were skin and bones. They weren't getting fed much, and that they were suffering.
Right.
It's okay for me to just shoot them with a Gatling gun, minimize the.
No, because they have a hope of a good life if you just release them and allow them to live.
Right. You shooting them does not minimize harm and.
Wait! We throw people in jail during the justice system. Why can't I throw these people in the concentration camps? Because I believe that what they did was criminal, or that I believe that their existence is criminal.
Well, because
you'd be wrong.
If that's you'd be wrong if that's your justice system. That's your justice system. It doesn't mean that it's right.
So what? You can't. I mean,
that was the whole point.
What standard do you have to go against me?
Well-being, human well-being. That's what we're talking about.
So,
it's an objective.
Are you listening to us? Helen Mac, are you listening to us? Are you listening to us? Or are you just responding denial not denial of the things, but just no matter what we say, you're just going to deny it and move to the next question.
To me, it's very subjective because you're using human well-being when humans themselves are flawed, make mistakes, and they cannot always agree on. They will not always agree on everything that is right or morally wrong.
Right.
The fact is that people don't believe that killing someone else is wrong or that it causes harm on any human at all.
Not in every instance and in every scenario.
Okay, so you cannot. That's what I'm saying. You cannot use human well-being because you're assuming everyone agrees to this, and they don't.
No, it's irrelevant if they agree.
It is not irrelevant.
It is
irrelevant.
It is completely irrelevant.
So Mac, do all Christians have to agree that God is the standard for morality, for God to be the standard for morality?
What is a Christian? Because
you're not. Yeah, I gotta. Hey, y'all have a good night. I mean, if you just asked you a question, you ignored it. We explained that three times. You just shot it back. You didn't even listen to what we were saying.
It's a foolish question. What Art just asked.
Xbox.
Take your Xbox.
Y'all have a good night.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mac. It wouldn't matter, Mac. Thanks. I've got to head to bed.
Take care, man.
See you.
Yeah, Mac, okay. I don't care what the true Christian is. If you believe that the true Christian is X, Y, Z, okay. Under that definition, whatever it is, do all of these Christians have to agree that God is the standard for truth, for God to be the standard? For God. Do all of these Christians have to agree that God is the standard for morality, for God Himself ontologically be the standard for morality?
God is the standard of morality, even if no one else believed it.
Exactly, and that's kind of our point. Our standard for morality is independent of what humans think.
No, it is not.
Okay, how is it not?
Because a person can have human well-being again, and not think that if I kill you in your sleep, or if I kill someone who is sick, I'm minimizing their suffering by killing them, and it is okay for me to do so.
No, it's not. How is it okay? Give me the calculation by which you arrived that you actually.
You said it's human well-being. What is human well-being?
Whatever makes humans happy while not violating other human well-being. It's. I'm not finished. I'm not finished, Mac. If you're going to simplify the definition, you will find contradictions, of course. You have to let me finish. Okay, so human well-being. Okay, my standard for objective morality in a secular worldview is human well-being, whatever makes a human happy and have a good life, basically happiness, okay, while not violating happiness of other people and their agenicity, their free choice. There you go.
And you said this is objective.
Yes.
Okay, say what objective is again in definition, please.
Objective, it doesn't depend on your opinion.
It doesn't depend on my opinion.
Yeah, it's not based on your opinion. That is like, flavors, taste, that's subjective. Objective reality, like the color of the sky, or I don't know.
So based on that, it would not make any sense to kill someone at all.
Well, it makes sense. I mean,
no, it doesn't.
Reason has sense. I think you mean justified, not sense.
Okay, it does not. It's not justified in any sense to kill someone at all.
No, there are justified reasons to kill.
That person can kill millions of people, and you say, we should kill him because he has caused harm unto people, but you're going to cause harm unto him.
If we are sure that this person's existence will bring harm to other people, you might know. Well, actually, yeah, I would not say there's actually reason to kill someone. We can just put him in jail, right? There's no reason to kill.
But you're causing harm to him.
Say again?
You're causing harm to him.
Right, and that's only when we have a good reason to think that the harm that he will create, if he is free, is greater than the harm that we cause on him.
So what? You clearly said it's subjective, and you said human well-being is is basically the happiness of someone without the well-being of someone, or the happiness of someone without causing harm to someone else.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I see where you're going there. Okay, maybe there is maybe a kind of contradictor here.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
Sure. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter because I'm not a philosopher, and this is a complicated topic.
That's my point. It's not objective. It's subjective.
Oh no. Just
you clearly contradict.
No, Mac, hold on.
This is what I'm talking about. No. It's like watching a dead animal, like just trying to I'm sorry. It's like watching a snake with its head cut off, fighting for dear life.
Hey, Mac.
Like just not laying down. It just won't lay down.
Hey, Mac. Do you think if I ask you some questions about physics, right? If I ask you for some complicated calculations about physics, will I be able to make you contradict yourself at some point because you're a layman?
Of course you wouldn't make me contradict myself because I just will tell you I don't know.
But if I did make you talk about this, you would contradict yourself. But when you contradict yourself, that doesn't mean that your argument is completely fallacious or that there is actually no physics that is based on objective nature, right? Which is what I'm saying. Yeah, hell, you can contradict me. I'm sleepy. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. I haven't slept the whole night. I've drank 3 cups of coffee. I've been in a hangout with nothing free, yelling at me and talking constantly, right? So even if I contradict myself a little bit and cannot think this one of the most complicated questions in humanity is history through, doesn't really tell much about my position.
I'm gonna tell you straight up, Art. You don't have objective morality.
No, can you prove that? Well, okay, awesome. Let's talk about your morality. Maybe let me try to switch the conversation. So you claim that God is the standard for good, right?
Yep.
So can a God be evil? Not your God, any God.
Be evil?
Not your God specifically, but any God.
I mean, Satan is called the God of this world, and he's evil.
Okay, there we go. So how do you know that your God is not evil?
Because he's not. He's revealed to me that he's not.
But could not an evil God fool you?
No.
Really? An evil God doesn't have the ability to fool puny human beings? No?
No.
Wait, so you're saying that an all-powerful God is not all-powerful?
That's not what you said.
That's kind of what I said.
No, you said can an evil God fool you, and I said no. To fool me into thinking that the God of the Bible is not a good God, and I said no.
how do you know that the God of the Bible is not the evil God?
How do I know that the God of the Bible is not the evil God? Because he's revealed to me that he's not.
Can an evil God lie?
No.
Wait, an evil God?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can an evil God lie?
Yeah, there you go. I just made you contradict yourself. You see, that must mean that you're
No, I
arguing.
didn't contradict myself. I missed
you kind of did, bro.
question because I thought you were staying on the God of the Bible and you went to evil God.
Okay, so yeah, so an evil God can lie, definitely, right? How do you know that the God of the Bible, you think is the God of the Bible? That
God is not a God God is not man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should repent.
You think
anything that you bring up does not take away the fact that the Bible did not have to be in front of me in order for me to know who the true God was, why he is what he is,
and how do you know
why
that?
he has revealed to me to where I know that he is the true God of the world.
Awesome. Okay, and how do you know this without the Bible?
He's revealed that to me.
How do you know he didn't lie to you?
Because he's revealed to me that he did not lie. That's not part of his character. Again, we're talking about a good God. What is the standard of goodness? Lying is not good.
Yeah, and
what if you're being deceived?
Go ahead, Dimitri.
Is this the best you guys can come up with? I mean, really? Because y'all
keep going here because
horrible arguments and it's terrible. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Art already answered the question that he said a good God, that he's the standard of goodness. A good God does and will not and cannot lie.
Sure. How do you know there is a good God and not an evil God?
Because he's revealed to me that he is the true God. He's revealed to me that he is the good God.
How do you know he was not lying to you?
Again, he's the standard of goodness.
Okay, how do you know that he's the standard for goodness?
Because he's revealed to me that he is.
And again, how do you know he didn't lie?
Because he's revealed to me that he is not a God that he should lie.
Revealed to you. Okay, how do you know you were not fooled?
Because he's revealed to me that I was not fooled.
Okay, can your revelation be false? Can God make other people think that what these gods has revealed to them is not actually true?
God can send because God had like for instance with Saul, God had sent deceiving spirits to him, to where he was like very paranoid and agitated. Like when David was around, he tried to kill him, I think 3 times. And because he knew that David was the one that was going to take his crown, and he tried to kill him multiple times.
Right. So again, we have established that there could be an evil God, and he could be lying to you.
Oh no! Because here's the thing: when God does something, here's the funny thing. Saul didn't have those issues until after he left the presence of God. Abraham told him, the day that you torn from my robe is the day that God has torn his presence from you. He has taken his presence away from you. Once he took his handle off of Saul, the anointing off of Saul, then Saul started having all these issues. He went against God in the first place.
Okay, you're going too far. You're going really too far.
I'm not going too far, actually. It goes right on the head.
First of all, you're assuming that the Bible that you have is actually from...
And you're assuming that it's not.
No, I'm not actually. I'm kind of agnostic. Yeah, I don't know if it's not. I'm asking you to prove that it is.
So, again, I'm not assuming. I know.
Okay, how do you know?
Because God has revealed to me in His Word.
And how do you know that He wasn't lying?
Because God is not a God that He should lie, nor the Son of... God is not a man that He should lie, nor the Son of Man.
How do you know that?
Because He's revealed to me for certain.
And you're going in circles, don't you see this?
Oh, you noticed that, huh?
Yeah, I think everybody did.
Well, how about you go to God Himself and ask Him, is He truly a God that exists?
How will I know He's not lying?
Yeah.
Ask Him.
How will I know He's not lying?
Ask Him.
Dude,
and He'll tell me, but how will I know the answer is not a lie? No, you... Okay, so ask Him and I get an answer, and whatever the answer, how do I know it's not a lie?
Because I've asked Him, and I've proven, and He's proven to me that He is the true God, that He is the, that He is.
How do you know you're not being deceived?
Not a man that He should lie, nor the Son of Man that He should repent. I've asked Him things, the truth of things, and he's giving me the truth.
He could deceive you.
Okay, and prove me wrong. I didn't think so.
You're making claims.
Prove me wrong. I just said he's revealed to me to where I know for certain, so I know that he's the true God.
Why should I believe you?
Why should I care?
We're having a conversation, that's all.
No, but you're asking questions to me when you can clearly ask the God of the Bible himself. He's clearly said that I will speak to you.
Right.
I will prove me at my word. The Bible even says that he exalts his word above his own name. If you're going to say, okay, God, hold on. If you're going to say, God, in your word you say God, in your word you say this. Why am I not seeing this? He tells you why. He gives you answer. He gives you answer in prayer, in visions, and dreams, in various different reasons. He gives you answers to your questions, but you don't accept them because you love your sin.
Because I wouldn't know if he was lying or not.
I don't understand it.
Mac, I'll actually rescue you from this. It's a really easy thing. If you define God as the source of good, then if you identify if you ask the question whether the God can be lying or not, would imply that you are actually the source of morality. So that question becomes inane, essentially.
No, it doesn't.
He's trying to help you.
I'm actually giving you a presuppositionalist argument here.
Okay. Because you're telling me that I'm the source of morality?
No. What I'm saying is that all you have to say is God is the source of morality. Right? That's it. So if he's the source of morality, by definition, you could not judge him.
Okay, but you guys already know that, so why did I have to tell you anything?
I was actually saying if you would ever get to it. So
no, but I'm saying you guys.
Sorry, I'm better apologist than you are.
If God is the standard of goodness, then he possibly deceived you. That doesn't make any sense. If he's,
exactly.
So, but
there you go. I helped you out.
Dimitri is helping you out here, dude.
No, but I'm saying you guys keep asserting that he could possibly deceive you when you already know that he cannot. That's not part of him.
No, actually, I don't know that. In fact, I know there.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Dimitri. I mean, he gives the description that I already agreed to, that is already confirmed in the Word, that God is a good God. I gave him scripture that shows that God is not a man that he should lie, nor the Son of Man that he should repent. He's not like us. When he does something for various reasons, even if you don't understand him. And just because you don't like what God is doing, that's all you got. You don't like what God is doing, but that does not make it wrong. When God says something is wrong, that is wrong.
There's really no need to preach here. But no, it basically comes down to this. So God, the nature of God is good, right?
Yes.
Okay, where does that nature come from?
It's a part of him.
Exactly. So good is this, it's just a natural state of affairs, right?
What do you mean it's a natural state of affairs?
What I mean is that good is not what God deemed is good, because he did not make his own nature. So good is this, basically, the way the universe is. That's it. That's what good is. Because, see, God did not choose his nature, which means God cannot choose the design of good that the universe is. So good is just the way things are, basically.
No, God is and God is good. God is good.
I get that, but what I'm saying is that good becomes this thing where it's just the way things are. So it's not your preference. It's not even God's preference. He doesn't get to choose a preference. So it's just the way things are. It makes good this really vacuous term. Yeah.
Okay. What is evil? I'll show you this in like this. What is evil?
Evil? Okay, so evil, or being morally bad, I guess would be another way to put it, is when we break the moral contract.
Okay, so evil. Okay, so in a sense, evil is what goes against God's will, or what is opposite of God.
Nothing goes opposite of God. Everything is God's will.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
You were designed by God. Yes?
Yeah.
God did not choose your design. It was his nature to make you the way he is. So everything
What are you
is
talking about?
preordained.
God, my design.
What I'm saying is that you're designed by God. God knew what was going to happen. So there's nothing in this universe that happened without God's intent. Everything happened by God's intent.
No, because God's intent was never for you to become evil, which you have become.
That's not true, because clearly I am. So
no, because at the same. Okay, Dimitri, here's how foolish this sounds right now. Because when God gave you His Son, Jesus Christ, He said that those who believe on Me will be saved.
Right.
Those who do not believe.
We're talking about evil, not salvation, right?
Those who do not believe will not be saved. He's giving you an option right now. The same thing that happened in the Garden of Eden. Choose me, the tree of life, or choose death, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You're choosing death right now.
Yeah.
You're in the exact same position as Adam and Eve, and you're choosing death.
Well, but once again, we're talking about evil. And as I said, evil is ordained by God. He made the world so that there can be good and there can be evil. He didn't make it so that there can just be good.
But it's not ordained. It's not ordained by God. That doesn't make.
How could that?
If
God made everything by definition. He made everything.
He didn't. Because how can
you mean there's things that they're in creation that were not created by God?
No, there's a product. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you this. It's a product of free will.
Free will requires rational thought still. Okay.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how dumb this sounds right now. God is the standard of goodness. Okay.
Okay.
God is the standard of perfection. God is the standard of holiness, of righteousness. Okay.
Right.
All these things is who He is.
Okay.
Okay. All these things is in Him. They are Him. Okay.
Right.
The fact is that what evil is anything apart from that or opposite of that.
How could anything be apart from God? He is the creator of the universe.
That's what the product of free will is. When you choose to go opposite of when you choose to go opposite of God.
If you walk away from God, where do you think you're going? Like, where are you going exactly?
To hell. To the lake of fire?
Hell is a room in God's house.
Okay.
So to go away from God is the equivalent of a teenager having a hissy fit, running away to their room, thinking they've just exercised free will and they're free of their parents.
No. Here's the problem, Dimitri.
Parents' house.
No, here's the problem, Dimitri. Because you're equating something that is not even there. One, God did not prepare hell for you.
What? He didn't make it?
It clearly shows in the Bible that it was never prepared for you. It was always prepared for the devil and his angels.
So God didn't foresee the fact that some human beings might end up there?
No, He knew people would end up in there.
So He made it for us.
No, He didn't.
But He foresaw that people could go in there. What are you talking about?
Okay, again, I'm going to show you how dumb this sounds. God gave Adam and Eve a choice.
Right.
Choose me, life.
Right.
Or choose this, death. You as a finite human being cannot understand that God has to give you a choice to either freely choose Him or not to choose Him. He has to give you a choice. Otherwise, you don't have the option to do so. You cannot say, I love God, when you don't even have a choice to go against God.
I never debated any of that. Okay.
I wonder why.
I agree with that scenario. But
so again, God cannot create evil. He's not the author of it because that's apart from himself, and that is contradictory to God's nature. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
How can anything be apart from God?
Free will. I mean, it's something that you can. It's something that you cannot wrap your head around, because we're talking about an infinite God who's infinite in wisdom and understanding, and all in goodness and holiness.
Oh, well, appeals to ignorance are interesting, but so here's an idea. Okay, so I disagree with Art. Okay, about morality. I believe it's subjective, and I believe it's based on objective facts, and like we live in an objective reality. So, but I do believe it's based on preferences.
Okay.
So
I agree that your view of morality is subjective.
Yeah, but my question to you is, why do you think subjective morality is wrong? Like, what's the issue with it?
Okay, for instance, Slash here is wearing a hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
I can accuse him of being murdered. No, okay.
Right.
I can. Let's say that Slash was, doing a little bit of slashing with
Right.
his to his victims.
Right.
He clearly killed someone.
Right.
If I said that is wrong, why is it wrong?
Well, basically, morality is based on a moral contract. It is a tool to help us coexist together. So it's based on preferences. Okay, so let's say it's just me and Slash and another person on an island. Let's say it's actually me. Okay, let's use Slash. Okay, so let's say there's 3 people on an island. Okay, and they all have preferences. Now, all 3 of them have preferences not to die. Okay, and this is a biological fact. This is what I mean, that these preferences, these subjective preferences, are based in objective reality. None of them want to die. Okay, so the idea here is they want to coexist. So each one of them enters into this moral contract to say that, look, we're not going to kill each other if we want to coexist. Everybody wants to coexist, so nobody kills each other. Now, if one person kills another person, they break the moral contract. So the remaining person goes, uh-oh, now I don't trust this person. So the society that they have is gone, essentially. Now, you only have 2 people here, and neither one of them is in the moral contract. So basically what you have is no society. And each one of them has to live on their own, which is a preference that they don't want. That goes against their preference. So, morality is really all about trying to maintain society. That's it. It's trying to keep people together.
You're still not showing me how it's wrong, because again, let's say Slash, both of you guys on the daggum island, and no one knows about it. No one knows about Slash. I mean,
exactly. So if these 3 people were killed by, if 2 people are killed by the third, and he's the last one on Earth, there would actually be no repercussions for him, and there would be nobody to tell him that he's wrong. But he'd be the only one left. That's not a problem, because he's the only one left.
Because a lot of murderers get away with something when they kill individuals, and they never get caught.
That's right. So
why is killing them wrong then? Because if I never get caught, I can just kill thousands of people all day and not care, because I'm gonna never get caught.
You would be breaking the moral contract, which means that there's actually a risk to you.
But I never get caught.
If you never get caught, then you never get caught, and you will keep killing people.
That doesn't make any sense, because you're saying
it's a fact.
You're saying killing is wrong, but because this person hasn't gotten caught, then it's not wrong.
No. Killing is wrong by us because we don't prefer to die.
So what? the person's not getting caught. So of course he can kill you, get away with it, and not have any repercussions for it.
That is the unfortunate fact of life. However, if we do catch him, we'll put him in jail because we don't want to coexist with him.
But again, your worldview, all you're saying is that is wrong, but you know, as long as you don't get caught, repercussions. That doesn't even make any sense because you say
no. It's not that it's a fact. It's not that it doesn't make sense. You don't like it.
So what?
You don't like that this murderer is going to go free. So you want an agent to come down from above and punish him. I'm sorry, that's not how it works.
Okay, for one, this is why Christians have a basis for their morality. Because one, it's not contingent on your opinion.
Well, you clearly don't. Morality to you is just the way things are.
No, it is not. It's the way God is.
Exactly, which is just the way things are.
No, it is not.
So it's not based on your opinion, right?
It's not based on my opinion, no.
Exactly. And God doesn't have an opinion because God just has a nature. So that's it.
No,
morality is just the way things
are. God gave us laws to understand what is wrong.
Right, but those laws are based on His nature.
Okay, and what's wrong with that? It's still objective morality because you have
meaningless. It's like saying nature is the way it is. Okay, so this homicidal maniac. Okay, this homicidal maniac. That's just his nature.
That's a straw man. That is a straw man.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
This homicidal maniac. That is his nature. So what is wrong if that is just his nature?
Man, like that's the biggest straw man I've ever seen. I need a giant size.
I'm comparing nature to nature. How is that a straw man?
Okay, here's how this is a straw man. Because you're assuming that the God of the Bible is a homicidal maniac, and it's not.
No. I'm comparing nature to nature. I'm saying God has a nature. This man has a nature. So if morality, if what is moral is what is natural, then why is the homicidal maniac that is naturally homicidal because he was born that way?
No, he's not. No, he is not.
He has something wrong in his head. That's it.
Yeah, so do atheists. I don't say you guys are homicidal.
I don't think you have to go that way. But
no, I do. It's not even me saying that. It's not even me saying that. The Bible says in Psalms 14:1.
It came out of your mouth.
No, again, okay, Dimitri. Here's why I'm saying that. The Bible says in Psalms 14:1 that a fool has said in their own heart there is no God. That means basically foolish means stupid. Someone stupid has said in their own heart there is no God.
Right. The Bible says lots of things.
Yeah, and it's all true. When God says in His Word that killing is wrong, that murder is wrong. No matter how much you want to say, but I didn't get caught. Wrong.
I get that. But here's the deal. Okay, even if murder is wrong, okay, so this person who never got caught, he never gets caught. He lives his life not being caught. So what's the difference between your reality and my reality? The difference is at the end of the day, Daddy comes down with the belt and spanks the man. That's it. In my reality, the man just dies, and that's it. He ceases to exist.
Yeah.
So I understand why you like your reality. I understand why you like the idea of him.
There's a consequence for every action you do.
There is, and the psychopathic maniac, his consequence is he's never actually a part of society.
Go ahead, Flash. What you were saying, I didn't hear it.
Well, I wasn't saying anything. I probably just yawned and a noise came out.
Oh,
my bad.
False alarm. You know you're going. Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, all actions have consequences.
Okay, the funny thing is that you're saying that God has no bearing on reality, even though He made it.
No. God. I get that whole idea that God is reality. I get that, but that's His nature.
So what?
So I'm saying that good to you is simply that which is, literally.
What?
I've explained this to you. God made reality. God is the standard of good, right? But God does not get to choose His nature, which means that which is natural is good.
No, it isn't.
What do you mean?
Okay. Because you're conflating something You're trying to.
This doesn't have to be physical. We could talk about metaphysical concepts. I can even say that God is supernatural.
Okay, again, then that would not work. That would not work. God is not like us. Okay, again, God is
but that's an
not
appeal
like
to
us.
ignorance. So you're saying you don't understand God, but you do understand God enough to make claims about Him.
I understand what He has revealed to me in His Word. I know things about God that He's revealed to me in His Word.
And I assume you comprehend those things. So let's talk about the things you comprehend.
Giving me a mental capacity to understand. He's made me an intelligent being in the first place.
I agree.
So again, if God has revealed to me that I should not murder someone, I should not do that. One, because I'm made in the image of God and I know better. And two, He is the standard of goodness. If that goes against the nature of God, that makes it evil.
Well, you see, the whole idea here is not only that, but you just said a tautology. You're basically saying that you should not murder somebody because. Why exactly? Because God told you not to?
And because we were created in the image of God.
Right. So you're created in the image of
God we have in us.
Right. So what exactly other than the divine command, is there anything that you can think of that's wrong with murder?
We were made in the image of God.
So, like, to me, for example, what's wrong with murder is that I'm violating somebody else's bodily rights. And I know, okay, as an empathic human being, that they don't want to do this to happen to them, right? Now, I want to share this world with everybody, okay? I'd like to participate in this society. Therefore, I'm not going to commit the act of murder, for example.
Dimitri, you're giving a scenario to where you, in particular, think like that.
Of course, because I'm responsible for. That's actually what gives me responsibility.
Dimitri, the fact is, there are tribes in daggum Africa who are cannibals and don't give a fat rat about morality when they think.
I'm not going to be in a society with them.
About your little opinion that you think killing is wrong. They want to eat somebody, dadgummit.
Oh, okay, but we're not going to share the same society together, and that's a fact.
Okay, so what makes killing wrong in any form of the word? You're saying an absolute statement. You're saying that killing is wrong, but then you have the subjective you're having this subjective view of it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's basically absolute statements. It's not an absolute statement. It's a preference that's shared by everybody in my society, or, well, hopefully everybody in my society. That's it.
Okay.
That's why it's wrong.
Something
because
absolute.
It's a preference that's shared by everybody in the society.
Something absolute is basically true regardless of who or who does not believe in it. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Absolutely.
Regardless if you believe it or regardless of the whole world doesn't believe it.
I'm not sure if that's what that means. I thought absolute means that it's true in every conceivable. It's true in every. What is it? True in every conceivable. True in every conceivable universe, I believe, right?
I mean, that still wouldn't change what I just said.
That's true.
I mean, that's my point, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, when you say something is wrong, that's an absolute statement.
No, I'm not making an absolute statement. I'm actually saying that everybody in the society that I'm in thinks it's wrong. I'm not saying absolutely everybody, because that would mean in every possible universe. I accept that there might be crazy societies out there who think that eating people is great. I don't want to be a part of those societies. I don't want them anywhere near me. I don't want to coexist with them. To me, morality is about coexistence. That's it.
Okay, but again, if I asked you, are they wrong for killing people and eating them? Would you say
Yes.
What were you going to say?
Based on my preferences and the preference of my society, they're wrong.
Okay, that's an absolute statement.
No, it's not. It is very subjective, actually. It is based on a subjective opinion of myself and those in my society. Those I coexist with.
When you say something is wrong, that is an absolute statement.
We have different definitions of wrong, my friend. You see, you're saying it's absolute. I'm not.
You know what? Okay, I'll put it simpler than this. Is it wrong? Okay, if again, we'll go back to I'll go back to the scenario that you gave with the people on the island.
Right.
Is it wrong if Slash kills every person on that island? No one knows about it but him. See, he's
oh, Slash.
Everyone.
This guy, man.
the fact is that Slash kills everyone on the island. No one knows about it but him. Is he wrong for doing that?
Okay, so basically, so the question there would be for you, and I'm not trying to avoid, okay, so I'm just trying to clarify. So let's say he's a part of my society, right? He's a part of our society because obviously we share pretty much all moral values. So in that case, he actually knows that he's wrong because empathically he knows that these people were a part of the moral contract. He knows that they did not want to die. So he knows that he's wrong. The rest of us don't, because obviously we're not privy to that knowledge.
Crap. Is he broadcasted?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Evan, what the heck are you doing?
I'm running away from you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that, jerk. Anyway,
Hi, Admin.
Do I know you? That's my question.
Maybe.
You sound like Faithful.
No, I think last time we met, I was under the alias Dex Prime.
Oh, that's right.
You and Johnny were.
Let's keep inviting you into the call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now Slash looks like he's about to do his Black Ops.
Yeah, it looks like he's about to assassinate me. Anyway, Johnny, go ahead. Don't let me disturb you just because I came in your room. Go ahead.
The thing is that Slash is the only one on this island who knows that he's killed however many people on the island. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying based on your worldview that he's wrong, but
he knows he's wrong.
Okay, he knows he's wrong. So what?
Yeah.
I'm asking you if he's wrong.
So obviously, because we're privy to this knowledge, we can also say that he's wrong as well.
No, but your foundation doesn't account for that. My foundation does.
What do you mean? Like I said, it's my preference. It's the preference of the society that I live in.
Okay, when you say something is wrong,
What's wrong with my preference?
What's wrong with your preference is that it's going off of opinion. All you're saying is that you don't like that.
Exactly.
Okay, I got a random question that has nothing to do with the topic. Two decks. You mind if I hop in there, Mac?
Sure.
I'm just curious. Dex, how can you logically explain arguing a God that you think that he does not exist, if he does exist?
Wow. Sorry, there's...
I said, how can you logically explain a God? How can you logically explain being I would call you an atheist, because I don't know how to explain it. How you as an atheist can logically explain a God that exists when you don't think he exists?
I can't logically explain a God that exists.
If that would be the case, then you're basically arguing at the wind. That's kind of like me telling Mac, I don't believe that a banana is right in front of his face, but guess what? He could have one there.
Yeah, but until you could prove that there is one there,
Yeah,
he has no reason to believe you.
If he is holding a banana in front of his face, then therefore, and I have faith that he is, therefore, I don't need to see it. I have faith that it is. Is that not right, Mac? That's what I'm trying to say. Is that not, Mac?
Yep.
Well, faith is an unjustified belief, so you can have faith in anything.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. What was that last word? Not seen. So, in other words, I have not seen it. So, in other words, I am only going upon what Mac?
So, if it's not seen, then you have not justified that it exists. Therefore, it's an unjustified belief.
Okay, Dimitri, if we went by your definition of what what you're talking about, then you would have to say your brain doesn't even exist.
Why is that?
Because you yourself have not seen or touched or tasted or felt your brain.
I don't need to do any of those things. I could justify it through other means as well.
Yeah, but you have faith that show that those things are talking about your brain specifically.
It's not faith; it's confidence.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen your backbone?
No.
So that means it's not real.
Actually, I have seen it on X-ray, but let's assume I haven't.
No, that's not seen. I'm talking about seeing it, as in like with your physical eyeballs.
Like somebody sub-zeroing your back and then showing it to you before you do it.
Right. But hang on. But since when is seeing something the only prerequisite for justification? That's ridiculous.
I think what's his name was trying to say something. I think Slash was trying to say something. He speaks in only logic, so go ahead.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, Slash.
I was just going to say he'd probably just say that he can feel it with his fingers through his skin.
Exactly.
So that's a sense, right?
Yeah, well, the problem with that is he's not physically seeing it. He may be physically seeing it, but that's okay. Hold on. The evidence of things not seen means you have to be able to see it from a logical perspective. So that means he has not seen it. He may be able to feel it, but that doesn't mean he can see it.
Once again, justification is not dependent on sight alone. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
okay,
so is fine the same way he would infer the existence of, like, say, wind. Because you can't see wind. You see its effects.
Technically, according to some people, you can actually, if you suppress air, you can actually see it. So
that's cool. Well, I've never done that, so.
So maybe the suppression of the air would be equivalent to like an X-ray for a spine.
I think Flash is actually arguing my point there.
I would just say there's four other senses, though. And he could use it. He could use the sense of feeling.
Faith is flawed.
Well, basically, Mac, what they're trying to do is they're trying to equivocate the matter of error with putting your fingers to your back with God and faith. But the problem is, having faith, once again, faith is the substance of things hoped for. Meaning you have to hope for the substance, but you can't see it.
I think that would entail, though, that like a blind person would be morally justified or rationally justified in being a solipsist. Then we would disagree with that because he has four other senses, though.
See, but that's the thing, that we're not solipsists. I mean, there's reasons why we believe the things that we believe, and
No, I'm saying,
say that we have evidence for it.
I'm saying sight is the privileged sense. Like if the guy was, if he was blind, he wouldn't see anything, but he'd still be rational and believe in the irrationality of solipsism because of the other four senses, right? What's that?
I said here probably about 30 seconds ago, I said, but there are people that are blind, in your analogy, that have actually come to Christ. I mean, there's been many people that are blind, and yet they've come to Christ because they understand that He's the only way. And it's called through faith, and they can't see anyway.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the other four senses that the blind person has, not with regard to salvation, but just inferences about the external world. So I was kind of hinting on the spine thing, because he could feel it.
Well, I was using that as the analogy of the faith is the substance of things hoped for.
Right.
And the evidence not seen.
I think the author of Hebrews, I totally agree, he is isolating the sense of sight there, but God and His reality is a supersensible reality that none of the senses can verify. So I think it's kind of disanalogous with his spine, I would say.
Well, when you're talking about none of our senses are to that degree, I would have to slightly disagree in the regards of some people actually can pray and basically be in God's will when they basically are like, you know what, I want to pray if it's God's will, for instance, for me to get to work on time tomorrow because I've been late every other day this week, and I make it to work. That means that technically that faith paid off. That's not something we can't just say never happened. Does that make any sense to you, Slash?
Yeah, sure. And it seems like an application of the principle of induction. And then the principle of induction itself is kind of presupposing the reliability of the sense perceptions. But I totally follow your point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see, Slash, ever since I met you, now I have to dwell on complete logic when I talk to you so you can understand what I'm saying.
It does not compute. But, like, I was just saying, what was his name? Dimitri. He would still be rational in inferring the existence of his spine, right? Just because he could feel it.
What I would say is that it's irrational to say that, like Adnan asked him in the beginning, is it not irrational to say that to argue for God when you clearly do not believe in Him in the first place?
Argue against God if you don't believe in Him?
Well, no man can serve two masters, so that means that pretty much answers your question.
Oh, as far as serving. As far as abstract, just, I don't know, arguments for non-existence of any object, I don't think there's any incoherency that you don't believe in it.
If someone asked me, hey, do fairies exist? To me, I would say I would ask them what definition, because in the ancient times, the word fairies, they were referencing a type of demon. So, in that sense, yeah, they exist. But if they're talking about like this mythical creature, these mythical creatures like off of Disneyland, I would say heck no. But that's the thing that people don't understand, is that when you say God does not exist, you have a very hard issue, because one, you don't understand who God is, especially the biblical one, and then now you're trying to disprove something that is metaphysical in nature.
Well,
you're saying He does not exist.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's metaphysical, you can still disprove it if the nature is incoherent or logically contradictory.
But you don't even understand His nature, though.
Sure, so that's maximally great being.
Ignorance.
Sure, maximally great being.
But once they do understand the nature, though, can they coherently argue against the existence of a being that would exemplify that?
Well, because the only source that they have to describe the nature of God is in the Bible. And every time they use it, they have to come into our worldview to do so. And once they do that, when we give them scripture that says who has the ability to actually judge what God does, they will not shut up. They would have to, but they don't. And they realize that they're wrong in what they're saying. They cannot judge God if they come into our worldview. They have to come outside of it, and once they step outside, they have no basis of they don't understand God. They have to come on our side to do so.
I think that's the reason why when I asked that question to Dex Prime, aka whatever his name is, yeah, I'll let you say it, Mac. But basically, I think that's when I asked Dex that question, he couldn't quite answer the question. He said, I can't answer that morally because, I mean, I can't answer that logically because there's no logical way to answer it.
What was the question?
Okay, how could you logically explain? How do you logically explain arguing over a God that you don't think exists if he actually does exist?
So why do I argue about something that I don't believe exists?
That's correct.
Because I care about it. I like the discussions. They usually involve science and philosophy, and I prefer to learn about science and philosophy through kind of experience, you know, especially philosophy. Yeah, because
and I think the solipsists can say the same thing, though.
Yeah.
The solipsists could say, why argue why argue for the reality of the external world if it's already the case that it doesn't exist? But then we would say
solipsists contradict themselves a lot.
They don't necessarily.
Yeah, they do, because they don't live like a solipsist.
Hold on. I'm just going to over to Art real quick. You're aware that if you're wanting science and wanting to talk about that stuff, you can easily go to like Charles Darwin and whatever his name is. What was his name? Richard Dawkins? I mean, yeah. I mean, most atheists talk about them all day. I mean, you don't see me talking about atheism every day because I don't believe that not believing in a God is real.
I mean, this is really irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't matter what my motives are about talking to you about this. It's relevant, really. There's no logical contradiction. There actually isn't a contradiction in arguing for something that you actually don't hold. It's actually a fallacy to say that because you don't believe the argument X, therefore the argument X is.
Well, see, the problem, Art, is you're saying in a nutshell. Let's just say you have your right hand out, okay? You have your right hand out in front of your face, and you say, there's nothing in your hand. You say, I believe in this baseball cap, okay? I'm pretty sure if anyone watched my dad's broadcast, they know where I'm going. They say, I have this baseball cap in my hand. And then you, as an atheist, you say, I don't believe that there's a God right there. Where, well, God is everywhere. So that means you don't believe that there's a God there, so why are you arguing about it? That means you're wasting your time, so why not just move on? That just shows that you're obviously not paying attention to the logical part of why would you argue over something that you do not think exists when you could just change your gears and go to someone that actually could make you learn something rather than try to sit down and argue with someone that whenever you don't believe what they believe, you're arguing over something that you don't even exist.
But what's the contradiction there? What's the logical fallacy?
I think that would apply to any philosophical argument on any topic, though.
Well, I'm not just talking about one. I'm pretty sure I can spread that out, but yeah.
I don't see this point as anything really substantial. I mean,
like it just seems like the Muslim could say the same thing to us, or anybody that would disagree with us.
I'm pretty sure Johnny could take that one and run with that one.
Or just anybody of any persuasion that would happen to disagree with us, he could say, why argue against it if you don't believe it? But I think that would just stifle discussion, though, right?
I'm just going to say this, Slash, there's many different holes and many problems and many debunks that have happened over many religions. The only one that has not been debunked, according to what atheists, obviously, it's been debunked, but I'm not going there because atheists think a lot of things are debunked. But most people that have common sense, kind of like you, Slash, they cannot say that Christians have any loopholes or any problems in their actual religion, because if they do, they could ask someone that actually has been studied in their religion enough, like Veckel or Teacher or G-Man or etc., and they would actually try to sit down and explain it to them in a logical perspective, if that makes any sense to you, Slash.
I agree, but I think the people of the other persuasions would say the same thing about their view, right? Even though it might not be true.
Well, see, the problem is they mainly come off. If you backtrack and you ask them, they can backtrack it. Most of them, they can't, and even if they can, they'll go so far back to where they were merging in with another religion. And then they keep merging and merging and merging. Sooner or later, you're going to come back to one single religion. So basically, you're getting all religions off of one, and several people. It's kind of like you, me, and Veckel, okay? You, me, Veckel, and Mac. How's that? You split off of my religion. And then Veckel decides, you know what, I'm going to split off of Slash's religion. Then Mac goes, you know what, I'm going to split off of Veckel's religion. Then Johnny says, you know what, I'm going to split off of Mac's religion. And that's basically how the whole entire tree vine started. And then sooner or later it got so far out to the outer ring that people just said, you know what, I don't even believe in a God anymore. So that pretty much answers your question.
Yeah, but to get them back into one, if Christianity is true, wouldn't that involve engaging with objections that the outer rim would have to the primal unity it had before it started branching off?
The thing is that you can.
Let me ask you this question: Is there more nutrients that go out of a tree than that stay in a tree?
I have no idea.
Okay, well then how about that's your answer? Because we have no idea. Because at the tip of the tree, on the outsides, what I would consider to be atheist, they obviously don't understand what we're talking about, being ground-rooted, and yet we don't have half the sense. Well, we don't understand half the sense of what they're trying to talk about, and they don't understand half the sense of what we're trying to talk about, and yet the problem is they're wandered so far away from where it originally started that they don't even understand what their own argument is, and if they do, they're tearing themselves apart, and you can actually go look at any atheist channel. You can pretty much tell half of them are disagreeing with the other ones.
That'd be a good motive, though, to discuss from my perspective. If there's holes and there's something wrong with what they're saying, that would be like a good motive for me to want to talk with them about it.
Well, the thing is that there's so many holes in atheism that it's. I mean, if I were to have a bucket to pour water in it, and I use the bucket of atheism, I mean, I would not even get a drop.
See, that's another thing, though. That's another good motive for discussion, though, because the atheist thinks we have holes, and at least we can start the discussion by trying to explain why there are not holes.
Right, well, and you talk about atheism with me, and you claim holes.
The problem
yet you
with
don't believe in atheism.
The problem with art, this happens with a lot of atheists who just have these assertions, is that if I asked Art to tell me, to explain to me who or what God is, he cannot tell me. He has to ask, okay, why don't you theists tell me? And we ourselves would tell him we don't know exactly what he is. We just know characteristics that he shows, that he's displayed in his word. Okay.
You know why I could not answer that? It's because there are so many concepts of God, even in Christianity itself, that I have no way to distinguish.
And it's not
because I don't believe there anybody true. You know, no one is true.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about, because he could easily go on Google and just type in what the biblical God is.
Characteristics. We all did, and we all also talked to like 100 of Christians who essentially all had a different view of God.
See, right there, if he does that, if he goes and searches these alleged contradictions in the concept of God, with my own personal constitution, I would want to know what those alleged contradictions are, and then engage with him on why they're not contradictions. That'd be a motive for discussion to me.
Well, you're already starting out that something is a contradiction, and when someone gives you an answer that's not a contradiction, you're just not understanding the context of something. They clearly say, oh, that's just your interpretation, when they clearly don't have one in the first place, because they don't understand what they're reading.
Well, that'd be a point on which to engage them and help them if we're right. But like,
in order for them to even come on our side with that, they have to believe that God is real, and because of that, they are spirit. They are. It's like trying to. It's like me, you, Beckel, G-Man, Admin. All of us Christians are reading the Bible with. It's like we're reading the Bible in English, but to them, it's like reading a fist. To them, it's like reading Chinese.
Well, as far as the spiritual discernment of it, but I think they can still get the conceptual content of it with their mind. But as far as being not spiritually perceived, like in 1 Corinthians, I think it is, I would agree, according to my presuppositions, they're not going to get the spiritual content out of it. But we can still make headway as far as conceptual content, right?
Well, somewhat, because I think that is both and. You still need the both to conceptualize things, but as well as you still need the spiritual side, because the Bible says that faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. At the same time, if they don't believe that this is the word of God, you cannot have faith that this is saying anything that's actually factually true.
Exactly. But as far as the spiritual transformation that's initiated by the Holy Spirit, before that happens, do you think someone who's not saved at that point has the capacity to at least understand the conceptual content?
Oh yeah, sure. Because I think is his name Benny Graham? I think he played like the really old Moses in the old Moses movie.
Charlton Heston.
Charlton Heston, yeah.
Oh, okay, Charles Heston. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names of that. I can't.
Moses is right.
Say what?
Yeah, you mean Moses or the Ten Commandments?
Moses is right.
Yep. Art actually got that right.
Yeah. But anyway, this argument about, well, atheists must believe in God because they argue about him. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. I mean, this has been addressed so many times. I'm actually more interested in the claim that atheism has so many holes that if it was a bucket and you poured water into it, it drained out immediately. I mean, can you show me one hole in atheism, Mac?
Well, one is your idea that you think that it's logically coherent to argue against a God that does not exist to you.
You could backtrack to the thing that said I'm not interested in.
See, I have a problem with that too, because it just seems to me that presupposes that it's incoherent to argue against against the claimed existence of any non-existent object. So I think it's coherent to argue against the existence of Allah, even though Muslims believe that Allah exists, right? Even though we don't think Allah exists.
There we go, Slash. Yeah, awesome. There you go, Mac. Listen to this man.
Really, Art?
Just a question, though. Honestly, I don't believe Allah exists, but I think it would be coherent if I were in dialogue with a Muslim to argue against Allah's non-existence, because it'd be incompatible with my concept of God. Would that make sense?
I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that? Because I was actually eating something.
Oh, my bad. Just to go back to your original point where it doesn't make sense to argue against the non-existence of something just because you don't believe it, but then I extended that. I think you were here before with like if I were to have a dialogue with a Muslim, I think it would be coherent to me to maybe launch into an argument or two for the non-existence of Allah, since I believe that my concept of God is incompatible with their concept of God.
Thing is, you have to clarify first off, if you're having that per se argument, if you're having that, then if you do just so happen to mention that and logically asking them in a logical basis, like I asked Dex, I asked him if he could logically logically explain his reasoning for arguing over a God that he believes that does not exist. If he could do that, and if the God does exist, how he could logically argue against him existing. That would be basically the problem.
Thing, like if a Muslim said that to me, though, it kind of would stifle it. Like if I were to present an argument to a Muslim for the non-existence of Allah, and then he said that there was a logical coherence there because I'm arguing against something that I don't believe exists, I don't think that would be a sufficient defeater.
The problem is, if you're arguing against something that you don't believe exists, and therefore you're, well, That's kind of like me arguing against a baseball cap that I don't have in my hand, like I use the analogy.
But it would be coherent, though, to present an argument against someone who claims that it is, though, right?
But the problem is, like I said, if it really is there, but their argument is though it's not there, but the only person that has faith is you that it is there, then how is someone going to argue the fact logically that they don't see it when you know it's there? Because you've had the side effects of it.
I'm talking about the other end, though. Like, for my experience, yeah, I believe the hat's there. If the hat is supposed to be, I guess, analogous to the truth of the Christian God, the existence of God, right?
Correct.
And so if the guy is talking to me and he doesn't see the hat, let's say, and he's making claims about the non-existence of the hat, I don't think that would preclude me from offering counter-arguments to his claim, though, right? Or if he doesn't see the hat, he could coherently present arguments against the non-existence of something that he thinks we're mistaken about believing.
Well,
right?
it's like...
The only problem is atheists do not believe in absolutes, and they believe in only using logic. So whenever you're saying logically, that's why I asked when I threw the word in there, logically, because most atheists use logic. I'll give them that. But the problem is they cannot use the logic and answer that question, because if they do, then they're defeating themselves.
But it extends to the Muslim, though, because they could ground logic in Allah's nature.
The problem
But I
is
don't think
Allah has so many problems in his religion, though. And if you, like I said, if you keep going back in the lineage, you'll come across one religion, and we've
That's the
already
thing.
talked about this.
I agree with you. I think Islam has holes in it. However, the atheist believes that about our religion too, and even the Muslim believes that about our religion too.
The problem is
But
they
just
haven't asked us one question to shut us up, but we can ask them that one question, and then they have to basically shoot off like Art did. No offense, Art, but shoot off like he did and say, I like talking about science, etc. That's not an answer.
Well, then,
That's not a logical answer.
At the end of the day, I agree with you. It's not logical, but then we'd have to go into like a philosophical argumentation for why it's not logical and explain it.
The thing is, Slash, is that atheists will constantly bring up that we as Christians, we tell them to that the God of the Bible is real, and they said that, well, if I come to believing that this God is real, then I have to come believe that Allah is real and Krishna and all these other things are real. Then I have to come to pink fairy unicorns. They always want to, once we tell them that you had to come to our side to understand who the God of the Bible is, they want to conflate that I basically had to be everything else in order to believe in this one thing. And that doesn't...
when you're using vague arguments to prove a general God, and you're not proving a specific one.
Yeah, I don't think all atheists would do that. I think some would say that if you just prove the Christian God to me, and the Christian God is conceptually incompatible with all other notions of God or the existence of other gods, then they would at least believe that he exists without following him in discipleship, right?
See, but then they'll say that if we believe that this God is real, then you must believe that all these other gods are real.
No,
and
why?
when we don't, they want to say that we're atheistic to these other gods. I'm not atheistic to these other gods. I believe that these so-called gods that people are claiming that there are demons.
No, but I'm saying I don't think all atheists would say that if they do believe in the Christian God, they'd be forced to believe in the other ones if there's conceptual incompatibility with the other ones, right?
Oh, a lot of them...
I would actually tend to agree with Slash there. I have to on that regard, because he just said something very logical. I don't know if he caught that, Matt. He said just because an atheist, well, if an atheist believes in God, it doesn't mean that he only believes in one God. It means he might believe in more than one God. I agree with him.
What? Atheists believing in God? That's
Yeah,
a very bad atheist. That's an atheist fail.
No,
I have to argue with Slash over that one, not me.
I think I maybe missed something here.
No, I was just responding to something that Mac. Sorry. My bad. I keep thinking of Bruce Lee.
Of course you are. That's exactly what his avatar is, and that's what he wants you to think, but he don't want to take into consideration Chuck Norris is better. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you jerk! How you gonna slide that in there? Oh,
I can slam something else in there too. Go ahead.
I'm going to justifiably kill you.
I was just interacting with the point that it's not necessary that if we were to convince the atheists of the Christian God, that it would automatically lead to the acceptance of the other gods if there's a conceptual incompatibility with these other gods. If the atheist notices that, and I guess we would have to point that out if it was a problem.
To be fair, many don't notice that. Many atheists don't notice that, you know, when a Christian actually argues to a specific God, they don't acknowledge this, and they throw out what Mac was saying, that, oh, well, I could worship another God based on this argument. Well, no. You know, that was an argument for a specific God, a Christian God. But, you know, can we stop talking actually about, you know, oh, this is what atheists do, this is their folly. I mean, I'm an atheist right here, okay? Can you talk to me, guys?
Well, you did ask me, how is your bucket full of holes? And I gave you one.
Yeah, but it's not a logical contradiction that you gave me. It's just a lack of you understanding why I argue about God, and that is completely irrelevant. The motivations for using an argument are irrelevant to the truth of an argument.
Hold on. Re-say that, Art, because I think I heard you correctly. I just want to make sure I answer that correctly.
Okay, so I'm going to reword this in a different way. Arguments stand on their own merits. Arguments, the truth of the argument doesn't depend on the motivations of persons making an argument.
So in other words, what you're trying to say is we gave you a not really a right question in your regards that could put a damper upon your atheism, or your atheism. But the problem is we asked you a logical question that I will give you this as well as I gave Slash this. You are both a very, 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 very intelligent, logical speaking and logical thinking wise. The problem is I gave you a logical question for you to answer, and I even prefaced it as it was a logical inside of the question, and you did not answer Mac's question.
Well, logical in what sense?
Oh, Mac, can you repeat your question?
You mean, like, is it coherent, eternally consistent, or does it attack something from a, you know, fallacy that you're claiming that I have?
I think he's saying, and I don't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think he's AFK. What Max said was, how can you logically explain that you argue over a God that you believe does not exist, if he actually does exist?
Well, it's not a logical question. That's what I'm pointing out to you. There is no irrationality or a logical fallacy for someone to have no reason to present an argument, or even a bad reason to
answer it like if it was, though, Art.
Say what?
You answer it like if it was.
No, I just present the argument.
So therefore, you're acknowledging the part you can't even answer it regardless.
No, I do have reasons why I'm here. I gave you them, but they're not actually reasons as in a logical sense, right? It's not a logical argument for why I should do this. It doesn't matter. I just am curious for, you know, these answers from an academic perspective and somewhat from a practical perspective, because I do see some negative effects from religion. So yeah, but it's not a logical. It's not a logical argument. I don't have to have I don't have to have a logical argument for a reason why to present another logical argument.
Well, you're saying a problem there, Art, because you're saying that you don't need logic to have a logical argument.
No, I'm saying I don't have to have a reason for why I present an argument.
The question I asked you was a logical question, although you say it's not a logical question, but the problem is, if it actually was, which it is indeed, then you're overlooking the logic and you're more like trying to put your own spin on it so you can say it's not logical when it is logical.
Okay, can you explain to me what's the irrationality, what's the logical fallacy for someone to present an argument without a purpose or a reason for this argument?
Well, the reason why, in a logical way, is because then you find out whether or not you have a creator. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, but I think the point is what he's making is, of course, I think we would all admit that if he did in fact exist and he believed that he existed. It would kind of be weird if he's arguing against his non-existence and we found out that he actually exists, but he doesn't think he exists.
Yeah, that's kind of my point there, Slash. Because if he actually goes in with the argument, if he does find out that if quote unquote he does exist, therefore he would be not really on the best of terms with his own conscience, fighting against something that he finds out that's real. So therefore, it's a completely illogical question. You just choose it not to be logical.
No. This is not a logical problem at all. Even if I knew for a fact that God exists, and I argued against him, the only thing you could really say is that I'm a hypocrite, a liar, right? Which is an ad hominem. It has nothing to do with my argument that I would present against God's existence. There is no logical problem here for atheists.
And you don't think God exists, so you have motive to argue against his existence. But
right. I have plenty other reasons.
Exactly, but so that's where I think that question might be flawed, because if he exists, yeah, that's the question. That's the question that we're dialoguing about. So that would be like at the very end of the road, a couple steps down the road.
The problem is the Bible says, and I quote, that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So therefore, once again, bringing that back up, obviously, that means we don't see it. We're going on substance of hope. So therefore, we're pretty much putting our hope in something that we can't see. So that means we're trying to believe that something is there. When, if it is there, and we believe that the Bible is real, then that means there is a God. But the problem is, they believe that the whole entire basis of what the Bible says and the Bible itself is garbage. So therefore, that basically just, in their opinion, dismisses the Bible. But the problem is, if it's true, then they're accountable.
That's a good argument, and that would be evidential apologetics. Like from the next step, I mean, presuppositionally, we agree, Bible's the Word of God, it edifies me, all that stuff. But for art, is that a thing? Art, yeah. He doesn't believe the Bible is the Word of God. So on evidential grounds, I would go establishing that so as to establish my presuppositions, right?
Well, but the problem is that even with, I mean, because we could go from an evidential standpoint to show that what the Bible says is true, and art would not accept that on the basis of his presupposition.
Not true. No. I don't presuppose that there's no.
If he's open-minded, he'd be willing to dialogue with us about the pros and cons of why the argument or why the Bible is the Word of God, right?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. But Mac, again, atheists do not presuppose, or they don't have to presuppose, that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, the presupposition that God doesn't exist would probably be like a strong kind of Gnostic form of atheism, right?
Yeah, very strong. And I know actually an atheist who kind of does that, but I think he's very misguided.
Or I believe you're wrong on something. If I go into Captain America's room, or whatever his name is, or if I go into, let's say, Alex Barton's room, or anyone's room like that, they will tell me, hold on. They will ask, if I ask them the question, do you believe in God, or do you believe in God, the God of the Bible? They will answer the same answer for both questions, which would be no. Okay. So therefore, they don't even believe that there is such thing as a God, let alone they don't even believe the Bible is true. So that basically defeated your whole entire statement by atheist.
Oh. You mean about the whole not presupposing that God doesn't exist?
You just said that, did you not?
Right, I did. And there's a difference.
That would basically defeat your whole entire statement.
No, there is a big difference between not accepting a premise, right, and claiming or presupposing that a premise is false.
Yeah, there is a difference. I agree with that. I mean, that goes to the burden of proof. If someone makes the positive claim, the person you're arguing against can
since you're wanting to play the interesting card that I thought you may not play, so let's go down this road a little bit. How about this? The Bible actually does say, if I'm not mistaken, if you're going to use the Bible, it does say that there's going to be people that are going to deny the existence. So therefore, that is holding water, that it's already saying that people are going to do that. So it's calling out, saying, this is what people are going to say anyway. So it's supporting the theory of what it's going to say anyway.
Wait, so you're saying that the fact that the Bible has predicted that people disagree with it is somehow credence to the Bible. It gives weight to the Bible and its truth.
Yeah, because
on technicality it does. Go ahead, Mac.
Well, it doesn't at all. Just no. Hold on. Let me deal with the question. Not question, the premise. So the thing is, this is nothing supernatural. This is nothing that requires anything supernatural, really. Because if I know that what I'm gonna say next is just complete and utter bullshit, I can predict safely that people are gonna laugh at me and not agree with me. So it's not really a prediction that requires supernatural knowledge. It just requires natural knowledge, really.
Well, the thing is that the Bible it's not only saying that people will not believe it. It's giving like very specific reasons of why they will not.
Okay, can you show me any reason that it predicted that I have?
Okay, now you're trying to play the specific card, like you specific.
No, Mac brought it up. Dude, Mac,
I don't know your Art. I don't know your specific name, your real name. I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Art. Okay? It does not say in the Bible, Art in whatever this day is, whatever this month is, whatever this year is, will deny Christ on YouTube, aka Google Plus. It does not tell that. Okay?
I did not say that it should.
Therefore, if it's saying that there are going to be people, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a verse in there that says, broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and narrow is the way that leadeth therein. So that means most people, actually 90% of people, are only going to go down the path of destruction because they don't want to look at the little road off to the side that they always have a chance to look at, like you are. And you're denying that road even exists.
First of all, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that it has to be specific. Mac brought up these specific, that these predictions are specific to the extent of the reasons for why people deny God. I didn't brought up specificity.
Okay, I mean, I'll let Mac explain that.
Because it says a list of reasons why these people will walk away from the truth. In second Peter 3:3, it says that in the latter times there will be scoffers who will walk after their own lusts and basically become willingly ignorant of the truth. They'll basically say, where's the second coming? For ever since the fathers went asleep, ever since the fathers went asleep, all has continued as it were.
Okay, Mac, you do know that the Earth is flat, right? That's what science has established. You don't know that, right?
Does he or doesn't he?
No, you do know, guys, that science has established that the Earth is flat.
You're aware that the Bible's proven it was round, and many people have actually discovered that part?
Okay. So, I had a point, actually, with this. Unfortunately, Mac and Admin didn't fall for it.
I didn't.
They were just dumbfounded.
Afterwards there, Art, because I was too busy looking up something else. I was looking up something for Mac, and you asked the question. I thought Mac was going to get back to you, so then I hopped over here and I heard your other question. So I answered that one.
So, what I said, does it sound ridiculous? Does it sound absurd? Would you say that the person who says this deserves to be laughed at?
Well, see, you're saying, does the person deserve to be laughed at if they say that science has proven that the Earth is flat? The problem is, you'd be having the exact same argument that we had, I'd probably say about 300 years ago with Christopher Columbus, because that was proven that the philosophers of the day said the Earth was flat, and he read the Bible, and he was laughed at.
Okay, that's a completely different point for what was going. Basically, what I did there is I posted in a chat, I predict that you will laugh at me because you want to deny the truth. And then I said something...
I didn't laugh at you.
Yeah, I know. Well, Slash did, but I'm guessing. So that kind of proves my point, but Slash kind of agrees with me anyway. So yeah, if you know that your statement is so absurd,
problem is you didn't
then
specify.
you can predict that people will laugh at it, because people do laugh at statements that are absurd. So the Bible's saying that other people would disagree with us. Well, yeah, that's what people.
You have one problem, Mark.
Yeah.
One major problem.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that it predicts this over thousands of years ago, and yet it's still holding true today, and things are happening in this world today, like the blood moons, that have not happened, and the
Wait, how do you know the blood moons?
Hold on. And the nation of Israel just came together and became a nation not less than 60 years ago, and yet the Bible predicted that happening word for word. The nation of Israel will become a nation.
Okay, so you do know that all of these predictions are heavily disputed, even by the Jews themselves who actually made these predictions. Well, you would not believe that, of course, but there's tons of arguments that just show there's just no credibility to this. It's just a huge stretch. The way predictions work, or prophecies, is that you have a vague symbolic text. After the fact, when you can fit something that the description tells you, you assert that, look, this is what the text was referring to, and it happened now. This is not a prediction. This is a post-diction.
I'm trying to ask you which Jews.
The ones that are right now, the Orthodox Jews.
I think you can read the side chat.
Yeah, the Jews of the Talmud. I guess so, yeah. It's a not known fact that actually the State of Israel was actually founded by atheists. The Orthodox Jews were heavily against this because other prophecies that are in the Talmud have not come to pass, and those prophecies are dependent on this prophecy to come true. So
I think
they are actually claiming that this is not the fulfilling of the prophecy at all, because the other prophecies have not been met, which are dependent on this one. I can give you links, I guess.
Well, I'm not denying what you're saying. It may not be true, but you said in the beginning about there's been major discussions and major disagreements, etc. I'm not disagreeing. I mean, several people have disagreements over whether or not people can go to the bathroom or people can go outside or not. People have those arguments, but that doesn't make them to where they're going to hold water.
Sure, I would say the exact same thing about Christianity.
The problem is, you say what again? I'm trying to make sure I heard that right.
You mean the thing that you said that just because people have arguments, that doesn't mean they hold water? And I said I would say the same things about the Christian arguments. You mean that one?
The only problem is, I think I mentioned the part about the broad road and the narrow road. Well, the narrow and the small road. So in other words, the little road off to the side, the 10% road, you're denying that road even exists. So therefore, the people like me, the people like Mac, the people like Johnny, the people like Veckel, the people like Slash, the people like G-Man, the people, I can't even name how many people there are on here on YouTube that are stinking saved, because honestly, I don't know them all yet. But I can tell you this, all those people are on that 10% road, and there's more atheists than there are Christians, and we're the ones trying to tell you, hey, check this road out, and you guys are like, that road don't even exist, and yet you can go to Rand Campbell, hear his testimony. You can go to, let's see, you can go, what's another good guy's name?
Testimonies are not reliable.
You say what?
Testimonies are not reliable.
Oh, testimonies are not reliable? So in other words, what happened yesterday to you, Art? Just in your personal life, if I can ask. What happened?
Okay. Maybe I should have clarified, of course. I was thinking
No. We're using your exact statement you said. What happened yesterday?
Testimonies are not reliable when it comes to supernatural or extraordinary claims. And we know
so in other words, you're going to have to clarify yourself. Okay, I understand that, because I do that all the time.
Hey, I'm a fallible human being. I'm a fallen creature.
Yeah, that's why I said I understand. But you have to understand also, you're denying the part of people that say, oh, I've seen lights in the dark at a far distance. So in other words, that never happened, although it's on Unsolved Mysteries. And you can literally go out there today and see it.
So you believe that testimonies are a valid form of evidence?
So in other words, you're denying things that you can actually see that's a testimony, and then come back and telling you that that's real,
Wait,
and
wait,
yet
wait.
you don't believe it.
Wait.
And it's a supernatural phenomenon.
Wait. Such as? Give me an example.
I just said on unsolved mysteries.
An unsolved mystery is an unsolved mystery.
What is the meaning of unsolved mystery, Mac?
That it's unsolved?
Well, there you go. That means it's supernatural. That means...
What the fuck?
No, it means we don't know what it is.
Exactly. Unsolved mystery means it's a supernatural thing because we have not...
No! Answer.
That's absurd. That's such a leap.
That's not really a leap.
Really?
The supernatural is an answer. That is what would solve it, right? So if we go, there's a mystery, it's unsolved. You go, it's ghosts. That is an answer. So then it would be a solved mystery, assuming that's correct.
Yeah, assuming you can...
Okay, so unsolved mystery means we don't know what it is. Absolutely don't know.
Yeah,
And
some
any...
Okay.
Okay, so...
Sorry.
Okay, so...
Hold on. Just a second, Mike.
But how did this come up anyways?
Okay, you got one problem. I just looked up the meaning of supernatural right on Google just to make sure I got that right.
It means not natural, yes.
No, it actually says departing from one's usual or expectual of an appearance to accordance of the law of nature. So that means it's not explained, so therefore it's some kind of supernatural.
Okay, that is based on human knowledge, human current understanding.
So in other words, everything you think of is based upon a human knowledge.
Wait a second, let me finish. So, if your definition is true, then flying and gravity and chemistry and illnesses are supernatural, because at one point in human history, we had no explanation for them. They were unsolved mysteries.
Hey, you got one problem there, Art. Certain things, I'm making sure I'm specifying this and clarifying this at the exact same time. Certain things in this world have been proven not to be supernatural.
I agree.
Then there are other things, such as a god, that have been proven to be a supernatural.
I disagree.
Oh, you can disagree all day long. That's because you're an atheist.
Oh, sure, and you agree with it because you're a theist.
Exactly.
Yeah. It leaves us nowhere.
In other words, you're arguing, trying to argue a logical point with me over something you don't believe exists.
What?
I mean, the problem is, you would have to explain to me how a book that was written thousands of years ago can say certain things that we ourselves are just now catching up to, like that are actually factual, to where it's not just some story, it's not just some metaphor, it's not just some like joke or whatever you could come up with. These people actually had got this knowledge from somewhere that
just
they
said already. What?
Like, for instance, I believe, and for instance, in the book of Proverbs, there's a scripture that says that the blood is is the life of the body.
Okay, hold on one second. Give me the verse.
Okay, hold on.
Wait. Okay, blood is the life of the body. Well, that is a natural inference you could make just by living as a human being. When you kill someone and you notice they bleed out, they die. So you infer from that blood is fairly important for life.
Okay, you should have told that to the stinking church back in the, 1600s, when they drained their blood thinking that was healthy for them?
Yeah,
they were draining their blood to get rid of the bad blood.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, but by the same token, they thought that was going to heal them, but it didn't, it killed them.
Yeah, but they weren't contradicting that passage because they were trying to get rid of the bad blood.
That's right, it was Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean the vampire hunter?
I mean the person that got an illness. So
good movie, by the way.
I actually don't remember if that was a movie. I honestly never seen it.
There was a movie, yeah, Lincoln the Vampire Hunter.
To be honest, I didn't even hear about that.
Oh yeah, it's a new one.
Through a friend of mine. That's to be honest.
It's actually quite good.
Well, I've never heard of it other than through a friend of mine, like I said. So yeah, I was just taking that. I was just taking that and throwing that in there.
Right. But do you agree that that's a natural inference that a person would make, or he would be justified in making, based on his knowledge, right? If you see that a human body or an animal body, when it loses blood, it dies afterwards, right? It's perfectly natural for people to conclude from that, based on kind of faulty logic, after this, because of this, that blood is important for life. Therefore, they would have written in the Bible that the blood is the life force.
Okay,
why do you think Mac just quoted that? Because that's what it says.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove that it's supernaturally made. I just gave you a possible scenario where a human being can naturally infer that.
See, the problem is you're taking it as though the human body already had it. Where did it come from? That's the question.
Dude, you're shifting the goalpost now, okay?
No. I want to know, where did the body come from?
Yes, you're now shifting the goalpost. Let's talk about the prophecies one at a time now.
Question: where did the Bible?
No. I'll be happy to talk to you about this, right? But I want to focus on the prophecies right now because I want to. Okay, Leviticus.
Okay, Leviticus 17:11.
There we go.
Honestly, I'm not even looking at it. I'm too busy being Chuck Norris over here and fighting two people on one.
For the life of the creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you to make atonement for yourselves onto the altar, and it is the blood that makes atonement for one's life. Yeah, sure. But like I said, I already presented to you a naturalistic explanation for why humans would infer this.
No, but Art, you already know that it's been documented that for hundreds of years, people were draining the blood because they assumed that if you're...
No, Mac, you're misunderstanding. They're draining bad blood. So they assume there's good blood and bad blood.
I think we clarified that.
The bad blood.
And even if that was the case, a few bad people, well, not bad, a few stupid people who made the wrong inference doesn't mean that there could not be people who would make the more right inference, which is a clear inference.
I'm saying is that if these people already came to the conclusion thousands of years ago, they themselves do not even know the function of blood. How did they come to that conclusion?
Quite easily, because they can see a correlation, right? They can see a correlation between.
But these people that were even
what?
The people that were centuries after them, or thousands of years and a few centuries after them, did not even understand the function of blood now.
You don't need to understand the function. All you need is eyes, right? Because you could notice that when a blood is removed from a being, it dies, which is a safe inference, essentially. Sorry, I'm kind of sleepy here. I haven't slept the whole night. That blood is important for life. Therefore, you could reasonably infer that life, blood is where the life is, or, it's the essence of life. And it's the more plausible one, just saying.
Yeah, it's not hard to figure out that when something bleeds out, it dies.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's a
Also, we have Occam's razor here, from my perspective, because I don't have the presupposition or the conclusion that God exists. For me, this is a question of, okay, have this mundane explanation, right, that doesn't involve extra claims that we don't have evidence for, like a God or a revelation. I'm going to go with the simpler one, because Occam's razor favors it.
Okay, I got a dumb question for you, Art.
Good.
I know it's going to sound really retarded and make some people laugh in the call, but I'm just curious. Do you have an answer for everything?
Yes.
Okay. I just thought I might ask. Then let me ask you another question. Do you think you know everything?
Yes, I'm Thor.
Okay, so what size are my underwear?
Well, I refuse to tell you that. Don't question your God, damn it.
Oh, you're not my God. I'm sorry.
That's what you think.
Well,
Your
first of all, let me clarify. There's only one God, and he'd have to prove himself that he is a God.
Really, did he tell you the color of your underwear?
First off, my God don't have to tell me the color of my underwear, because he made me.
But I do?
Yeah, because you're the one that
That's your test?
God, so I want to know.
Well, you're applying a double standard here. I'm just, you want me to tell you your color of your underwear, and that's supposed to prove that I'm God, but you won't do the same thing.
Well, I just find it interesting that you call yourself an atheist and you're supposed to be God.
I'm being facetious, right? It's a joke. Come on.
Oh, so in other words, you're not.
You really thought that was like.
Okay. Can you prove that art is not Thor?
Yeah.
No, we proved that he's not an atheist.
We just proved that art is not an atheist nor theist. That means he's.
Well, I think actually, technically, gods can be atheists. They just don't have to believe in any other gods.
Yeah, I've actually used this one.
Oh no, I guess they'd have to believe in themselves.
No, that's illogical.
Yeah.
Well, why should a god believe in himself? Actually, I mean.
He doesn't believe in himself. He is.
Oh, so he's an atheist. Awesome, because an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a god. So technically, God is an atheist. I know it's. I'm not being serious. It's just a kind of thing. God is an atheist.
So in other words, what only thing Art's trying to say is he officially denies atheism or theism. He now goes with the deist movement. Oh, no. Me and Art have wait.
How
have
did I
convinced a major atheist wrong?
Okay, how am I? How did I proclaim deism?
You just said that you were a god. So therefore, that would make you at least a theist, because you have to believe in yourself being a god.
Okay, I'm not exactly following, but okay. But just to be clear, and I'm pretty sure you realize this, I was being facetious. I was not being serious, just joking around.
And that's the part where I say you're a atheist.
Oh,
you
so
don't
he's a
believe that yourself
Scientologist.
Whoever said Scientologist, that was.
Yeah, I think that was Dex.
No, that was me.
Oh, that was Scott.
I'm the funny one. Yeah, hello.
You can't say Scientologists, because Scientologists don't even believe. Scientologists believe that we were brainwashed.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm kind of still baffled that you believe that the e-meter that Scientologists have is an actual working thing.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure you can easily look that up anywhere.
Wait a second.
You can easily look up what an e-meter does anywhere.
Yeah, we did. It measures resistance.
Yeah, it measures resistance whether or not you're telling the truth or lying. It's called an
It's a
e-meter.
very small correlation between your resistance, your skin resistance, and you actually lying. It's a very.
Okay, well, how's this, Art? I'll make you a bet right now, and I'm live on the air. You know what? I'll make you a bet of $100,000. You can go right now, join the Church of Scientology, stay in there for 5 years, and come back to me, completely dropped out, and tell me there's no such thing as an e-meter, and I'll give you $100,000.
No, I already believe there's an e-meter. I just don't think it works. Like it doesn't do what it's supposed to be
That's
doing.
even better news. That means you already know you already got one part. Now, I want you to go in there and find out if it actually works.
I know it doesn't.
It actually works. That way
I know it doesn't. Just for the same reason, I can tell that.
So in other words, you're going to deny getting $100,000.
No, I actually don't believe that you will give me them anyway.
Oh, so in other words, atheism, if I can play it this way then, so in other words, atheism has no reward, and yet Christians do. And you're going to take the path that has no reward versus the path that at least has a reward at the end.
What are you guys talking about now? It's just...
I don't know myself. Let's
to be honest, I don't know. We're just hopping around.
Let's talk about Lincoln the Vampire Hunter.
The obvious answer is that belief in art is a mental illness.
Yeah, the art belief system is corrupt, and we don't even know how to get around it or what it is.
Oh, you just want to deny my existence, because
I don't believe in you, Art. You're just a hallucination.
Just presuppose them out.
See, art is a big fallacy.
I got a topic. How about science in the Bible?
Oh, awesome.
No, then art will be all over that
Shut
one.
up with the bloodletting.
See, we can't argue science in the Bible because Art will step in, even though he claims he knows everything. So therefore, we can't talk to him about that because he'll think he has to jump right in there and say something that possibly could be wrong. And then we have to correct him.
What?
But you haven't corrected him about the bloodletting and the
I'm
blood.
not talking about that one. I'm talking about several other things. I mean,
you have to start with your best one.
Let me clarify. He has some points. I'm not saying he doesn't, but there are some things that we have points on too.
Okay, give me your best one.
See, the problem is you're gonna try to go into technicalities, and you're gonna try to go into a philosophical argument. When I'm not here to go into a philosophical argument.
So you don't want to actually talk about issues in a nuanced, intellectual.
No, if Mac wants
way.
to, he can help himself. But I'm not here to argue any intellectual or any philosophical or anything else like that. I'm just here to talk.
Okay, here I got one for you. Okay, I asked this to Mac, and I'm wondering what your thought of this. So, how in the New Testament, how did Judas die? Do you remember?
How did Judas die? He hung himself.
Right. What about falling forward and on his head and then his bowels exploding?
I asked him for a scripture for that. I don't think I got.
I actually don't remember that being in there.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that it's not in there because, like I said, I may have read the Bible over 10 times. That doesn't mean I memorized everything. I'm not Jack Van Impe.
Right.
Well, the thing is, there is a phenomenon there because people read the New Testament in a series, but what they should do is actually read them next to each other. Then the difference will be much more apparent. Your human mind just remembers the last input or the input that is more emotional or appealing.
Right. Yeah, I find the four Gospels really interesting in how they differ.
Let me explain here, Dex, why that is, okay? Each one of them are coming in at a different angle. Just imagine...
Of course.
Just imagine you're standing right in the center of where the northeast, south, and west would go, okay? So your compass would be off. Let's just say you take a Bible and you set it to the north, east, the south, and the west. Each four Bibles and four different Bibles, 4 different ways that basically agree with each other, and they're going around the globe that way, but they basically all say the exact same thing, just in a slightly different variant. That's pretty much how it ends up, with the exception of they're all in one book.
Yes.
And then people try to turn around and try to take that and change it and then say, hey, guess what? I don't believe in the authority of God anymore. I'm going to go make a different Bible. And then the IMV comes out. Do you know what the problem is with another version?
Well, they have to retranslate it.
No. You're missing something. What's it take to get copyright, Dex?
What? Oh, I don't know. What?
You have to at least change 10 to 15% of what is in there.
Really?
That means you have to change a 10 to 15% difference in the whole entire book. That means things that are different are not the same. That means whatever's in the original book cannot be the same as in the next book. And we have over 500 translations of what the King James and what all the other manuscripts say. So therefore, they can't all say the same thing because they're not the King James or they're not the actual thing.
Yeah, I use the King James usually. Do you have any other ones that you prefer?
I use the King James exclusively, but I don't condone people for using another version.
Yeah.
Although it's going to be hard for them to follow me on an NIV whenever I get to, like, I think it's Leviticus 23:16 where it's missing. And they're going to be like, okay, let's turn to this. Let's turn to Leviticus chapter 16 and verse 22. Look down and be like, where's that? Oh, crud. Hey, I don't see that in here.
I didn't realize. Oh, there's.
Yeah, kind of like kicking at the pricks. Hey, Mac, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, go look up on where, I can't remember the specific verse. I think it's like in Romans or Matthew, of kicking at the pricks. Or kicking at the pricks, or something like that.
Yeah. Kicking at the pricks. That's hilarious.
Yeah, look that up in the NIV, and let me know what it says.
NIV.
Yep, in the NIV. I want to know what it says in the NIV. Watch this, Dex. You ready?
Hold on.
I posted it. Here it is. It's Acts 26:14. It says goads though.
Dex, what do you think?
Wait, where? Hang on.
King James is prick, so let me post that real quick.
Yeah. Hey, make sure you post where it's at too.
Oh yeah, my bad. It's Acts 26.
Acts 26. 14. Now, if somebody can do me a favor, just for the fun of it, I want somebody to get a NASB in here.
NASB?
Yeah, that's right, NASB, because they say that one's all but a literal translation, and most people use an NASB. I'm not trying to cheat those people out, but
Goes to, let me just put dashes here. Okay.
I'm just proving to you guys that the King James is different, and the King James was the very first translated from Hebrew, Greek, and Latin to the English language.
I agree.
Obviously, other than the 1611, there's 5 revisions. That's because typos, like "Thou shalt kill" Bible, "Thou shalt commit adultery" Bible, but we're not going there. But yeah, can somebody post that from the NASB?
I did. It's the last one I did.
There it is. Can you read that for me, please?
And we had all fallen to the ground. I heard a voice saying to me in the Hebrew dialect, "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? It is hard for you to kick against the goads."
So do you get my saying, Dex?
Oh, the difference between the Bibles, yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. There has to be at least a 10% different. Every version has it different, other than the New King James. And if I might add, the problem is with the New King James, if you go to 1 John 5:7, it says, "For there are 3 that witness in heaven," instead of "For there are 3 that testify in heaven." Keep that in mind. So that means it's different too, and it's not even off the same manuscript. But I'm not going there. So I just thought I might clear that up. Anyway, we can continue on the topic. I don't want to run the conversation with Awesome blowing the King James up and all the other versions down.
What should we talk about? What topic?
It's a good question. What is a good topic there, Dex? What's your religion?
I am definitely an atheist.
Oh, well, that's nice. No, an atheist that uses the King James. That is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've had it since I was very young. Actually, my mother gave it to me when I was about 7.
Nice.
He was a good one.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just curious, Slash, what religion are you? I think you're a Christian, aren't you?
Yeah, Christian. Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't know what you were. I know you dwelt in logic, and you said you were basically, you said you believe in the God of the Bible. So I didn't know what you were talking about by the God of the Bible, whether that be the Quran, whether that be the Aramaic, whether that be the Jerusalem Bible. I don't know what in the world other Bible there is, but I didn't know. So go ahead.
Oh, did you want me to talk? My bad. I was looking up the Greek for Acts 26, 14.
Oh, I just want to do this just for the fun of it, since there's actually no topic. Not Slash, because Slash seems a little busy. Matt, can you go on there and look up can you look up not only in the King James but also in the New King James what 1 John 5:7 is, and post it inside chat.
Yeah.
I'm curious your thoughts.
You guys feel like discussing a heavy topic, or is it too late for that?
Well, that depends on how heavy the topic is. If it's really heavy and the strongest man in the world can't hold it for too long, I definitely don't conquer it.
Well, but just a biblical interpretation topic, I guess.
You mean the one that we were just talking about?
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. But a little more specific. So it's specifically about Eve. And I guess we could talk about Lucifer in a sense as well. But, those are the two sort of beings in the Bible that have fallen from grace, that were directly in the presence of God, right? So I just find there's this interesting concept that in Christianity, many share it, maybe you don't, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that God is essentially the source of all good, and is essentially the closer you are to God, the better off you are. So you want to be moving towards God rather than away, and therefore this is where you want to be. This is the ideal place. So, you know, when you have a person like Eve who essentially walked with God, who essentially was in the presence of God, was with him, knew of him, you know, it's not like these mortal beings who get on Earth who, you know, get messages beamed into their heads, but she actually walked with God. So anyways, the point is that how do you kind of rationally explain away her choice to disobey God?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay. Rationally, let me say, in order for, let me ask you first off, are you saying this in a preface that there is or is not a God?
Well, of course, we're going to presuppose that the God is there, and it's the God of the Bible.
So, in other words, if a God is there, let's just say, we're fast forwarding from that time till now.
Mm-hmm.
So, which would be true? If it would be true, then that where it would be now. So, in other words, you would have to have good to have evil. You'd have to have an option. Is that not correct? Now, with that being said, hold on. But back then, when she only had good, God doesn't want robots running around, because then they wouldn't be doing off their own free will of serving Him. The meaning of servant is you could choose to do something that is not told to you to do, and you'll get punished, or you can do it and get a reward. So therefore, you have to have a proper balance, otherwise you don't have a choice in the matter. So therefore, God made evil. He didn't make it like to the extent of what people think and say, oh, God made evil, so therefore He's evil. No, He made evil for an option, and that answers your question in a rational reason. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So, but well, the thing is, to choose evil, right? That would be a very irrational thing if you are essentially in as good of a place as you can be. So why would Eve choose this knowledge of good and evil over being in the presence of God?
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. If you only knew good, okay?
Right.
Let's just say you only knew good. You didn't know what evil was. You didn't know what options were. You just knew what taking something and went with it is, okay? Because that's the equivalent of it. So what happens if, let's just say, there's someone around you that says, hey, don't drink this coffee right in front of you, okay? And I walk up to you 10 minutes to an hour later, and I say, hey, you remember, you don't have an option. You just go with the flow, do what they're saying. You don't even question it. And I say, hey, hasn't that guy said not to drink this? Why would he say not to drink it? And then put an option in your head saying, hey, why would I? Would that not? That make you think of, why would I do this when this guy's saying, hey, this is logical. Why would I do this when I have that? That's the first logical conclusion you have to come to. So therefore, you have a logical explanation of choosing good or choosing evil. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. So let's get the whole idea. I mean, okay, I'm not even going to do the secondary objection, but the primary objection here is then you're not actually choosing evil. You're making an amoral action because you don't know what you're doing.
You're assuming that though, because
if
you actually look at the scriptures, I mean, it's not like Eve was stupid.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
You said that she doesn't know what she's doing. She clearly knew that she was what she was doing, because when the serpent asked her, did God clearly say that you cannot eat of this tree? And she said, yes, we can eat of all the trees in the garden, but the tree of good and evil, we should not eat it.
Right.
But the day that we should eat it, we will surely die.
Then the devil said what?
That's right.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mac, what did the devil say after that?
And the devil said that you will. Did God truly say that you will die? He made her.
Exactly. So in other words, hold on, Mac. So in other words, Dex, did that not come down to a logical question?
Well, once again, you have to.
I'm dwelling strictly on logic right here, so
you have to put God as the pinnacle of everything here, right? So she's making a choice between God and this thing. Why would anybody do that?
Which the thing is, like I said, she's dwelling strictly upon what her creator, or should I say, what something told her, which she knows it was her creator, but she doesn't know what this thing was, whether or not her creator sent the thing or not. She just knows that she was told to do one thing, but now she's asked something that was contradicting it, but by the same token, that asked a logical question.
Right, but so her act was.
I'm asking you, do you not think that that was a logical question on the devil's behalf, or should I say, the serpent's behalf?
So you're saying that Eve was ignorant of what was happening. She was being
No,
tricked.
she wasn't necessarily ignorant. She knew what was going on, but by the same token, she didn't know what was going on. She knew that.
Well, no, you have to choose one or the other.
The part that if she ate it,
right,
she would think that she would die, but she was ignorant to the part of dying. She thought that she didn't know what dying was, so therefore she was ignorant on that part. But that's where the devil caught her off guard. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that not a logical question from the devil?
It doesn't matter what the proposition is. She's still making a choice between God and this tree. Why would she do that?
I mean, the thing is that when you go to the scriptures, and I believe it's in I believe it's in Timothy, but it talks about why the serpent did not go to Adam.
Right.
Because the Bible clearly says that Eve was the weaker vessel, and that she was the one in transgression. Adam was not.
Right.
And it kind of is interesting because if you actually look in the scenario that is happening in Genesis, God clearly God placed Adam in the Garden of Eden, and God had created the animals right in front of him. He saw those things, and Eve did not.
Right. So once again, though, even so, let's say she was ignorant of what was happening. Then she's making an amoral action. Like she's not understanding what is actually happening to her.
No, because it's like saying when a parent tells their child, "Don't touch the oven, or you're going to, because it'll burn you. Don't touch this oven because it's hot." I mean, the child has never been burned before.
Of course.
So does that mean that he's making an amoral action? No, because he's going against a person of authority. He's telling him not to do something, even if he does not understand that it's for his own good.
Exactly. So Eve knew God. She walked with God. She clearly knew that he was the creator of everything. He is the supreme being. How in the world would she make this choice to say, you know what? This fruit seems much, much, much more appealing than being in the presence of God?
Because the Bible says that Satan tempts us in 3 ways: the lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and the pride of life.
Well, I understand us because we're on earth. We're sort of separated in a sense. But we're talking about Eve, who walked next to God. You know, it's a bit of a different scenario. I mean, she is where everybody wants to be. At least she was. And, you know, so to kind of go, it basically means that she was unfulfilled. Despite being in God's presence, she was unfulfilled. She still felt like there was something empty in her. And to me, that seems very odd.
No, that's not what was going on there. When I said that Satan tempts us in 3 ways: lust of the flesh, lust of the eyes, and pride of life, everything that God did was good, and they knew that. Everything around them was good. There was no such thing as death. Death was probably the most horrible thing that I had ever seen. because
Yeah.
the Bible even says that after they had ate of the tree and they realized they were naked and that they were ashamed, when they had put fig leaves on, God says that wasn't enough, and He killed an animal and put the skin of an animal upon them.
Yes.
They've never seen death. They probably never seen death until that point, because I'm pretty sure that God had killed an animal right in front of them and put the clothes on them.
Right. So, but
and that's what I'm saying is that they were Eve was tempted by the lust of the flesh. She saw that it was desirable to eat.
Right. You know, temptation.
She thought it was good, and what?
Yeah. Temptation implies that you're lacking something, though.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
How can you tempt somebody that has everything? You can't.
No, you can.
With what?
Obviously, that's what Satan did with Jesus Christ.
Well, he obviously
exactly.
Once again, just because you said that doesn't mean that makes any sense, right?
No,
so
it does make it does make sense. God is God is everything.
Right.
Okay. When Satan had tempted Eve, when Satan had tempted Eve, Satan was trying to get Eve to desire something that was not of God.
Everything's of God, though. First of all, because that tree was made by God. But second of all, it also implies that there's a state of being that Eve actually coveted more than being beside God. Which, so that would be like you go to heaven, right? And you go, you know what? I think I might think of a better place than this. That just makes no sense to me. I
mean, to you it doesn't, but you actually do that a lot. Like God is right now. It's like this. God is giving you breath in your lungs. He's giving you eyes to see, ears to hear, a mouth to speak, a body that is that functions properly. I mean, you have the flaws in your body, yeah, but God is still sustaining you. He's giving you a job. He's giving you food. He's giving you a roof over your head. He's giving you a lot of things, but you're still choosing to go against Him, to go after things that are not of God.
Right, because I desire these things, because I desire a better situation in life than where I am now, because that's an option. Right? But the thing is, if I am next to God, is there a better option?
No.
Of course. So how could anybody possibly tempt me from that position where Eve was? So there's basically, to me, there's two explanations. Either A, Eve was ignorant of what was going on, in which case this whole scenario is devised. Or B, B doesn't make any sense, because if Eve was a rational person, if she understood her place, how could you possibly tempt somebody away from that?
Dimitri, I just gave you the answer. The fact is, God has given you everything, yet you're still choosing to reject Him. It's the same. It's the same thing that happened in the Garden of Eden with Eve. It's the same thing that you're doing.
So Eve was not in a perfect place.
Yes, she was.
Then how could? But I'm not. Okay. So what? So that means that there's a better option. That means there's actually something.
No. What you need to understand is the scenario that they were in. God has given them everything.
Right.
Around them. The Bible clearly says that they had dominion over everything, that they were supposed to be fruitful and multiply and basically run the earth.
Right.
So again, it has not changed from that point. God has not. It has not changed from that point. You're still. The Bible still tells you, be fruitful and multiply and stuff, and spread across the world again. But at the same time, God. The same thing as far as the Garden of Eden scenario, God is still providing for you, Dimitri, yet you're still choosing to reject Him over things that are less than God.
Right, but so are you actually, like, were you kind of implying there that we're actually in the same place as we were in the Garden of Eden? That nothing has
The
changed?
scenario, again, the scenario has not changed for you. You still have the same choice that Adam and Eve had to choose Jesus Christ, who is the tree of life. That's what he's the symbol of. He's the tree of life, and then Satan is the tree of death.
Right.
And you're choosing the tree of death. The Bible says in Proverbs 8 that all those that hate me love death.
But once again, I'm not in a perfect place. Eve was. So that's the difference. How do you tempt somebody from perfection?
The perfect place was not something physical.
Okay, so the Garden of Eden wasn't physical. So how do you tempt somebody from perfection?
No, what I mean by that, in a spiritual sense, they was in a perfect place because they was in the presence of God. Once they had bit the fruit of the tree, they had left the presence of God. That's where the perfect place was.
That's right. So why would they choose to leave?
Same reason you did.
No. I am where they left. Okay, according to the Bible. All right, I am post-fall. Right. So clearly, I'm not in the same place.
Yes, you are, Dimitri.
How? Am I in a perfect place? Is God standing right beside me right now? And I'm aware of him.
Trying to get Adam. Sorry, Dimitri. He's trying to get through to you to tell you that he is the perfect place. You're choosing to leave him.
Right. So what you're implying here is my choice is to go towards the perfect place, right? Or to go further away. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. That means that I am not in the perfect place, and Eve was.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So I am in the perfect place.
No, oh my goodness. Okay, Dimitri. God is the perfect place, and you're choosing to go away from him because you want things that are less, that you enjoy your sin and go after things that are lesser than him.
I get that. But
okay, so what I'm saying is that the fact is that God has given you all. It's just like the Garden of Eden, as God has provided you with everything that you need as well as more. He's giving you life, roof over your head, money in your hand. He's giving you all these things, yet you still choose to reject him.
Right. Of course, because I'm not in the perfect place.
That's not. Oh my goodness, that's not the same thing. Stop equating that I'm not in a perfect place. That doesn't mean.
I'm not trying to understand myself. I'm trying to understand Eve. Right?
Okay.
Like I get my position. Okay. What I'm trying to do is comprehend Eve's position.
You have a problem with that because when you because at the same time, any person, if you look at various people in the Bible, like for instance Job or Enoch, or Noah, better example, Noah.
Mm-hmm.
Noah was in a perfect place. He lived to be over hundreds of years old with no issues, and God was the one who spoke unto him to save him. And when he was in the ark, that was the perfect place because he was being saved instead of being killed.
Right.
So this is exactly what I mean. The fact is, Dimitri, you are in a perfect place. The fact is you're still alive. You're not dead. That's a good thing.
I totally agree with you.
Because you still have the opportunity to get right with God, repent of your sins, but you choose not to, based on the fact that you don't want to abide by God's rules. When He tells you not to do something, and you go against that, you're showing your rebellion. You're showing your unthankfulness. You're showing that you hate God, and He's given everything to you.
Mac, you're once again, you're talking about me as if I believe in this being, right? You have to understand that I'm not even at the point of belief, right? So I'm not rejecting anything. I am not rebelling against anything. I'm not hating anything. And I can't choose that what I can't believe in. So the scenario is clearly not equal.
If God, okay, do you know how God speaks to you?
Nope.
No. Okay, so if he used someone like me or admin to get through to you that he exists, would
Right.
that change anything?
Well, I'd have to differentiate a God speaking through a person to just a person speaking to me about their beliefs. Like, how do I tell the difference?
Okay, Dimitri, me and admin are Christians. We believe in the Word of God. And we're
Right.
telling you that God has told us to tell you that he exists. Not only does he exist, but that there's a time of a time has come where he's going to judge the world in righteousness. And before that time came, he sent his son down, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for your as well as my sins.
Right.
And because of that, as long as you believe in Jesus Christ, you will be saved. But as long as you don't believe in him, you will be condemned for the very action that you do.
Of course. I've heard that message from different people, and sometimes the message varies, and sometimes the message varies a lot because they believe in different gods. So once again, how do it differentiate you from, everyone
Well,
else?
okay, now I'm telling you that Jesus said, unless you repent, you will perish. Now, what does repent mean? Repent means to change your mind. If you actually wanted to know God, the God of Christianity, the God of the Bible, all you will have to do is go to the New Testament when it talks about repentance and trying to understand when it talks about confessing your sins unto God, that he may forgive you and cleanse you of your sins.
Right.
Would you be willing to do that just so you can know the God of the Bible?
I've tried prayer. I've tried. Let's just say that during my teens, I did give religion a chance, and many different religions too, not just Christianity. And I really came away empty-handed. So, and let's face it. At the end of the day, if this was an important message, using somebody on a Google Hangout as sort of the avatar, I don't know. I mean, why doesn't God come directly to me and tell me what I need to know? And it's a drop. Oh, that was fun.